Welcome. It's that time again. It's been a while. We haven't done an open forum. And since we haven't done an open forum in a while, it is the appropriate time to do an open forum after now a while. Welcome. What's on y'all's mind today? I just watched a good video on social media as mind control. And Jamie and I will be doing a live stream this weekend on that topic because she read a book by one of the Silicon Valley, I guess you'd say is a whistleblower of sorts. So we'll be talking about the book that she read. We'll be talking about the technocracy, the AI, how that all fits in. It's going to be a great stream Saturday. And since social media is turning everybody into the zombie mind public, I might go see 28 years later and understand what they're trying to say in that movie, what the messaging is. We cover a lot of predictive programming, as you know, a lot of the propaganda that we find in pop culture. But as you know, pop culture is kind of to TikTok. Audio is bad. Okay, let me turn it up. Turn it up. Without a doubt. Yeah, it automatically turned all the way down. It's just Apple's auto settings is super annoying. That should be better. Can you hear me now? Is that good? Y'all hear me? Y'all ready for this? Do. Actually, let's make sure it's up really good. And then let's turn it up in OBS as well so that everyone can hear the callers when we have our beloved callers as they call in. You can also support the stream through Streamlabs. That should be better. I had to... For some reason, Apple turned it all the way down. But good news, guys, for those that have been complaining for many years. Your complaints are about to die. Why is that? Because I purchased the Mac OS Studio today. I bought it from Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos gave it to me on credit. I have to pay Jeff Bezos $150 a month now to get this Jeff Bezos computer. So... I said, Jeff, I texted, Jeff, give me the best Mac. And he says, do you mean a Big Mac? What do you mean? I said, no, Jeff. Mac OS Studio G4 or M4 chip with blah, blah, blah specs. He says, yes. It'll be over. So it's coming directly from Bezos' house, shipped to my doorstep. No one will have any reason or cause to complain about the streams anymore because there's literally nothing else that could be done after that stage. There's nothing else to do. After that, I mean, I'm pretty much just going to have to buy out an old Microsoft facility and build myself my own internet. And I will convince everyone to come to my internet, to my motherboards, to my emails, and then I will delete everyone else that doesn't, including Mark Zuckerberg, including Elon Musk, everybody. All the tech lords will bow to the new tech lord in my internet. Okay, so don't mess with me. Don't F with me. Okay, I'm not here to play games. I just bought a Mac OS M4 chip. Do you understand what an M4 chip is? I don't really, but that's what they told me to get, so that's what I got. So there should be no more complaints about the lag, the latency, the lag, the latency, the lag, the latency. Ooh. I'm just kidding. It bugs me as well. As much as it bugged you, it bugs me. But I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm kind of tired of all this tech shit. I'm kind of over it. When you're a kid, you think it sounds cool. Oh, flying skateboards. Sex with Buffy bots. Dude, it's going to be so sick when we're like in the year 2020, like 30 or whatever. 2020, 30. And then that's when you're like 15. That's what you think, right? Oh, dude, it's going to be so rad. I'm going to be having sex with Buffy bots on my flying skateboard, dude. That's what teenagers are thinking in the 90s. No. It's not what it is. It's full-on dystopia, bro. That's it. It's not Coomer's paradise. It's full-on dystopia, dog. So I'm over it, man. I'm over all this tech. The tech can go to heck, if you ask me. We're going to open it up. Enough of my yapping. Let's just get into it. We've already got people lined up down the street. No more overheating of the Mac. No more latency. No more clippy, choppy, J. Clip, clip, clap, clip, clap. There's not going to be any clipping. It's just going to be booty claps clapping. Smooth clapping. Pow, pow, pow. When I start twerking for y'all. I can't twerk if there's latency and there's lag. Because my cheeks won't properly clap. As soon as that Mac OS Studio gets here, directly from Jeff Bezos' basement. Jeff Bezos's basements. Jeff Bezosment. From Jeff's Bezosment. It's smooth sailing. The question is, can the audience handle that level of twerking? I'm talking full on 4K, 99 million frames per second, slow motion booty clapping. Clap, clap, clap. Live from the upstairs at our place. I don't think the internet can handle it. That's why I got to build my own internet and delete the other internet. And everybody else, if your businesses are built on NormieNet and all this, feel sorry for y'all. Come on over to Jay's Net before it's too late, because you're all about to get deleted. Everything. It's all deleted. I'm deleting everything. We're just going to start fresh. No more TikToks. No more 30-second videos, because that's mind controlling everybody, destroying attention spans. No more Skittles crap everywhere. I'm deleting everything. Deleting the whole internet. Roman Catholics, you got to apply to me, and I will judge whether you get to be on the internet. Same goes for all the other cults. I'll decide. I'm the new tech lord. It's the only way out of this. I've decided it's the only way out of this mess. Me being the tech lord and having my own internet. Oh, what about AOL? Might as well be AOC. It's all deleted. Only thing I'm not deleting is Ask Jeeves, because he's still there and he helps people. And he's a butler, and I want a butler. Ask Jeeves will be my personal butler when I am your tech oligarch overlord. First thing we're going to set about to do is commission the flying skateboard, because it's freaking almost 2030. Where is the flying skateboard? We've all been lied to. Hollywood, science fiction writers, they promised us basically all of that, and we got none of that. We've been lied to. Now we've just got broccoli-haired Gen Z mind control robots everywhere. I won't stand for it. I'm deleting the entire previous internet, and we're starting afresh. All Skittles stuff deleted. Period. No, my word is law. No ifs, ands, or buts. Got a couple super chats, then we'll open it up. Remember, tomorrow is our big debate. Father Deacon and I will be taking on Dr. Trent Doherty and Dr. Christopher, however you say his name. Rolf Stakes became a member for 15 months. That's a committed person right there. You should all join in the cult over here. at Jay's Analysis and become a 15-month member, perhaps a 15-year member. We got 15 days later, 15 months later, 15 years later, 15 aeons later. Some of y'all will still be members. Just like I'm going to go see 28 years later. H. Brazzi, $5. My N-word, I'm getting a high-tech high right now. No, my N-word is getting high-tech with it now. Oh, he's talking about me. I thought he was saying he's getting high over my high-tech. Either one is acceptable. You can get high on me with high-tech. It's fine. Oh, I forgot to put the link in here for you guys to call in. Father Deacon is here with us. He will be joining us. You can also welcome His Excellency, the Lord High Ruler of Internet Philosophy Domains. He will be my Duke of Philosophy of the future Internet that I recreate. He will be Lord Duke of Internet Philosophy. Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. Some of y'all in the chat, I'll point you to ambassador positions. Some of y'all will be my National Intelligence Security Directorate officials. Got some smart people in the chat. We're starting afresh. We're just going to wipe this. So we just erase all the motherboards and just start over. Zelmox is $10. Jay, do you have any recommendations on eschatology? Yeah, I mean, there's just, I mean, my godfather published the 3 volumes of James Jordan's book, Commentary on Revelation. I recommend Dr. Ken Gentry's book, Before Jerusalem Fell. I recommend David Chilton's book, Paradise Restored, and David Chilton's commentary on the book of Revelation, Days of Vengeance. Those are all excellent must-reads. Templar Howell, $5. Here's $5. Get you a box of Franzia. Excuse me, Templar Howell. You said a glass of Franzia? With $5, I can get a damn case of Franzia. A case of cases of Franzia. So, thank you for that. And why am I seeing black soldier men trying to get me to get a mortgage? This Bible app has got to fix this. This is trash, dude. I don't need to see chicks running in yogurt pants. I don't need to see ads for home mortgages, boomers holding up heaters. What is all this crap? Anyway, if you would hit like and share it, we're going to open it up. Straight White Male says for $5. I need an internet pope. Is it time? It is time. Yeah, well, obviously it would be me. I've already done multiple videos as the Pope of the Future, all of which were prophetic. So let's open it up. Father Deacon Ananias joins us. He will also be answering questions and rebutting objections, and I will send him a small, tiny smidgen of the super chats because in order to build a new internet, I have to be greedy. And our great prophetess Ayn Rand taught us that greed is the highest of the virtues. I'm just being silly before you try to be serious about that, all you spurgs. I forgot to give you guys the link. Here is the link to call in, because I know we're going to get yappers in the chat. Yeah, no, I'll put it in there. It's in there. Never mind. On the future internet, all Skittle stuff will be banned. However, only my brand yogurt pants will be allowed for anyone to wear or to be seen in. And if you don't know what yogurt pants are, go check out my OnlyFans. Colin, what's up? Colin Firth, what's up? Unmute. Remember to unmute.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Hello. Thanks for having me on. I have a quick question first. Should we call him FDDA now since his father Deacon Doctor? Or should we just stick with FDA?
You can ask him because...
Either one's fine. I don't care.
I know. I'm just joking.
Call no man.
Call no man doctor. That's what Jesus said.
Oh, yeah.
So I come from a Protestant background, but I've been looking into orthodoxy. But I have a question about Romans 24-6 about female like priesthood.
Hold on, Romans 20. That's a chapter I'm not familiar with.
Oh, sorry, Revelation. I'm wrong thing. Sorry. Sorry.
I like the idea of Romans 20.
Romans 20.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Wait, hold on. Revelation what? 20?
20 verses 4-6.
Okay, so the saints reign with Christ. The martyrs are mentioned, and people that didn't receive the mark. So what's this have to do with women priests?
Well, I mean, it's probably just stupid. But,
No, it's okay. I'm just help me understand.
Verse 6, it says, "Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Oh my gosh! Over such the second death has no power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years." The he, is that specifically referring only to men? Because it seems kind of like generic, like it could be referring to anybody.
No, it's the same way that Peter in 1 Peter 2 says that you are all a chosen priesthood, a chosen nation, a holy priesthood. So all of the church participates in the corporate collective priesthood. It doesn't mean that everybody is part of the ordained presbyterate or the bishopric.
Okay, so it's just like saying they're all. And okay, I get it. Okay, well that clears that up. I watched your recent video about how men are like, or the priests are like the father of the church. Is like, can you explain to me like why it's like that?
So
like why it's like.
Hold on. First of all, which video and what thing?
I don't remember. It was pretty recent.
That's fine. I was arguing what now? That God is a father and that we have patriarchs. Is that what you're saying?
You said you were talking about the gender roles and how the priest, like the male priest, is kind of the father over the church, over like the parish, and then the women like have other roles. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was when the Elijah Schaefer thing where we were talking about equality of nature in terms of or equality before the law or equality of possessing human nature does not equal equality of role. So just as father and a mother are both human beings, it doesn't follow from that the mother has every role that the father has. That would be a parts whole fallacy. So God instituted a all-male priesthood and leadership at all times, whether it's Genesis, whether it's the period of Israel, or whether it's the New Testament church and the entire history of the church. Even deaconesses, when they were used in rare instances, they didn't have a Eucharistic or altar-based role. They had the assistance of like baptizing women. So they didn't have any kind of priestly role.
Okay, and is that just something God chose to do, or is there like a reason, or is it just like tradition?
Well, Paul says about Adam and Eve that Adam is made in the image of God and Eve is made in the image of Adam. So women have a subordinate role to masculinity, to patriarchy, because woman was made to be the helpmeet to man. Man was made to be the one that goes forth into the world to exercise dominion in Genesis 1. So there's just two different roles, and there is qualitative difference between the two genders, but exactly why God set it up that way, I don't know all the infinite reasons and explanations as to why it's that way. Father Deacon, would you want to comment on this?
Sorry, I always do this. I'm writing like an argument to somebody right when I had you on. Can you repeat it? Because I missed what you said.
What would you say? Well, he can if he wants to say it.
I was asking like why the like universe is like patriarchal. Like
why in the Old Testament is the priesthood and the kingship of Israel. It's masculine. It's patriarchal. Why is the church male bishops and so forth? Other than God determining or willing it that way, what would you say, Father Deacon?
I mean, obviously, it probably teaches us something about how the Trinity works and the divine life itself, in terms of the energies, because it does seem, I was just reading over some of Bradshaw's, that there's even a order among the energies, and how that applies in life. So obviously it's teaching us something about real distinctions, and how God works, and that would be my best guess. Because otherwise it's just, you have one of two choices. Either it teaches us something about the divine life, or it's just arbitrary. I've got to set it up some way. But if God actually wills creation through his energies, and there's a patriarchal hierarchy in nature, and the polis and the church and stuff like that, doesn't it make sense to say, well, it must be reflecting some sort of order in...
yeah, it's a great point. It's hierarchical. That's a great point.
Okay, I'll have to listen back through that. All right, I guess it's just like a personal bias I have, but I don't want to be a heretic, so I agree with you logically, but so
what's the personal bias?
I just like personally I don't have any problem with like women being priests, but I mean I guess that's just how I grew up, like Protestant.
Why?
So I mean, but logically I agree.
The important part of
what
the church does in that is that there's real distinctions in nature, that men are not women. And so if you can just interchange roles, a woman's a man, a man's a woman, this is about as far out from Christianity as you can get. We call this this is what like the occult does, right? It blurs and abolishes boundaries. It attempts to make all things equal. So
now you say you say you're from a Protestant background. I mean, even as a Protestant, I mean, Paul, how is Paul not like totally clear in 1 Timothy 2? He says, "I desire that men pray, lifting up hands without wrath and doubting. Likewise, women should be modest, etc. I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man." In 1 Timothy 2. So I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just like, so you just completely reject what Paul says as a Protestant?
I mean, I guess I just don't understand. I know he said that, so I guess I've got to accept that.
You don't understand. I mean, have you spent much time around women in life?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think that women are as effective leaders as men?
On average, I guess not, but I think that some...
Well, why would we make exceptions to the rule?
I guess I just don't... Well, I don't know.
Well, I think you need to... I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, you need to live longer, because you're going to find out, the hard way that women are not the same as men, and they do not make decisions the same as men. And that's actually a good thing, because women were made to raise children and to be nurturers, but you can't make people who are raised with the tendency towards compassion and nurturing to be the leaders in society. It's a disaster. Christopher, and that's precisely partly why our society is in a disaster.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, man?
Jay, hey, what's going on, Jay? Is it okay if I add to that last point on the
Sure.
The men and the women thing? Okay, so from what I've understood, like you said, Paul, he says that man is made in the image of God, and that women is made in the image of man. Mm-hmm. So when you look at Genesis, you see that, in the beginning it was God, and then he made the heavens and the earth. So then when he makes Adam is an image of God within creation, and splits Adam and makes Adam and Eve. So then Adam would then, at that point, represent heaven, and Eve would represent earth. So that's why the man is in the priestly category, because he is the one that represents heaven. Not that that's it's just different roles.
No, I think you're correct in that. In fact, and we can even go too far stressing different roles, because even ontologically, there's a difference between the one that provides the seed, the creative force and life, and the one that receives it.
Exactly.
And so you could make a link between Adam as the high priest and steward of creation, and then Eve representing the receptive side of creation. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then it goes even further, and this pattern continues throughout the Bible. It even happens within the lineage. So you have the firstborn is Cain, and then the secondborn is Abel, and Cain is he's one that hunts, and then Abel is the one that tends to the flock. So like a hunter is somebody that like takes from the earth, and then somebody that tends a flock, he's somebody that has like authority over. So that's like even breaking down the roles, and then God accepts, Abel's sacrifice and not Cain's. So that's even just showing that, like, again, the man or the heavenly representative is the one that takes on that role, if that makes sense. A lot of that I kind of get from Jonathan Pageau.
I was going to say, this sounds like Pageau, but I think there's something true to that, yeah.
Well, a lot of what he gets, which he says, it just comes from, like, St. Ephraim the Syrian,
yes,
and
right. Yeah.
St. Gregory of Nyssa and all that. So I really think that a lot of these questions are answered with the symbolic interpretation more so than, like, just being like, well, women can do a good job too sometimes, so that's why.
No, that's absolutely right. Yeah, I totally agree. Absolutely.
So that was the first thing that I just wanted to add. The second thing I wanted to add was for everybody listening, like, I've known about Alex Jones for a very long time. I've had my uncles who are from Iran. I'm half Iranian, by the way. So my uncles from Iran, they love Alex Jones. And I was listening to Alex Jones yesterday. Jake Dyer came on. And Alex Jones said that he says Jay Dyer is an expert on the geopolitics of the Middle East and stuff like that. So that's a pretty damn big compliment, I would say, from Alex Jones.
Yeah, but I tried to correct him. I tried to say both. He said it when I came on 2 days ago, and then he said it yesterday. I was like, I don't claim to be an expert on the Middle East.
Sure.
I'm sure there's plenty of people who, consult for the Pentagon, or that have degrees degrees in the history of Iran or whatever. One thing I do think that I do have an insight into, though, is a lot of the kind of bigger meta political angles that even those people don't read, because you could probably read somebody who has a PhD in the history of Iran. I bet you he hasn't read Brzezinski and Kissinger and all these people.
Right. Yeah, so, like, with that, I wanted to say it is such a complicated situation in Iran, especially with, and I didn't even realize it was as complicated as it was until I started hearing a lot of the stuff that you were saying about, Mossadegh before, and then it was the Shah, and they kicked him out, and now it's the Ayatollah. So, like, I've grown up my whole life. My dad was always telling me, Iran, we had the glory days, and we had the Shah, and we had all of this, and I brought up Mossadegh to him, and my dad is, like, super conservative and, whatever. But he was saying, like, that guy was a communist, and that's why we got him out, and that's why the Shah was there, because the Shah was like, he was the king. That's why they call him Shah. Shah means king, by the way.
Technically he wasn't a communist, but he was pro-Western. But the problem was that the CIA believed that that he would lean more and more towards the Soviets, and so that was another reason why they wanted to get rid of him. And they believed that, and once he nationalized the oil, that was just too much. So.
Right.
But I don't even think that. So the Communist Party was the two-day party, and I don't even think they liked Mossadegh that much.
Right. So weren't you saying that they kind of use that as propaganda to get him out of there in a way?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why what I'm saying is, like, it's so crazy, because my whole life you just think that these things are just natural. They just happen naturally or whatever. But really, there's like all these superpowers behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
people's emotions, which is so messed up because here's the thing, right? In Iran, as soon as the missiles go off the ground and start hitting Iran, I have liberal cousins that will like on the other side of my family because I'm half Iranian. On the other half, I'm Mexican. And so I'll have like this huge Mexican group chat. Half of them are like liberal, and they're like, "Oh,
dude,
cousin,
I bet you probably wear a turban that's a that's like a big like a maracha, like a what do they call this?
Yeah.
You could combine the two. That'd be a funny hat.
Hell yeah, that'd be a nice hat actually. But the funny thing is that like my liberal cousins are like, "Oh, so what do you think about the missiles going off in Iran? I bet blah 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 blah." And the people are so, and then I hear my dad who talks to my ames. We call him ame. That's like aunt. So my ames back home in Iran, and they're all like happy that missiles are hitting Tehran. So like all the people on the ground are actually hoping that the Ayatollahs get overturned.
Dude,
when I listen to go ahead.
I got good news for you. Nobody has yet created a sombrero that's mixed with a turban, so there you go.
Oh, that's it. Let's go.
Oh, I got bad news for you though.
You already did?
Just like birds, liberal cousins aren't real. I hate that.
I really wish that was true. But I have to see them on Thanksgiving and stuff like that, so I know they exist. But that I was saying that the crazy thing is that all over social media, people they have no idea what the hell's going on, honestly. And it's so crazy because I find that the most people that actually know what's going on are Orthodox people. And it's just because they have a more holistic view of, I guess, reality.
Absolutely.
And what's going on. It's all spiritual, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But it's just wild that, on the ground, and I get multiple sources. Like my dad tells me people he talks to back home. I have a buddy who's like 50. He's Iranian. He talks to people back home. Everyone is excited that the missiles are flying on Tehran, which makes no sense. But they just don't understand oppressive regimes because we live here in America, and our oppressive regime is just a secret one that does it secretly. It's not open. Like over there, but anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
No, those are good points.
I appreciate all you, and I'm happy to see you make all the rounds. God bless, Jay.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate your kind words. Yeah, I mean, I think that what happened with me was when I was in undergrad, when I first started, I'd watched a lot of conspiracy documentaries, and I'd watch a lot of Alex's stuff, and I'd watch a lot of Burmese stuff, Loose Change, and all that. And then you kind of go down this rabbit hole of the conspiracy stuff, which a lot of people are going down that rabbit hole now. You know what I mean? There's people that are just now waking up to that stuff. For me, 2002, 3 were big wake-up years. I'd read some stuff critiquing Masonry and the United Nations and all that back in 1999 and 2000. That was my first foray. Somebody gave me a book about the United Nations being a conspiracy and connected to Masonry, and they wanted a one world religion and all that, all of which is true, but that was kind of my first introduction. I didn't know what a fake flag event was, though, until about 2003. And actually, before I can't remember if I watched Loose Change first or I watched, somehow I got a clip of, I was just searching one day. This is funny, because I was a traditional Catholic, right, Tradcat, and I came across a Tradcat site that had linked an audio and then a Windows Media Player. Remember Windows Media Player? Remember that thing? Somebody had linked a Windows Media video of Alex Jones's Austin cable access show talking about Skull and Bones. And I was like, what the heck is Skull and Bones? That's crazy. I was like, oh, this is like Yale Secret Society, and this is where they recruit, OSS and CIA people from. And oh, that's wild. I didn't know it was a like you got to do these initiation things, and wow, that's crazy. What? And it was on a traditional Catholic website. That was 2003. And around the same time, I saw, on E-Bomb's World, of all places, some 5-minute and 7-minute clips of loose change, and I was like, what the heck is this? This doesn't look right. These events of Big Nine, they don't look like, that's not adding up. And then I went and watched the full loose change, and then I watched all of Alex's documentaries that he had made at that point. America Destroyed by Design. I think that's the one about China. And he made one called Police State, which was about like the coming technocracy and, martial law and all that stuff. So this was even before Ron Paul was like getting popular. Ron Paul didn't get popular until about 3 or 4 years later, right? 2007, 8. But I was reading about the cryptocracy. I was reading about Zionism. I was reading about all that. I started reading Michael Hoffman's stuff in 2007. So anyway, point being in all this is, when you kind of first wake up to a lot of stuff, what happens is that you think, I'm not talking about this guy that called in, but this is my own personal advice and wisdom, having been reading this stuff for about 25 years. You're going to think, well, I was lied to about some big things like wars and, the economy. Maybe everything's a lie. And then you're going to be tempted to think, oh, everything is like, the Illuminati controls everything. And you're going to go to extremes, and then you're going to think, oh, we've been lied to about history, and there's like ancient civilizations, and maybe aliens are true. You'll run the gamut of all the possibilities. And what I found was, because I happened to be doing undergrad at the same time as getting into that stuff, the more I studied, the more I realized, well, a lot of conspiracies are also disinformation. Like a lot of them, probably most of them. They're bullshit. They're just garbage. It's just people spouting out nonsense. Sometimes it's government agencies or operatives putting out nonsense on purpose to mislead, to deflect, to distract, to discredit. Could be any of those things. And then I think what happens is that you eventually start to realize certain patterns and things that keep popping up. Well, I keep noticing the CIA pops up a lot. Maybe I should read more about that. Oh, I keep noticing the IMF and the World Bank and the Federal Reserve pop up a lot. Maybe I should read about that. Oh, I keep noticing Mossad pops up. Maybe I should read some books on the Mossad. I keep noticing, larger geopolitical patterns. Maybe I should look at, the Great Game. And then you start to realize that intelligence agencies and espionage and warfare techniques are the norm. So eventually, I'm not trying to say it's good, but I think you kind of eventually get to the point where you are like, okay, well, that's just what happens, right? People get blackmailed, people get spied on, people get assassinated, I'm not saying every day, I'm just saying like you realize, well, actually this is the norm of history. This is what nation states and governments and kingdoms have always done. This is what they do. So I'm not trying to say that you get normalized to it, but what I'm saying is that you realize that that's how the world actually just works, even though it's not a good thing. It's the reality of it. And then you kind of filter out a lot of the bullshit like aliens and all this nonsense, which is quite obviously to me like a completely ridiculous fake conspiracy theory. The government is not hiding aliens because they don't want you to know the truth, and the government wants you to believe in aliens. That's the thing. So the real conspiracies are stuff like this, right? The Western intelligence superstructure plotting with radical Shia clerics like Ayatollah Khashoggi to get rid of Mossadegh. And that doesn't make Mossadegh a good guy. It just means that he wasn't amenable to the oil power. Anglo-Iranian Oil Company was not happy with him nationalizing the oil. Time for regime change. Taylor Brownlow, $5. If we have Jesus as a pattern of the expression of 5 apostles, I don't know what that means. The pattern of the expression of 5 apostles. The general dynamics of the church gathered together, and a description of what the... Okay, I gotta zoom out. I can't read your whole chat here. Okay, this stupid-ass computer. We will not have latency problems for much longer, guys. We are only a few days away from Mac OS mega upgrade. Jeff Bezos sends me his old Mac. Hopefully he deletes all his dirty pictures on there when he sends it to me. I don't know, but I'll have my new Bezos Mac here in a moment from Jeff. So Taylor, I appreciate your question. I just don't understand it. So as I read the rest of it, it says, oh, stupid computer is getting so slow. I don't know why Alex is talking me up so much. Maybe it's just to make it sound good, but I was a little embarrassed with him because I don't think of myself as a Middle Eastern expert. That's a little. It's like, whoa, dude, that's don't talk me up that much. If we have Jesus as a pattern, the expressions of the 5 apostles. I don't know what you mean the 5. Who are the 5? The general dynamics of the church fit the description of what a new creature in Christ should look like. Why do we need a line of church fathers to fill in that blank? Well, it's not that the apostolic succession, and it's not 5 apostles, there's 12, but the apostolic succession is what allows the church to be governed in each generation. Living normative authority. So I just don't understand the question. Dennis sends 60 strange squiggly currencies. They look like noodles. God bless you, Jay, and Father Deacon Ananias. My best friend is Jewish. I've been trying to convert this person. Oh, yes, thank you for I need some more coffees. What are the best compelling arguments? Am I getting ahead of myself? Well, probably for a Jewish person, it would be to look at not just the popular messianic prophecies, but how prevalent messianic prophecies are all over the place. And so, for example, if you look up in the Jewish Encyclopedia, the Shekinah, and the attempt to explain the manifestations of God in time and space in the Theophanies, and how it tends to be something like, well, it's either the essence of God or it's some created thing. So they're pretty much stuck in the same dialectical problems as Roman Catholics are, because they have a hard time with theophanies. And yet when we read Numbers 12, one of the most powerful theophanies, what do we see here? Suddenly the Lord said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, come out here, all 3 of you, out here, out of the tabernacle, come here. The Lord came down in the pillar of cloud and stood at the door of the tabernacle. Now wait a minute. How does Yahweh stand at the door of the tabernacle? Is that the essence of God? Now remember, Jesus says in John 5, and I think many Jews would agree, you don't see God the Father. No one sees the Father at any time, as Jesus says. And even the Jewish Encyclopedia, they're struggling here with explaining. Look at this here. Maimonides says regarding this Shekinah glory manifestation, like the Memra and the Akara, the Logos as a distinct entity might be a light created to be a mediator between God and the world. Well, how could a created light be called God, Yahweh, standing at the door? So you see they have to come up with all kinds of crazy explanations to make all of these theophany passages work. The Kabbalistic Rabbi Nachmanides said, on the other hand, it's the essence of God. So is it a created light or the essence of God? It's the second person, God the Son. It's the angel messenger that constantly makes his appearance known all throughout the Old Testament. And so why is it that Rabbinic Judaism, in order to avoid Christ being the Messiah, has to come up with such outlandish and difficult explanations for the obvious, which is that it's the eternal second person of the Godhead, the Logos, which ironically Maimonides even says a Logos, but he's forced to say it's a created word. Well, God doesn't have created attributes. But I would say beyond the Theophanies, and just look up my talks on the Theophanies, I would say beyond that is all of the Messianic prophecies, which there are dozens, not just a handful. H. Brazzi, $5. That guy that called in about women needs chalk. I was going to remind him, have you read Proverbs? Because Proverbs is pretty clear. I mean, if you're a Protestant, Solomon has quite a few warnings about the ladies, and he spent a lot of time with ladies, and so he would know from direct experience.
Dissolution of boundaries, that's what it
That's exactly the way to put it. Thank you, Father Deacon. I'm glad you added that, yeah.
I couldn't remember the word. That's because I hit my head. I can't do the debate. I've forgotten all my arguments. I fell down the stairs.
And also you're mentally deficient.
I can't remember my words.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a great point. Have you ever seen women in positions of leadership? It's the worst. It's
just not right. Now, there are some exceptions to the rule, but the problem is that people that are leftists and equalitarians and all these people, they always want to make the exception the norm. And why is that? That's just so crazy.
Well, I would say that's very Protestant.
Yeah, exactly.
You take an exception to the rule and you make it the rule.
Yeah. Let's Talk God, $10. In St. Basil's on the Holy Spirit, chapter 26, he says, if you remain outside of the Holy Spirit, you will not even be able to worship at all. Do Muslims have the Holy Spirit? All you slow boys? Good luck. No, they don't. And there's a great quote. And by the way, there's plenty of quotes throughout the Church Fathers about if you lose the faith, if you become an Arian or a Eunomian, guess what? You lose God. You don't still worship the one true God. So, Bogdan, $50 of Ron, whatever Ron is. I know a priest who says that Book of Revelation is apocryphal. It doesn't exist in the church's worship. Well, it's not actually true. It is in one of the days of, it is in one reading, one of the days of the readings. And also it's included in multiple canonical lists. So I don't know where people in the Orthodox world come up with this idea. And yes, he is deluded. It's false.
By the way, I don't know if that's true. I always give priests the benefit of the doubt. I keep hearing that people say Father Stephen DeYoung has this position. Yet nobody's provided me any evidence of that that's actually the case. So I don't know if this gentleman's referring to Father Stephen DeYoung, but I'm going to give the priest the benefit of the doubt on that, and until proven otherwise, that they're not saying that, because that's pretty far out there. Mm-hmm. Don't you think?
Yeah, let's see.
Are you pulling up Grok?
No, I'm pulling up the different canonical lists that we refer to. Now, the list that you have when Trullo affirms Carthage. Let's see, it's Trullo affirms the Carthaginian canon, right? And I haven't looked at this in a while, but I'm pretty sure the Carthaginian canon has the Apocalypse. Yes, so Trullo affirms the Carthage canon of 397 and 419. This is what's always so confusing and hard to... Because people, if you say, well, we would agree with the canon of Scripture at the Council of Trullo, which is affirmed at the Seventh Council, they'll be like, well, I don't see in Trullo an explicit canon of the Bible, and it's because they say we agree with the canon of Carthage 397 and... Carthage 419 is the reason that's confusing. So let's see if we can find a list of Carthage 397. I want to say this is very similar to the Roman Catholic canon, and this is why I've never seen a problem with saying that the Deuterocanon canon is Scripture. But I saw some Roman Catholic the other day even saying that no, it's not. Or, no, excuse me, no Orthodox. Some Orthodox person was saying you cannot say that. Oh, it's a book. Somebody sent me a book by some sort of a random Orthodox priest that I wasn't familiar with, and he was saying you can't say that the Deuterocanon is Scripture. And I'm like, I mean, this is just haggling over words. It's like calling it the secondary canon is saying that it's still in the Scriptures, but it's not as important as the others. So here we go. So Carthage 397, here you guys go, does explicitly affirm the Apocalypse of John. So unless you want to reject Trullo and you want to reject Seventh Ecumenical Council, which accepts Trullo, then there it is right there. There's the canon, and also it lists the Deuterocanon right here. Maccabees, Judith, Tobit, Esther. So the reason this is important is that not so much the book of Revelation, but if you look at Canon 85 of the Apostolic Canons, you'll notice that the Deuterocanon is there. And this is pretty widespread in the East. I'm talking about the Apostolic Canons. So in the 4th century, between East and West, you have almost universal acceptance of the Deuterocanon. This is a very effective point against Protestants. This was one of the key points I've been arguing against Wes Huff's arguments. Now, I'm not saying that because the East and the West, in terms of the West, it's the not just Carthage, it's the Council of Rome under Pope Damasus that Augustine talks about, right? So we have basically, in the 4th century, almost the entirety of the East and the West accepting the Deuterocanon. Now, the book of Revelation is a little bit different because people were still unclear in the 4th century about the Apocalypse, and you'll notice that Canon 85 of the Apostolic Canons does not include Apocalypse. But it also does include things that nobody includes, right? It has the letters of Clement. Well, nobody includes the letters of Clement. So Canon 85 has a canon that no one has. And when you bring this up, every Protestant says, well, you don't have that canon. Yeah, I'm not arguing that Canon 85 universally forever establishes the canon. I'm saying that it attests to merely the East's acceptance of the Deuterocanon in the 4th century and the councils of Carthage, which are basically the same canonical lists as the councils of Rome that Pope Damasus accepts in the West, include the Deuterocanon. That's a very strong argument against Protestantism because nobody's using, by the 4th century, the Protestant canon except Jerome. That's it. So a Protestant needs to tell us why we're just supposed to follow Jerome. Okay, and they can never do that without being arbitrary because they don't follow Jerome on anything else. So it's a double standard moving goalpost. Now, on the book of Revelation, though, we see that Carthage 397 clearly lists the Apocalypse right there. Can everyone see that? And this is what Trullo is accepting. And then Trullo is accepted at the 7th Ecumenical Council, at least for Orthodox. Roman Catholics at one time did, and then they said, well, we don't believe that anymore. We maybe we did, who knows, but popes have reversed that, or they never did. So this is what they make up. So, is that clear to everybody? Now, also, John of Damascus lists a canon that no one has, and I'm pretty sure John of Damascus has Revelations in there. But it's, I mean, I know that John of Damascus includes Clement, which is probably pulling from Apostolic Canons. But I think he includes Revelation, but let's find out for sure. It's book 4, isn't it? Oh, let's see, where is it? John of Damascus, biblical canon. I just don't remember the exact I know it's in On the Orthodox Faith. I read it twice, but I don't remember the exact section as to where. Okay, it's book 4, section 17. So let's find that. So this is very late in the game. You'll notice that he does list, by the way, the Deuterocanon. So that would refute or would be an argument against the Orthodox who think that the Deuterocanon isn't part of the Scriptures. And let's see, where is Books of John? Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. Book of Revelation and the letters of Clement and the apostolic canon. So, according to John Damascus, he thought that the Book of Revelation was canonical, the Deuterocanon is canonical, and the books, the letters of Clement and the apostolic canons. So, point being is that from the Orthodox perspective, it's there's flexibility here. We don't have to have this sola scriptura type view, because we don't believe that all that's necessary for faith and morals is contained in the written scriptures. That's the Protestant view. So for us, it's okay that there's some flexibility, and that's exactly what we would expect in a church that is not based on sola scriptura. But we can see that by the time of John Damascus, even though there's still some flexibility there, the canon of Scripture between East and West is pretty much the same, right? Really, the only difference between Orthodox and Roman Catholics is we have a little bit more in our deuterocanonical books, but it's very, very small amounts. So, again, pretty unanimous there between East and West for most of these centuries. So I don't understand where people are getting this idea that Revelation isn't part of the canon, or that the Deuterocanon isn't part of the canon. I just don't get it. And as Father Deacon said, we should give people the benefit of the doubt, because who knows if that's even true that they're saying that. Sapphire, what's up? Unmute. Sapphire, you want to unmute? Okay, here, so Father Deacon, somebody is clarifying it. Bogdan says, for 25 Rons, I'm speaking of Father Matthew Volcanescu. So we got like a literal vampire. We got a straight up Romanian Orthodox vampire rite priest. I'm just joking, by the way. I'm just joking. He said it is not Father Stephen DeYoung. It's Father Matthew Volcanescu.
Volcanescu?
That's what he says.
Father.
That sounds like a made up. So it's Father Vlad Tepes. So it sounds like a made up Romanian name. I'm just joking.
You can make anything Romanian just by putting SQ
on it, right?
Yeah.
All right. That guy dropped off. Teotihuacan.
Oh, whoa.
Teotihuacan. What?
This guy's been deposed.
Okay, so why are you quoting a defrocked priest? Come on now.
I just looked it up.
Okay. Cold Quest, $5. Ruslan recently said on his stream why he's not Orthodox. He cited many churches that claim apostolic succession but reject a true church. Well, that's a fallacy. I mean, when I was on with Ruslan, I actually called out that fallacy. So the fact that people disagree has nothing to do with which one's true or false. I don't understand. I mean, I'm not being rude or mean to Ruslan, but I don't understand why that would be a convincing argument. That'd be like saying a lot of people disagree over 2 + 2 = 4. So, I mean, who knows? We just can't even know. Right? Wouldn't you say that's not a very good reason? Father Deacon?
Sorry, say again.
What would you say to somebody who says something like, this is what this person is saying, this is Ruslan's argument. Somebody who says something like, well, all of these different churches claim apostolic succession, and they disagree, so what good does apostolic succession do you? We can't know.
Yeah, what a terrible argument. So what was the one you used? 5 people in the classroom.
Well, what if a bunch of people disagree? Yeah, a bunch of people disagree that 2 + 2 is 4, so I guess we just don't know if 2 + 2 is 4, right?
And what good does mathematics do for us if we can't?
Yeah, exactly.
Throw out mathematics. I mean, obviously, well, I hear this a lot. when we're arguing for the Orthodox position, somebody will say, well, Roman Catholics believe that they're the true church too.
Exactly. It's like a version of that.
Well, I mean, is there a sort of kind of relativism that's implicit? Remember, Plato said, referring to Socrates, I'm not concerned with doxa, belief, but episteme. Is it true? I mean, how hard? I mean, it's not really hard steps. It's like
that's exactly what it is. The difference between belief and what's true.
And furthermore, it's just ridiculous to think. Of course, everybody believes that their belief's true. That's what belief means.
Yeah, exactly.
There's not a person that's like, well, I believe that my beliefs are false, and I truly believe that. I mean, this is ridiculous. So the question is, is it true, and can they have justification for that? And clearly, just making up a story or asserting something is not a justification.
Yeah, Ruslan would do good to understand the difference between those two things, because that's the mistake there. Okay, all these super chats are coming in here. Let's see. Grayson says for $5, I've been reading on the Incarnation by St. Athanasius. The original says it's part 2 of Ad Gentes, or against the Gentiles. Is it critical to read that? It is critical to read it for apologetics. So, no, you don't have to read against the Gentiles to understand the theology of on the Incarnation, but it is good to read it because it's Athanasius doing apologetics and critiquing and doing internal critiques of the pagan worldview. It's really good. For example, he talks about how if your ultimate principle is polytheism, then ultimately your system is chaos, and it's not going to work as any kind of a coherent belief system. That's a really good internal critique, and it's the type of thing that we would do. But it's not directly related to the theology necessarily of on the Incarnation. Straight white male. No, we did that. Excuse me. Jew guy, $10. Is race real, and is evolutionary biology compatible with Christianity? I would say that ethnicity is real. Race is sometimes a somewhat of an ambiguous concept, because you can have the notion of race bound up with Darwinian naturalistic concepts, and that you could, in some biological determinism way or genetic determinism way, classify groups of people that exclude other characteristics or qualities. So, for example, I think if you look at Genesis 10, you have the table of the nations there, and all of the people groups that exist in some way, yes, extend from that table of nations. So if we mean ethnos, yes, race exists. If by race you mean larger haplogroups of people amongst these genetic makeups, okay, that seems to exist, like Caucasoid peoples. I'm a Caucasoid person. And there's always going to be some gray areas because there is intermarriage over the millennia. But just because there is gray areas or intermarriage, just like with colors, we wouldn't say that because something can be light red or dark red that there's no such thing as red, right? There's still red, even if there are variants on a spectrum of color there. So in the same way, yeah, there are still people groups that extend from the Genesis 10 table of nations, I would say. And ultimately you could say maybe even Shem, Ham, and Japheth, in terms of Noah. But it doesn't follow from that's equated necessarily to a post-Darwinian idea of naturalistic evolution that tries to equate everybody with... Here's the funny thing about the Darwinian view that nobody ever talks about, is that some of the proponents of that view, some of the more mystical ones, like a Teilhard or somebody like that, they actually believe that we have to get back to the original sludge cell, the monad. I'm serious. That we have to get back to this original monad that was in the sludge that created the two cells that supposedly gave birth to life. And because that original sludge cell was somehow not gendered, if we can get back to that primordial monadic state, then we will bypass all of the distinctions of male, female, and race, and that will achieve unity, equality. Go ahead.
It's called filth pool metaphysics.
Filth pool metaphysics, exactly. Well said there. That's actually what a lot of these people believe, like the committed sort of noosphere, Hegelian, everything's going to merge into one big soup. This goes right back to what Father Deacon was saying about dissolving of boundaries. The danger of these systems is precisely the idea that we need Babel, the Tower of Babel, to destroy the distinctions so that we are all one day. And that's false.
This related to, I mean, I feel like we can trace out most philosophical mistakes and even political mistakes originally back to Greek metaphysics.
Absolutely. Yeah. Totally.
So notice how it's inverted from orthodoxy. So in Greek metaphysics, the one is the highest.
Yeah, it's ontologically and epistemically prior and superior. Exactly.
Where in us, personhood and triad is prior to one, and so, but without dissolving unity.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if, like, we could even trace this back to, well, of course, you know, if it's almost kind of originistic. If
it's Neoplatonic, and Origen was a Neoplatonist. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
And by the way, as Father Deacon Dr. Patrick has shown in his, I think he's a doctor, right? And he's shown in his.
Did you call Father Deacon Patrick? Oh yeah, that's right.
No, he shows in his paper that he presented at Sophia that even the Cappadocians and Maximus fell into this mistake because of the influence of Neoplatonism, that they believe that gender was not part of the original design, it's part of the fall. And I think Father Seraphim Rose is correct, because he just says, I mean, Genesis doesn't say that. Like, Adam and Eve are created prior to the fall, male and female. It's just so silly. But so that's letting your metaphysical cart come before divine revelation.
And in the influence of Aristotle too, because Aristotle thought there was nothing essential about gender. That it was just how the form received in the matter.
Oh, so does he think it's accidental?
Yeah, it's accidental.
Wow.
And he said, so a lot of these guys from Fordham trying to use like Maximus.
Yeah, for the trans agenda.
Yeah, for the trans agenda are appealing to Maximus because St. Maximus was influenced by this kind of Aristotelian idea of like, well, it's just kind of accidental, the gender. It's really just how the human form is received in the matter that.
Well, but he also shares the idea from Neoplatonism and Gregory of Nyssa that unity is superior to multiplicity. Mm-hmm. But I think the Orthodox perspective of the Trinity, even Basil says, I can't think of the three without being turned back to the one, and I can't think of the one without thinking of the three. So there's equal ultimacy between unity and multiplicity in God is the point.
It's St. Gregory Nazianzus. Anytime I contemplate the one, I am drawn to the three to the one. Yeah.
All right. But Father Deacon's correct that like when you see the people at Fordham and places like that, they'll use this ideology. And even Origen is infected with this, because if you remember, Origen thinks that the body has to return to being a sphere. And why? Well, being male and female and having these particular parts is obviously inferior to being a perfect sphere.
That's why it cut his pee-pee off.
Exactly. So, as Father Deacon said right away, aren't a lot of these problems just the assumptions of Greek metaphysics? Absolutely. Like, for example, one is superior to many. Eternal is superior to time. Stasis is superior to change. Those are all Greek metaphysics that Christian metaphysics rejects. And guess what? Unfortunately, it takes many centuries to weed those out. And even some of the best saints and church fathers are still infected with these ideas. And so, yeah, we don't believe any of the church fathers are infallible. So, just to be clear, they do make errors and mistakes. Teotihuacan or whatever. What's up, man? You want to unmute? Teotihuacan. Do you want to talk? All right. Moving on. Chris, what's up? Are you there?
I'm here. I think someone else. Yeah, I think you called on someone else, though.
No, I said Chris.
Oh, okay. My fault.
It's all right.
Welcome, Chris.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Yeah, so, I mean, I guess I have, a few things. So, like, one is, don't you feel like this extreme dogmaticness of, like, my way is the only way is essentially what has led to all wars, whether it's been the Catholics versus the Protestants, whether it's been, so many different things. I feel like this is one of the things that lead to major wars.
Okay, have secular liberals ever been dogmatic and had wars?
Secular liberals, sure. But the wars that are going on, like, around us and some of the most major wars, and even then, I mean, like, if our goal is to speak the love of Christ, we shouldn't be necessarily comparing us to what other people have done that's incorrect.
Well, you see how that's self-refuting, right? Because that's a dogmatic statement.
I don't know if it's dogmatic. I think I'm starting off by simply questioning the stance of these extreme views. And I'm open
like
to
what? Identify who or what you're talking about. What are the extreme views?
That the Orthodox Church is really the only way. And now we're instantaneously...
Well, how do you know that that's extreme?
Because it instantaneously creates, for an example, if you watch the podcast that you were on, and you have three of you guys who both claim the love of Christ, but there's like three people with a lot of tension in the rooms. And these are the same...
Who are you talking about?
That one, I don't even know the people's names, but you went on the one podcast lately. It was a pretty famous podcast recently. There's like three of you
guys. Are you talking about Timcast?
Yeah, for an example.
Oh, okay.
That's just an example of something, right? Three people that are both, basically pointing to the love of Christ and things like that.
So you're just appealing to emotional, subjective things that are really elastic and ambiguous. I mean, does Jesus not debate constantly? Does Paul not debate constantly in the book of Acts?
I think so, but I don't know if it was necessarily on these tinier points. I think
that's begging the question. How do you know that they're tinier points?
Because some of these things have constantly ripped apart churches. Like
the fact that happens doesn't prove that it's not an important point.
I'm not saying that it's not an important point, but I'm not sure if that's the right approach to what the Bible was even calling people to. Okay,
so again, I gave you biblical examples of Paul going and debating in the synagogues every day with the Jews, and he gets persecuted. There's heated debates going on, and you're saying that's not loving. So it's all just subjective, feeling-based stuff from you.
But I think a lot of those debates were whether or not Christ was the Savior or not, which is like the major point, right? But some of the other minor points...
Well, you're just assuming that it's minor when I'm telling you that Jesus established a church, and you don't have the authority to say that there is no church.
The authority to say that there is no church, meaning that your church is the one and
true.
To
say that there's not a true church is to say there is no church, because now all of them are relativized.
I mean, obviously, there's the perspective of that the true church are the people that love Christ. Not the dogmatic viewpoints in between.
Have you read any of the church's history?
Yeah, I've definitely spent some time looking into it.
Okay, so did the people at Nicaea love God?
Yeah.
Okay, did they draw up dogmas?
Yeah.
So were they contradicting the love by drawing up the dogmas at Nicaea?
No.
Okay, well then you just contradicted everything that you said. So thank you for wasting our time with your subjective nonsense.
I want to return back to the point. That position you're pushing for is occultic. Talk about dissolution of boundaries again.
Yeah.
So God's going to establish a church.
This is just love, bro.
There's no boundaries.
It's just love, man. Stop with your dogmas. It's all love, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's a god of chaos and disorder. Like, if he's going to establish a church, of course you're going to be able to see where it is and where it isn't. Like, this is ridiculous.
Exactly.
And it's the same issue with the men and women as well. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter. It's just all, doesn't this kind of cause debate and discord? And, well, first of all, truth itself is divisive, because truth itself negates falsehood. So just because somebody doesn't like that or it upsets them doesn't make it not true. And I would say it's far worse societally, ecclesially, and spiritually to be like, well, let's just ignore all these differences so we can all just get along. What a terrible position. Like, some things are worth fighting for.
Well, Jesus said, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword, and I will divide households. So these people want a Jesus that is not that Jesus. It's the Jesus according to their own making, which is a mental fiction.
Church for that. It's called the Baha'i Faith. They can join that.
Well, that's a cult, but yeah.
I'm joking.
I know you are. I'm just saying.
It's the perennial. Well, it's exactly where it leads to. This perennialist Baha'i. We just take the lowest common denominator.
Jesus isn't divisive, bro. He's like a hippie, dude. Jack Attack, $5. I was curious whether you've seen Joshua Sujawade's breakdown of conciliar Trinitarianism. No. Will you watch it in the future? Probably not. Medieval Bacon, $5. Imagine a Lebanese Baptist dispensationalist cousin. That's pretty wild. Straight white male, $5. You have thoughts on Trump going against Netanyahu and Jews? Spurgs have been trying to cope about this. I just think that we can't always judge what people say. I mean, it's probably not as extreme as a lot of these people assume.
Hey, my brother and I had a great conversation about this. Trump always kind of surprises me.
Right.
And, you think he's shilling for the Zionist state, and then he does something like this. And my brother had a good point. He's not an ideologue. He doesn't have an ideology of Zionism or something. Like, keep in mind, he's a businessman.
Yep.
And I'm like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So, sometimes we just don't know what's going on. We're surprised by it. It's like, wow, I didn't see that coming.
Piersick. Unmute. What's up, man? Piersick?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So you're still doing, like, geopolitic leaning questions, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So this one's kind of mixed with faith a little bit as well, but I was wondering kind of your approach on not falling into, I guess, kind of nihilism with everything going on. Like, we know in the end what happens, Jesus obviously wins. But, like, it feels like the elites and everything, it feels like there's no, I don't know, it feels like it's either we have no real control over anything. And I don't know if that's necessarily, like, a bluff on their part, like you see in a lot of books, that it's kind of a social engineering thing where they make you think that the people have no real control over what goes on. But I don't know, just kind of getting your point of view on that.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I think at times it is tempting to be black-pilled and to think that, you just can't do anything. But I'll say that, I never would have dreamed where we would be at just in terms of my own life and what I do, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I mean, I would have never expected this. So you have to persevere and you have to trust God even when it looks like everything is arrayed against you. And that's kind of what, Hebrews 11 talks about. Like, Abraham believed against all of his publicly visible, circumstances. So that's what faith is you keep trusting God even if it looks like, there's no way out, because that's part of the whole journey. That's part of the whole process. So,
yeah.
Father Deacon, what would you say to that?
This keeps happening to me. Forgive me. I keep getting caught up in something. Please repeat. Forgive me. It won't happen.
What would you say to somebody who says something like, looks like, the elites are controlling everything, and I'm tempted to be black-pilled, and you can't fix anything, and society is just going to crap. What would you say to somebody like that?
Well, as you pointed out, God wins too. And the thing is, that requires kind of almost a God's eye point of view that they're going to win. I mean, we see, governments collapse all the time. Stuff that's bad. We're just not in a position that you can actually know that that's actually going to be the case. And in light of that, I'd say pony up, man up, that it's a childish, immature position to be black-pilled. It's a virtue to hope against hope and be like, it doesn't matter even if we lose, to be a principled person and be like, at the end of the day, we're going to look at your life, the world, and be like, well, in the face of adversity, and when it looked like nothing was going to work, what did this person do? Oh, they rolled over and died. I'd be like, well, then that's your legacy. That when things get hard and look, or, even if there was, hope against hope, like I said, somebody's like, yeah, but I fought. You know what I mean? I did my best to instill virtue into my children and, do what's right and not be black. Well, then that's who you're going to be in all of eternity. You're going to be a person that has virtue. So you just got to ask yourself, what do you want to be? You've seen those animals, right? Where they get caught up in a fence or something like that, and they literally just roll over and die.
They just give up.
I think sheep do stuff like that too. And you could be a sheep or you could be a man. When we know what a man is, and a virtuous, courageous human being, not when things are easy, but in the very worst circumstances. So I'd be like, now's your time to shine. Like, when things look terrible, when you act and when you keep hope up and you do the things that promote virtue, that's going to be your legacy. People are going to know, like, man, that was somebody, to remember.
Jordan Deerdahl, $5 says, can you explain the Catholics using this claim that Palamos says that Muslims worship the same God, and the text Romans 3:29-30? Yeah, so we've already addressed this multiple times. I've addressed it publicly. It's funny because this was something that originally Sam Shamoun tried to use. I've actually read the work where Palamos is debating with an argument against Islam. It's funny if you actually read the work because it's an internal critique. Palamos is being used by Roman Catholics. It's laughably misread. It's a reductio argument. He's arguing that Muslims inconsistently invoke the word of Allah in the Quran, and yet they deny the word. It's much like when we say to a Muslim, you think Allah has a logos, then you're inconsistent. It doesn't mean that Muslims actually profess that Allah has a logos, a second person. The rest of this debate, which you can read online, Palamos' debate, it's against what at that time the Muslims were called the apostate Chioni. Notice he calls them the apostates. They don't worship the triad. Thus, the entire argument in the work is that they don't have God. This is so stupid. And I hope this highlights the stupidity of Roman Catholics for everybody in seeing this. He calls them the apostate Muslims. If you're an apostate, you've lost the faith. You don't have the adoration and worship of the true God anymore. But we're at this point where these people are so indoctrinated and under such a spell. And here's another quote. All you have to do is read chapter 1 of the Triads. This is so frustrating. And these people don't even read. Okay, people's attention spans are shot. They don't actually read books. I guarantee you none of these people actually read the book. The entire first Triad is against what Roman Catholics think natural theology is. How do I know? Well, I've got it right here for you. He says, all of the pagan philosophical conceptions of God are worthless and ended up being demonic idolatry. How good did the natural theology do for them? He says it's worthless because they ended up thinking that matter is divine and eternal, and thus deified matter, and they end up being fools. In fact, not only are they not taught God, he says they are indoctrinated into the rites of demons through their so-called natural theology. That's a summary and quote right there from triad number 1 against natural theology. So, these people don't actually read these texts as classic Roman Catholic fashion. They rely on an out-of-text quote mine and dupe all of you boring people that don't, or excuse me, all you lazy people that won't read. Our code of $20. In the Transitional argument for God, if the Trinity is the ground of the one and the many, my question is, what is the grounding of the one and the many for hypostatic procession if the principle is the one Father? What is the grounding of one and many of hypostatic procession? The hypostatic procession is the grounding of the one and the many, so I'm confused with the way you worded the question. So there could be more than one way to ground multiplicity and relationality in the world. You could ground it also in the fact that there's many energies and there's one energy. There's many persons, but there's one person that is the source, the Father. So, but the main point here is that the ultimate grounding is not a Platonic abstracted monad or a Platonic abstracted triad. The grounding is a relational, personal, intentional God. And that's why it does the grounding work, and the Platonic conceptions don't. Zeph, $5. Unless you're bringing Western presuppositions, Apocrypha just means not read publicly, which is accurate to say for most of what's in the book of Revelation. Yeah, but I think, I agree with you in terms of the words, but I think that there are some Orthodox priests, I've heard at least 2 over the years. I forget who, one of them that wrote an article for Ancient Faith. I forget who the priest was. And he was trying to argue that, I mean, it was a really low tier argument. It was like, well, we don't read it in the liturgy, so it's not part of the biblical canon. Well, I mean, who said that whether or not it's cited in the liturgy is what determines canonicity, right? I mean, I don't know where he got that assumption, but there is a day in the liturgical calendar where the book of Revelation is cited. This is actually false. I'm going from memory. I think it's one of the Lenten days. There's some day where it actually is referenced, and so that's actually false. But it's only once. Do you remember where this is, Father Deacon?
Say that again.
There is one reference in the liturgical calendar on one day to the book of Revelation, but I forget which day it is. Do you know? Because this refutes this claim that goes around that we never read it. It's never mentioned in the liturgy. That's not true.
I don't know. I'll have to look that up. That's a good question.
We have a super smart audience. I'm sure somebody in this audience will remember that. This is saying the normie view. So there are references, even though it's not cited. For example, wedding supper of the Lamb. Obviously, that's from the book of Revelation. But there is one reference. There's one day in the calendar that mentions something from the book of Revelation one day. Does anyone remember what it is or no? I remember getting into this controversy like maybe 8 years ago, and someone pointed out to me that there is one reference. And so it's actually false when people say, well, the reason that the book of Revelation is not canonical for the Orthodox Church is that it's nowhere in the liturgy. That's not true. There is a reference. And I want to say that it's referenced in one of the readings in Lent, I think. Grok could either be good or bad on this. I'm tempted to. Is it the day of great judgment? or the right before Pascha. That might be right. I think it's... No, Luigi, I'm not talking about the Western Rite. I'm talking about there is a reference, because this came up like 8 years ago. I'm sorry I can't remember every single reference and citation for all of my life, you guys. I think I do pretty good, though, in terms of, like, recall. But I can't remember everything. If you do recall, put it in the chat. Somebody will know this. I just don't remember. Isaac, what's up, man? What's on your mind?
Hey Jay, here, Father Ananias. Hey, so I just had a quick question about, so I found living around Protestants they're like great neighbors, but they're very, very tough to have conversations with. Like word concept fallacies make their way into conversations all the time. You can see that their quote mining kind of makes their way into conversations constantly, reading things out of context. Where can you find good Orthodox communities in real life, or just groups of people, I guess, groups of communities that don't seem to be kind of damaged by so much of these broken concepts that just bleed into their daily life?
I mean, do you not have an Orthodox church?
We do over here. I'm in South Dakota, Rapid City, and it's tiny, literally 30 people. So that's why I'm thinking about moving, but I want to go to somewhere where there's a big flourishing community. And for me, this is like my third move where I'm trying to really find, a community, a legit community. But, before it was like inundated with liberals. Then before it was, just overzealous right wingers. And then now I'm in a good community, but it's just filled with dispensationalists.
Yeah.
It's tough.
I mean, outside of the church, I don't know where to find this kind of a community. I mean, right now it's still unfortunately just online. Jose, but we're gonna keep growing, guys. Don't give up. We're just now beginning to have some wins, y'all. And look, there's tough things that are gonna be coming. It's gonna get tougher for the Orthodox Church, but we're also gonna have more wins. So, gotta persevere. Don't be so. We need a little more resolve. Somebody says in the chat, where'd it go? Chad GPT says that there is an all-night vigil between Pascha and All Saints Sunday, where this is referenced. I think you're claiming. Somebody says it sounds like it is during Lent. If they were, this sounds familiar. I think it's in Lent. Mankina Zoomer says it is the reading before Good Friday. Yeah. See, I knew it was something like this.
Yeah.
H. Brazzi, what's up, dog?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, yeah, I wanted to bring something up in regards to what that the super chat I sent in talking about that guy that needs chalk. I wanted to say, and I'm not blaming it. What I'm about to say, I'm not necessarily blaming on men, but like guys like him are a large part of how women, like get into like our spaces or whatever, and start feminizing shit. And
yeah,
sorry,
no, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I think it's weak men that allowed things to get this way.
Yeah.
And if you look at the book of Judges, the only time when you have a woman stepping up to do a man's job is when all the men completely fail. So the only reason you would ever get Deborah is because all the men failed.
Yeah. Or I mean,
and by failed I mean they were emasculated.
Yeah. And as far as like I don't know, like modernity, we don't need to get into the whole Bolsheviks and like how feminism got to it. We don't need to get into all that. Rachel was in here. She can everybody in here agrees on that, so we don't need to go through the whole damn history lesson on that. The point I was making is like guys like him who just like either completely deny it, and if I'm being honest, for somebody like him, obviously I don't know how old he is. I'm assuming he's in his 20s, maybe 30s or something like that. It's gotten to like once you get to that age, it's not a lack of experience. It's either cognitive dissonance, or you're just rejecting it outright. Like as far as what like when you asked, have you been around a lot of women? And I'm pretty sure most of us in the audience like either chuckled or audibly laughed because I knew his response to that when he gave that, like, you know, it was real soft, like, yeah, that's him. That's just cognitive dissonance to me, man. Like, you're not accepting the fact that you know for a fact when women get in these damn positions, they're domineering as hell, especially with men, or in they're extremely preferential to other women.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being under Hillary or Angela Merkel, right? I mean, like, that would be a nightmare. And almost all my businesses except for one that I worked at, not my I don't have businesses, but all the places I worked over the years, I had women managers and they were terrible. So that's my experience. Seth Garrett, no, I did not. I'm sorry. I did not intentionally misread or skip your super chat. Seth says you forgot the $20 super chat. When I hit refresh, because this computer slows down, sometimes it skips and I don't see all the super chats here. So I apologize. I wasn't intentionally missing it. Seth says, I wanted to show appreciation. I went to a divine liturgy 5 or 6 times now and I've become a catechumen. Thank you for the wisdom and positive influence in my life. God bless you. Well, thank you, Seth. That's great to hear. I also bought my first $500 Bitcoin purchase yesterday. Good, man. You're on the right track. And I would say just think about regular purchasing and saving. There's a lot of different ways you could approach this. I would say that the minimal would be to think of it as a savings account. I'm all in. I don't have a savings account. I just have Bitcoin. That's it. In fact, I want to unload the properties that I bought thinking that properties were a good investment. I'd rather have Bitcoin. So we basically live on Bitcoin. That's how committed we are. Now, you don't have to do that. Maybe you're not into that. You don't want to go that far. That's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. But I think the minimal approach would be treating it like a savings account. Because if you remember, well, you probably don't know, but when in the 80s, when I was a little kid, they used to try to convince you to save money and have a savings account. And savings accounts, believe it or not, back in the 80s and 90s, they used to actually pay you money at the bank to have a savings account. You would get like, I don't know, 5% a year from the bank by storing your money in the bank in a savings account. I'm not saying I'm a big fan of that system because it's kind of all usury based, but this is just such a better system. I just don't understand all the hard-headed goobers that are just so silly about this. Like it's just so much better. First of all, you can divorce yourself from all this usury stuff. Your money's not getting drained over time. Your energy is not getting drained and lost over time, which is what inflation does. So it's just stealing from you. The longer that you stay in this system, you're just being stolen from. And, Trump, it seems like he wants to, get rid of Jerome Powell, but it's like, no, you got to get rid of the Federal Reserve. Like, it's not just putting in some other dude, because they're all going to do the same crap. It's the Federal Reserve money printing system itself that is the problem. Medieval Bacon. No, we did that. Excuse me. Gonna make sure I don't read super chats or else somebody will come beat me up. Squirrel and Oz, 10 pounds. Can you show what you've done video-wise on John? Do you mean John? I don't know what you mean. You mean the book of John? And then you say John the Forerunner. I mean, I have a whole lecture through the entire Gospel of John, if that's what you're asking about. I don't know what you mean about John the Forerunner. That's John the Baptist. I don't have a specific talk on John the Baptist. Judy Destroyer, $5. What about books on ethnicity or race from an Orthodox perspective? I don't know. I'm not familiar with a book on that. It's probably too hot of a topic for anybody to write about because they get in trouble. Aristotle, $5. What is the church's take on the compatibility of race in a Christian monarchy? Would it be pro-diversity? I would say probably the history of Christian kingdoms and monarchs were not pro-diversity. They were probably fairly homogenous. Now, every nation state has had, I'm sure, some law of migration. Even the Old Testament has laws and statutes for Israel in terms of the foreigner and the stranger amongst the land. But Israel wasn't open borders. None of these Christian kingdoms were open borders. That's kind of preposterous to think that way. Oh, I forgot. Jordan said Romans 3:29-30. I forgot to look at this passage. So, Roman Catholics think this is going to prove that Muslims, Christians, Jews all worship the same God. Whereas boasting, a man is justified by faith apart from the deeds of the law. Is he the God of the Jews only? Is he not also the God of the Gentiles? Since there's one God who justifies the circumcised by faith and the uncircumcised through faith, I mean, Paul is obviously talking about salvation in Christ. Justification is baptism. It's being baptized into Christ. This is not saying that the Muslims, the Jews, the Christians, the Hindus, the Sikhs all have one God because he's the God of all. That's I mean, I'm trying to be rude to you, but like that's so stupid.
And also want to add too, when I was talking to Garby, he had this really great point. It was Porphyry was having a conversation with, I can't remember who it was, but Porphyry said, the question isn't, what is God, but is God Lord? And then I thought about, I'm like, that's like really profound.
Yeah, it's a question of worship and adoration.
Yes. So, and the other thing too is that verse in Romans just saying there's one Lord that lords over the universe, and that doesn't mean, well, then everybody worships him.
Exactly.
Like, it's very really
yeah,
silly.
Paul is saying in Romans 1 that there's only one God, and he's still the Lord even of the pagan nations that have never heard of him. But that doesn't mean that they're saved because they're pagans and that they accidentally worship him. What does it say in 1 John 2? Whoever denies the Son, Muslims and Arians, does not have the Father. So, and I also think that a lot of the Roman Catholics, and I don't mean this to be rude, but honestly, my experience, many of them have not actually debated Muslims. They don't know that Muslims explicitly reject that Allah is Father.
And how can you worship something without having faith? Which is what the position implies, right?
Well, they'll say, well, but it's faith in the one God. It is not faith in the one God. The one God is the Father and his Son and Spirit. That's the Christian position. Yeah, but they're accidentally... No, it's not accidental. You understand, Islam is predicated on rejecting explicitly the Trinity in the Quran and the deed of Christ, and that Allah is Father, and that Allah is Spirit. Did you know that they don't believe that Allah is Spirit either? So, what's the key attribute? He's the creator. Oh, okay. So if I just say that any being is the creator, L. Ron Hubbard is the creator. So I worship the one God now? This is so dumb. I cannot believe when John in 1 John 2 is explicitly saying that if you reject the Son, you lose the Father. These idiots, to save this ridiculous, corrupt, papal idolatry system, will go to all lengths to rescue this idiot system. It's so insane to me. It's an idol. It's an idol. And by the way, I can keep going, but I don't want to spill all of my best arguments out here, because I've got many, many, many more. And I'm not just talking about scripture text. Okay? I've gone deep into medieval Roman Catholic councils this week, of which I knew about for a long time. But, I mean, I think an easy disqualifier here is to just show, what did the Roman Catholic Church say about Islam in the Middle Ages, dogmatically? What does it say about Islam right now? And if that's a flat-out contradiction between multiple ecumenical councils, I've done my job. Father Deacon can go in and perfectly, with precision, dissect the philosophical linguistic argumentation. All I have to do is show that you've contradicted dogmatically. Gainerzilla, $5. If a Roman Catholic says that we have efficacious sacraments, why do we even need to be papists? You could make this argument, although I think they're going to say that you're deficient. So even though you have the grace of the sacraments, your church is lacking this visible earthly headship that gives you certitude and guidance. Really? Has it been doing very good giving certitude and guidance for the last 50, 60 years?
And they'll also say schisms of sins.
Yeah, exactly. Now, technically, though, you're correct, because according to the canons of Vatican I, right here, which I have right here in my hand. Dogmatic canons and decrees of Trent and Vatican I. It's actually this is where they're inconsistent, by the way, to your point Gainerzilla. Vatican I says, if you reject the teaching of Vatican I, you excommunicate yourself and are damned. So it actually says that the Eastern schismatics lose their salvation and are damned because they're separating themselves from the successor to Peter. So actually, you're technically correct that they have to make a choice here. They either have to say, you guys are cool, you got grace in the sacraments, and you don't really need us, or even though our sacraments are valid, we've surrendered and rejected all of that grace because of the impediment to that grace, which is the sin of schism and heresy. But they're not consistent. In fact, it's the See of Peter remains free and ever free from all blemish of error, according to the divine promise. I have prayed for you, Peter, that your faith fail not. Confirm your brethren. This gift, then, of truth and never failing faith was conferred by heaven itself upon Peter and his successors to this chair, that they might perform this office over the entire flock of Christ, to keep it perfect, to keep it away from all poison, and that the occasion of schism being removed, the whole church might be kept one. So if you're not part of that union with the successor to Peter, you're in schism. And then Vatican I ends with this: if anyone contradict this definition of Vatican I, let him be anathema. So they're not following Vatican I because we're supposed to be anathema for not believing in Vatican I's definition of papal supremacy. But wait a minute. Turns out most of the trads actually reject what Vatican I says about the perfection of the papacy in terms of preserving the doctrines and the dogmas, so they would also fall under that. In fact, the Greeks are identified, the Orthodox are identified explicitly right here as the schismatics, as it says the Greeks right there. One reason, by the way, that we are encountering a lot of this difficulty is that for a long time it was not actually that easy to get a hold of what all Vatican I actually taught. Even when I was a trad, it was not that easy to, like in, say, in 2005, 6, 7, it was kind of difficult to find some of this stuff. And you had to go, to like a traditional Catholic chapel, actually, to get 10 books, publications, or order them online. And so, I don't even know if this is still in print. It might not be in print. I don't know. But, the classic trad publisher, for those who don't know, is Tan Books. And Tan would print all this stuff, and so you'd have to get, Tan books to get a hold of these things. Over time, however, a lot of this stuff has kind of appeared on the internet. But even in the case of what's in the Tan, I'm not sure that even everything that's in the Tan Books text is actually on papal encyclicals. So if we go to Vatican I, and if we look up the final closing statement of Vatican I according to the Tan Books version, and it says that you're damned if you don't accept Vatican I. I'm not even sure. I mean, it may be on here. I just don't recall. Let's see if it's on here. Oh, it is on here. So the very last statement of Vatican I is right there. If you do not accept Vatican I, including Vatican I's teaching on the papacy, you're damned. You're anathema. You're out of the church. Get out of here. Now, where are the Roman Catholics when... Now, I mean, to be fair, actually, the trad cats are more consistent on this. Because the trad cats will admit that you have valid sacraments and the grace is present. But if they're consistent trad cats, they'll say, but your sin of schism is preventing you from actually getting the grace. So, but again, to Jordan's question, I mean, come on, man. I mean, I'm not making fun of you, but it's like Paul is talking about justification and how we're saved, and it's not saying that God is the God of Islam. So there's they're interjecting this idea that because it says that he is the God of the Gentiles. Oh well, then he's the God of Hindu polytheism too, right? No, the God of the people, not the religion. Do people not know? I'm not trying to be rude to you, but it's like, you don't know grammar? I mean, remember when I showed you, Father Deacon, did you see John Paul II praying for Islam?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know how many Roman Catholics are so just driving me crazy? Saying, so you're saying we shouldn't pray for Muslims? Are you serious? Praying for Muslims is not the same thing as saying, I hope God protects the false religion of Islam.
Yeah. Exactly.
This is so stupid. I mean, I can't believe some of the stuff that, I mean, I don't know. People are just, it's the fluoride, I guess, in the water. I don't know. Steve the Turd, $10. My girlfriend is Seventh-day Adventist. Can you refute it? So we keep getting this question. Like, guys, any of the arguments against the cults or new divine revelations, I did multiple multi-hour talks on this idea of new divine revelation. That will, if you can convey this to your girlfriend, that refutes Islam, Mormonism, and Seventh-day Adventism. I mean, you guys understand, Ellen White believes she's a prophet. The founder of Seventh-day Adventism is a woman who thinks that she has a charismatic gift of prophecy. Well, if there's no new prophets, then that's the whole religion of SDA is gone. And if you don't want to go into all that, just look up any of these clips where I'm refuting or arguing against charismaticism. Here's tons of them. Here's one argument that ends Islam, Mormonism, charismaticism, and Seventh-day Adventism, a video I made 2 months ago, right here. This is a 30-minute clip where we walk through showing that there's no new public divine revelations. Okay, we're not getting, there's no new book of the Apostle Ellen White that we add to the Bible. It's not happening. There's no new, and look, all the cults are this. Ellen White's book, what's it called? The Great Expectations, or the Great Plan, whatever her book's called. It's all the same stuff, man. Don't you guys get it? It's like cults just do the same thing. What's it called? I'm trying to remember her book that she wrote. The Great Controversy, that's it. Now, she might not think that her book is equal to the Bible, but she believes that she's a prophetess with the gift of prophecy to help, restore the church. All these restoration movements are automatically canceled out if there are no new restoration, or if there are no new prophets. It's that simple. G26, $10. That goofball Trent said the other day on their stream that King David didn't worship Jesus. Oh, good. That's awesome. So if we've got these guys literally admitting that the Old Testament doesn't teach theophanies, then it's over. Father Deacon, I know you listened to that stream. Did you recall him saying that?
I made a note. I can't remember. I think I made a note that I think he said that. Let's see. But yeah.
Oh, well, then it's over for them. I mean, guys, I hope you guys understand this. It's the same as the Trent Horn debate. Like, this is where natural theology leads you. What?
I knew they were going to argue this because they're going to be consistent and say, just like Trent Horn, like, well, no, they didn't worship the Trinity. But it's so great. I was just having a conversation with a Roman Catholic philosophy professor I work with too. Interesting enough, he says, I'm leaning more towards your side because of this issue. But I can see that even he was struggling. He had asked, did the ancient Hebrews in the Old Testament worship the Trinity? I'm
yes.
like, yeah, St. Paul makes this argument.
Right.
And that I said, obviously, in somewhat of a veiled way and not revealed in the details that you see in the New Testament and a Nicene Creed or something like that. But, like, yeah, of course they did. But the fact that was puzzling to him means I think they really do ingrain this in Roman Catholicism, that it's that the Jews, the ancient Hebrews, didn't worship the Trinity. They had this kind of Aristotelian natural theology God or something that I don't know. What do you think? You remember this from Trent Horn's debate, right?
I mean, let's be honest here. I'm just going to be straight up with. They're ignorant of the Bible. They don't know the Scriptures. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, this is literally the debate that Jesus has with the Pharisees in John 5-9, and we're on the side of Jesus, and they're arguing the Pharisee nonsense. This is how stupid this is. I mean, imagine, it's like, you haven't read John 5? I mean, it's like, do not think that I will accuse you to Moses, the one in whom you trust. If you believe Moses, you would believe me, for Moses wrote about me. But if you don't believe his writings, how will you believe my words? John 8.
Well, you see, Moses was writing about him, but he didn't know he was writing about him.
Oh, who did Moses eat with on the mountain in the book of Exodus?
Yes.
Do you eat with God the Father, or do you eat with his angel messenger, the one who has Yahweh's name in him? Jesus says.
Another professor too that was blown away is when I showed him the icon of the burning bush. I'm like, who do you think was in the burning bush?
Well, can I answer your question from Jesus himself?
Yes, please. I'm setting it up.
How do you know Jesus, or how do you know Abraham? You are not 50 years old, and yet you know him. Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day and saw it was glad. Saw it when it was glad. You're not 50. How did you see Abraham? Most assuredly I say to you, before Abraham was, I am. I am, Exodus 3, the bush. I am. Abraham rejoiced to see my day, saw it was glad. He believed in me. Imagine being a Roman Catholic and not knowing this. This is insane to me. Now, this is the Muslim argument. They're in the same position as the Muslims. All I have to do is repeat my opening statement to Daniel Hakikachu and prove, by the way, that rabbinic philosophy and theology nowadays admits that Old Testament and New Testament era Hebrew peoples were not Unitarian, monolithically. That's Boyarin, that's Siegel, that's Schaeffer, and one more of the texts. I forget the other Jewish guy, but that's basically multiple modern Jewish scholars. Guys, you guys remember the Daniel debate, right? It's the same debate. Why are we having, as Orthodox Christians, having to debate with supposed Christians the same points that we debated with Muslims? What does this tell you about Roman Catholic academic philosophic theology? They don't know the Bible. And I don't mean that in a Protestant way. I mean that, like, it has nothing to do with Protestantism. Like, do you remember Jesus' argument with the woman at the well? You worship what you know not. And they're going to say, well, they know it if they worship it. Yeah, but he's saying you don't love and worship and adore God, even though you have a conceptual knowledge of God. Let's think about Jake the Muslim metaphysician, to make this very simple for you guys. Okay? Jake, as far as I can tell amongst the Muslims, because he spent so much time in our Discord getting reconnaissance, at least has probably the best understanding of the Muslims that are out there of the Orthodox doctrine of the Trinity. He's debated with Bo Branson. He's debated with me. He's been in the Discord talking to everybody from Perry to Father Deacon to tons of people over the last 5-6 years. Does could Jake the Muslim metaphysician accurately state, if he really wanted to, the basics of the Orthodox view of the Trinity? Of course. I think he could. Right? Now, he doesn't believe it, but could he state it? Yes. So does he know the Trinity? Well, if by know you mean, does he have an abstract conceptual knowledge? Yes. Does he worship and adore the Trinity? Of course not. So they're equivocating whether it's John 4 or whether it's Vatican II, because Vatican II says Muslims worship and adore the one God together with us Catholics. So it's equivocation, and Jake is a perfect example. Yes, of course, Jake has an abstract conceptual knowledge of God, but Vatican II says worship and adore, not just abstract. If Vatican II had restricted its language to Muslims have a conceptual, abstracted idea of God, but it's wrong, that would be one thing. It doesn't say that. And by the way, it never says they need to convert. It just says they worship and love, or they worship and adore the one God together with us, who is the creator and the sustainer, etc. What were you going to say, Father Deacon? Are you there?
The point about always equivocating.
That's why I keep and have been stressing forever that the problem with Vatican II is that it says they worship and adore. It doesn't just say they have a conceptual framework or an idea of God, like we would say about Jake the Muslim metaphysician. And it's so funny because in all these passages that come up, whether it's John 8 or whether it's Acts 17 or whether it's John 4, the Roman Catholics literally come to the opposite conclusion of what the purpose of the passage is. It's kind of insane to me, because all they're doing is saying that, well, look, Paul is talking to them, and he's saying we all worship and love and adore the same God. You just got a couple things wrong. That's not what Paul's saying. That's not what Jesus is saying. Not at all. What does the woman at the well say in John 4? Sir, I perceive that you are a prophet. Our fathers, the Samaritans, who are the archetypal schismatics, they worship on this mountain. But you Jews say you got to do it in Jerusalem. Woman, believe me, the hour is coming, and now is... excuse me, the hour is coming when you will neither worship on this mountain nor in Jerusalem the Father. You worship what you don't know. Imagine being a Roman Catholic and spending all of your time and effort and energy to construe this passage to mean, no, but they actually do know. It blows my mind that what we're dealing with. The point of the passage is that she lost the worship of the Father and that salvific pipeline because the schismatic Samaritans don't have the love of the Father. They lost it. That's why Jesus says salvation is of the Jews. You worship what you don't know. We worship what we do know. Is this not clear? But he says that she knew it. Yes, but not a salvific knowing. That's the point of the passage. Two different uses of the word knowing. You have some conception of this thing, but it's not a love pipeline channel that gets you anywhere. It's not salvific. Hence Jesus saying salvation is of the Jews, not of the Samaritans. It could not be any clearer to refute this nonsense. And by the way, just wait until we get into the medieval Roman Catholic councils on the Muslims. Just wait. And if they think that the Old Testament saints don't worship Jesus, excuse me? What ignorance. No, do you not know that? What does Jesus say to the Pharisees? It's literally the argument Jesus has with the Pharisees. Do you not know the scriptures? What does Peter say about the Old Testament prophets? Of this salvation, the prophets inquired and searched carefully who prophesied of the grace that would come to you, New Testament believers, searching out what manner or of what time the Spirit of Christ who was in them, indicating when he testified beforehand of the suffering of Christ and the glories that would follow. Who in the Old Testament, other than Isaiah, speaks more often of the sufferings, death, burial, descent into Hades, and resurrection and ascension of Christ, other than David? What a stupid statement and an insane indicator of the insanity of Roman Catholicism to have this professor say that David didn't worship Christ. That blows my mind. Does this not prove to you people the blindness that you get in Roman Catholicism for these professors and academics to deny fundamental New Testament theology, to rescue the papal nonsense system, to deny that it was, well, it was the Spirit of Christ in him, but they didn't know that it was him. Oh, you mean when Jesus says, Abraham saw my day and believed in me? But he didn't know. Are you serious? So you could have a meal, as Abraham does, with Jesus, and you don't know? So Abraham doesn't know who he's eating with and talking to and conversing with, calling him Lord, worshiping him at the meal. Moses goes up on the mountain. The elders with him, they have a meal with Jesus on Mount Sinai, but they don't know who it is. We don't know. We're just eating. Paul identifies. This is driving me crazy. Paul says that when Moses went up on the mountain, he saw Christ face to face in 2 Corinthians 3. Oh, but he didn't know. He gets glorified, comes down with the uncreated light shining off of his face, but he didn't know who he was talking to. Even though Jesus says, Moses wrote about me in John 5. This is crazy. And have you not noticed the stupidity and blindness of Sam Shamoun? Going back on all of this that he's argued for 20 plus years against Muslims, and now he's defending this idiocy of the papal cult and saying, no, the Old Testament saints, and we all worship the same generic unity God, and blah, blah, they just have a partial picture and they don't have the full idea. And well, which one is it? Is Allah a demon? Or is it they unknowingly worship the Trinity? You don't unknowingly worship the Trinity. It's like, again, 1 John. If you deny the Son, do you still have the Father? Does Jesus say to the Unitarian Pharisees, I asked Tim Gordon this in a debate. Does Jesus say that the Unitarian Pharisees love, honor, and adore the one God? Oh, did you remember? Did you hear? And he breezed right past it when I mentioned it. Tim admitted they don't. Remember that? No, they don't love and adore the Father. Oh, really? What does Jesus say in John 8:19? You neither know me nor my Father. Unitarian unbelieving Jews don't know God the Father. Right there. Yeah, but they have an abstract conceptual knowledge of him. Yeah, but where does that get you? It's not worshiping, it's not adoring. Jesus literally says all the Psalms are about him. Exactly. Because it's the Spirit of Christ speaking through David in the Psalms to predict his sufferings. 1 Peter 1. This is going to be interesting tomorrow because I didn't realize that we had... I was actually expecting a lot more, especially from Dr. Trent. I don't know much about him, but I guess this is what happens when you are an academic and you don't really care what the scriptures say. And by the way, that's not Protestant. If you think it is, you got problems. Jedediah, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
I just wanted to hop on real quick and mention some things that you're talking about, the The Muslims and Christians worship the same God stuff, because I'm seeing so much stuff online. That I can't even believe the like low-tier Muslim arguments that I'm hearing parroted by Christians. Just like
exactly, this is how ignorant they are. It's exactly what does Jesus say over and over to the Pharisees? Do you not know the Scriptures? Know you not the Scriptures?
I'll tell you what, brother. It's a sign of the end of the world.
I don't know if you cut out for a second or if it's me.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so it was just a comment. Just another, like, it's more rhetorical than anything as far as that goes. I mean, obviously the main differences would be like they don't believe Trinity, they don't believe in the incarnation. But I don't know if you've heard, but there's a tradition in the Islamic sources that Mary is going to be given to Muhammad as a wife in heaven.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, so a lot of things I hear are like, oh, well, from the Christians now is like, oh, well, they respect Jesus as a prophet and they respect his mother Mary. And it's like, well, Muhammad's basically gonna, bang Jesus's mom in heaven.
What?
So,
I've never heard. Do you know? Is that one in a hadith? Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Do you know
You
which?
can look it up.
Do you know which hadith it is?
So it's not in like the 6 main books of hadith.
So it's
I know that
a weak hadith.
It depends on who you ask.
Oh.
Like Ibn Kathir, he says that it's da'if.
Oh, okay.
But don't let them tell you otherwise, because da'if means that it's accepted. The ones that haven't been accepted aren't included. So I think Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, he talks about how Da'if, Hassan, and Sahih are all our rating system. So Da'if means it passed.
Okay. Awesome.
So,
I mean, awesome that you.
People,
yeah.
And there are other people who say that it is authentic and strong, not just Da'if. But Ibn Kathir himself, he says Da'if. And yeah, so just a little like, that's their respect for Jesus and his mother.
All right. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, I didn't know that. That's kind of devastating if that's true. Jordan, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but that it is true, I should say. I don't doubt you on that. Jordan, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead. You're cutting out, man. Can't hear you. Ace Man, what's up? Unmute. If you've already called in, we're looking for people who disagree. So we got a lot of people that keep trying to call in after we've already had comments. What's up, man? Unmute.
Yes, brother Jay. Father Nice, how we doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah, chilling, man. I just wanted to quickly, well, to be fair, what I'm going to ask is a bit off topic. So if it is too much of a deviation, by all means, just drop me. We can talk about it another time. But about a month ago, you was talking about the little mustache men, how there was an influence in Germany to push the Jews at the time back towards Israel, and there was people in the chat saying, "No, this is not the case. That would mean that they were Zionists." Do you remember that?
Say it one more time.
So, like a month ago, you was in the chat. Well, you opened up a space,
I remember that part, but what was I specifically saying about what, like Jews going Havar agreement? Is that what you're talking about?
No. So you were saying that like there was a movement in Germany, the actual tiny mustache men, the National Socialists were trying to get these Jews back, or trying to encourage them to sort of go towards Israel or Palestine at the time, right?
Uh-huh.
And what's crazy is that a couple weeks ago when I was at work, my friend came back from Russia and he went to an antique shop in like a village somewhere, and there's a bunch of World War II artifacts there. and I could tweet this to you now. He got a coin from one of these stalls, and it's a coin from Germany at the time, and the coin basically says specifically, it's got a picture of the Star of David on it, with the word saying "Tiny Mustache Man" for Palestina. Let me send it to you now. Actually, the coin was minted, and basically the coin is encouraging Jews at the time to go towards Palestina.
Right,
it's in German.
but I said the Havara Agreement. That's what that is.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying, and I'm just saying that the people that were disagreeing with you saying that this wasn't the case, there's actual coins that you can find which have been minted to show that there was encouragement from these people at the time.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Because they were saying that no, Tiny Mustache Man would not do that. I mean, it's right here on the freaking Wikipedia page that he was involved in promoting that. Yeah, exactly. Appreciate that. Gunnar, what's up, man? Gunnar, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Really like your stuff. Really like you and Father Deacon Ananias.
I'm married, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, I gotta shoot my shot.
Go
ahead. So this is kind of about dispensationalist Protestant. I grew up Assemblies of God background, kind of like psycho, barking like dogs kind of stuff. And I've obviously kind of, since removed from that, and, I'm Orthodox now for about 5 years. And I noticed that whenever I'm trying to appeal to other types of Protestants, it's way easier. But I didn't know if either of you, and maybe more Father Deacon Ananias from a pastoral sense, if you have any advice for debating with them, because they seem to have a stronger sense of anti-intellectualism to the point where they're proud of it. Like, they're proud of being retarded.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about dispensationalists, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, maybe the best route for that kind of a person would be to try to get them to make sense of the scriptural texts that are very difficult to mesh with dispensationalism. Because I remember when I was a dispensationalist, when I was a young idiot, 19-year-old evangelical.
Yeah.
The thing that got me questioning it was when I would read, passages like Galatians 6:16 saying that the Israel of God is the church. Or, Galatians 4, where Paul talks about the allegory between the church being the heavenly Jerusalem, which is the real Jerusalem. Or, Hebrews 13, talking about we have an altar that we eat from, and anyone who's at the fleshly, earthly tabernacle of the Jews can't eat at our altar. So these are and more. These passages started piling up in my head. Matthew 21:43, the kingdom of God will be taken from you and given to a nation producing the fruits thereof. And he's talking about the Jews in Matthew 21:43. Like, these passages kept being a problem for me, thinking that the kingdom was a thing promised to the fleshly nation of Israel. Or, Matthew 16, I will give you the keys of the kingdom. Wait a minute. That means the kingdom is the church. Or 1 Peter 2, you are a chosen nation, a royal priesthood. The church. Well, I thought that's Israel. Why do they keep applying the statements about Israel to the church? So just go through all those passages in the New Testament, pile them up, and throw them at the feet of your tarted relatives. Jonathan, what's up? Unmute.
Jay, what's up, dude?
What's on your mind?
Just on the Muslim topic, as far as theology goes, I don't know if you use this argument, but I've heard apologists talk about contingency, and the line of argumentation basically goes that Allah couldn't exhibit or actualize love before creation or outside creation.
Yeah, we've used this argument many times.
But then how does this contingency argument differ when it comes to orthodoxy in terms of how do we see God and things like anger or wrath or things that God only exhibits within creation? How do we get around contingency?
Well, some of the attributes of St. Gregory Palamas are contingent upon creation. So the point is that there's a difference between primary and secondary causation in God, or first and second actuality, right? So in other words, first and second actuality referring to God having the power or the potentia versus him actualizing that power or potentia. So we don't believe that God has actualized every power that he has from all eternity, because then there would be eternal worlds. He would have had to have been creating from all eternity and actualizing that power of creating. So he's always had the power to create. He's always had the power of providence, but he hasn't always exercised or actualized that power. That's why Cappadocian metaphysics accepted this, and Roman Catholic metaphysics teaches that God is necessarily reduced to pure act, meaning that all the powers are always eternally actualized, which leads to eternal worlds. It's stupid. So we do make a distinction between, Palamas talks about the attributes that are, or energies that are proper to God from all eternity, versus the attributes or energies that are proper to God only in terms of the economia, or in terms of creation. So for example, obviously providence is an action or an energy in God only relative to a created world over which he is provident. That's what the word means. So no, God is not eternally actualized divine providence, even though he eternally has the power of divine providence. So there's a difference between power and actuality, first and second actuality in Aristotle, used by the Cappadocians, fundamentally rejected by the Thomists. Totally different theology from Thomism right there. But that's like basic Gregory Palamas right there. So different other attributes though, like eternal love or eternal glory, they're not dependent upon a created world for their actualizing. God has always communicated amongst the persons of the Trinity. The Father has communicated his energy of love, right, between the Son and the Spirit. So there's an eternal movement of an actualization of love that's experienced from all eternity, and thus love is not an attribute relative to economia. Are you there? Did we lose you? But anyway, St. Gregory Palamas talks about differentiating these energies or attributes in God. Again, he says, some, like love and glory, are proper to God from all eternity, and they're always the case, always actualized. But others are powers and attributes of God only relative to the created order. Now, if you're a Unitarian believer, if you believe in some form of Unitarianism, you will have this problem. Dang it, I hit my camera. Because there is no difference between attributes like that. There is no difference between first and second act in God. And this is why Thomists, when they hear this, they think we're saying that God undergoes change. No. Saying God does different things does not require God undergoing change unless you think God is pure act. Only if you think God is reducible to pure act would you think that this means God undergoes change. But when I argued against the Muslims, I tried to argue this point against Sheikh Azhar Rashid, because this is exactly what Islam does. They don't use the term actus purus, but they don't really have any conception of unactualized powers that Allah possesses. So when I was arguing with Sheikh Azhar Rashid, I was making this argument. I was saying, well, now wait a minute. If Allah wasn't a creator until he created, then he was imperfect, because he had to move from lacking being Lord or sovereign over creation to becoming a Lord or a sovereign or provident over creation. And that would in their theology and their metaphysics imply imperfection. Because if Allah lacked anything, then he's imperfect. Remember this is the debate with Jake, right? The reason Ibn Taymiyyah thinks that Allah has to have laughter is that it's more perfect to laugh than to not laugh. So Allah has the attribute of laughing. This is how stupid it is. Okay, well, if Allah is a creator, then he has to eternally be a creator. So now it's not creation in time ex nihilo, it's eternal creation. Oh, wait a minute. That's two eternals. So you see the horns of the dilemma here? So, St. Gregory Palamas' theology is correct here, that there's a distinction between the actions, attributes, or energies that are in God from all eternity, the intra-Trinitarian life, versus the actions and attributes that are only relative to a created order, which doesn't mean that God didn't have the power of creating until he created. He always eternally had the power of creating. This is in Dr. Tikhon Pino's book. He talks about this in two places. Versus actualizing that eternal power. It's first and second act in Aristotle. Dr. Pino, in one of the footnotes, mentions first and second act. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. You know how this thing kind of like skips forward and then...
It's fine, go ahead, what's up?
So, what's the best argument against a Roman Catholic saying, hey, you guys can't agree on how to baptize, when St. Basil in the 4th century states that we sometimes receive them by baptism or by chrismation. So this has always happened in the first 1,000 years of the church, but why do Roman Catholics reach for this, and what's your best argument against that when they try to throw that out there, besides St. Basil, of course?
Well, I mean, I use that passage to how I argue about the sacraments, so I don't understand how that helps a Roman Catholic. There's nothing in that passage that teaches that means that the grace is present outside of the church.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I utilize that St. Basil's passage by him saying that but I'm saying they say that we're not together in this way because we can't agree on how to receive converts.
Yeah, but the councils themselves in the first 6th century, the Sixth Ecumenical Council talks about different ways of receiving different people. So they're just assuming that there has to be one way of receiving versus economia and deciding about how to receive people, that the bishops determine how to do it. They're just assuming that the Orthodox Church is deficient because there's different ways of receiving converts, when their own councils in the first 7 centuries have our position. So you see how that's a defeater?
And they constantly do this. There's only one way to have unity, and it's the way that we say, not you.
Yeah.
There's only one way to do stuff, and it's
right.
the way we say. And so they set it up. First of all, they beg the question, and then they set it up to be like, "Well, see, you failed. You can't decide." But it's like, but that is how we decide. Mm-hmm. That's how it all. And also, I think too, there's some parallel because they're rule worshipers. They just love these abstract, ethereal Dungeons and Dragons game rules. They're what's a parallel to ethical monists that believe ethical rules are always applied everywhere at the same degree in the same way. And it's just absurd, like, that they have this. Well, you got to apply this one rule with nth degree stringency in all places at all times. They're almost kind of like Kantians now that I think about it.
Now, and the Council of Trullo actually defined economia in this, like that it was utilized in this way too, right? So, I mean, we kind of see that as well.
Yeah, the last canon of Trullo, I think, is the one that says that the bishops apply and relax the canons as they see fit. If that's what you're referring to.
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Father Deacon, I think it says in Trullo specifically that sometimes we receive them by chrismation or we receive them by baptism.
Trullo has a canon on eunomian baptism being rejected, and they say you can't receive them by chrismation because it's not even a baptism. Which, again, shows that there's flexibility, right?
Yeah, and so I don't know why they think this is a gotcha point, but I've been talking to a couple of papists, and that's where they run to.
I'll tell you why they think that. The reason they think that's a gotcha is because they think that Basil is teaching Augustine's idea of ex opere operato if he says that you can receive people in different ways. But the problem is that there's nothing in Basil that's saying that there's the grace in those sacraments. It's just saying that the church doesn't have to redo the ritual. And even Augustine, which Roman Catholics don't even know this, even Augustine taught that if you're in heresy and you're baptized in a heretical church, even if they do the ritual correctly, and even if the grace is technically present, if you are in heresy, that's the impediment to receiving the grace. So even the Roman Catholics don't really follow Augustine's ideas on it.
Yeah, that's all I got, Jay. I appreciate you as always.
No, those are good points here. Let's see. So you'll notice here in I got a dictionary scholastic definitions, and I was trying to look for a good reference here, but the AI will be sufficient because this isn't really even that difficult of an idea. It's pretty common Aristotelian terminology. And if you read Bradshaw, Dr. David Bradshaw's books, particularly the one that just came out maybe a year ago, the book that's a bunch of the essays collected together on the essence and energy distinction, he talks in there, and as does Dr. Pino as well, about Orthodox and Cappadocian theology appropriating first and second act and applying this to God acting. Now, when a Roman Catholic hears this, they go nuts because they immediately assume that this means that we've adopted all of the metaphysics of Aristotelian philosophy and the way that they conceive of it, and they think that it means we're saying that God undergoes change, because for them, there's no way in which God could possess first actuality or first act, right? God has no potentia or capacities. Why? Because God is pure act. So for Roman Catholics, God is only second actuality, that is full-on exercising of all potentia, because strictly speaking, there's no potentia in God. God is pure act, or actus purus. That's Scholastics 101. That's Thomas Aquinas 101. So do you see that for a Roman Catholic, there are no unactualized or unrealized things in God, powers in God, or potentia in God? There's nothing, there's no possibilities that aren't actual, right? Because God is pure act or secondary act in their system. But as Orthodox, the way that this is utilized by the Eastern Church Fathers, particularly Cappadocians, is to explain how it's possible for there to be specific actions that God does, like creating, that are different from other actions in God, or other things that God doesn't necessarily will to do, but could do. For example, you've heard me make this argument many times. God could have created a world without Thomas Aquinas, right? There's nothing that necessitated God create a world that contained Thomas Aquinas. But he did. But was that a free will choice of God, or was that something that God was under some necessity to do by his nature? Now, of course, all Thomists believe supposedly that God possesses free will, but as you can see, due to modal collapse issues, if God is only secondary act or actus purus, then there's not really, there's a difficulty in terms of explaining how God really possesses free will and how he does different things, right? Obviously, as Palamas argues against Barlium, it says in Genesis 1, God rested from the work of creating. So that means he ceased a work. And even Augustine, with his theology, struggled to explain. He says in Confessions, I don't know how to make sense of this. How can God, being the eternal one, cease from doing a work? Everything that God does must be eternally God doing. This is the consequence of denying the essence-energy distinction. Once again. So, read the Bradshaw book, read Palamas, it's all there. It's weird to me that people go crazy over this when I talk about this. They think I make this stuff up. Like, I didn't get any of this stuff from my own self. It's all from Bradshaw, it's all from Palamas, it's all from Orthodox.
And by the way, this was brought up with Dr. Thomas Wasky, with David Bradshaw.
Oh, with Bradshaw, I mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, and he was like, what is mysterious? Like, he couldn't really answer it. He just deflected by saying, well, I don't see how the essence energy solves that distinction because you have the same problems as us. If, God is the cause, and that cause comes from his essence.
It doesn't come from his essence. Creation is not an action of the divine essence. It's a triadic action, and that's what they don't understand. And let's see.
Jay, really quick. If I'm selling, do you think this is because the Roman Catholic Church has this need to try to define everything? I think we talked about this before. They need to define everything. They can't just let God be God. They have to try to make everything black and white, like we've talked about before. And so there is no room for any gray or any economia within their system because everything has to be black and white. Is that accurate?
It's part of the problem. This, by the way, is the notion of dunamis. The Greek word dunamis is power or potency. And so if you read Dr. Tikhon Pino, it's the first act. It's on page 94 and 95 that he talks about first and second act in the book. For those that, I'm sure people are going to take issue with this, it's right here, 94 and 95. It's also in a footnote on, see footnote 140 on page 79. The distinction between power and energy is taken up in this chapter, although dunamis and energeia are oftentimes interchangeable. Palamas does admit a kind of subdivision of power that is manifested and power that is not manifested, or first and second act. Okay? To all you idiots that go crazy over this and harass me for years over this, can you not read a footnote, what it says right there? The very thing that I've been arguing for years. Dr. Tikhon doesn't teach what you say. Dr. Tikhon teaches what I made up. There's literally 2 pages right here, 94 and 95, on first and second act. So, there's all those liars. And then here's this book, Divine Energies and Divine Action, David Bradshaw, where you will find him discussing many of the same issues. So, but I realized after watching that girl's video that I shared, as Jamie and I are going to cover, this weekend. Forget what she titled it. I'm trying to remember what it's the girl that this girl used to work at TikTok, and she basically just says, well, I don't want to call anything a conspiracy theory, but like it's all pretty much a conspiracy theory. So selling addiction. And she talks about how when she worked at TikTok, she would be at work all day, and when she would come home, she spent all night on TikTok. So from her time that she woke up until 1 or 2 in the morning, her whole life was TikTok. And she realized that it basically destroyed her mind. She had no attention span. Not only could she not read a book, she says she couldn't watch a movie. And she said, I got to stop. So she quit her job. Right? She was, according to her, I'm sure, making pretty good money as some sort of marketing person at TikTok. And she said it wasn't worth losing my mind and not being able to even read a book. And although most of the social medias are moving, unfortunately, in that direction of this 1 minute, schizo level overstimulation, gibberish nonsense, it's mind control. And when I say mind control, I mean no, it's literally studied and engineered to destroy your attention span, to destroy your reasoning faculty, to destroy your ability to speak. It's destroying the language. Because if you don't have an attention span, you can't read. If you can't read, you won't be able to communicate well, speak well, and enunciate your words, and think in higher order thinking. So this is literally a huge portion of the population, especially the younger that you get. This is why and she even says this about TikTok. She says there's a huge difference between the audience and the comments between YouTube and TikTok. She says TikTok is just basically tards and it's gibberish. You're talking to monkeys, okay? She says at least on YouTube you can have long form conversations and chats, and there's at least some kind of intellectual engagement. And you're just not going to get that on TikTok. And it's by design, she says. Colin, $2. Can you let me back on to clarify? I don't know if he's still there. I think he left. Oh my Josh, what's up, dude? Oh my Josh, what's up? I'm mute.
Hi. Hey Jay, hey Father Deacon.
Hey.
Still a Protestant right now, but I'm gonna fix that soon enough. But you recommended this book a while ago, Divine Energies and Divine Action.
Uh-huh.
And I just had a few questions about the Orthodox dogma when it comes to what's in here.
Okay.
First was, I wanted to know if you guys were, is it dogmatic that the person of the Father is identical to the divine essence?
If by identity you mean does he possess it, or is of predication, but not is of identity in the sense that nature and person are collapsed, because any collapsing of nature and person would be no longer Trinitarianism.
Okay.
We would be modalists, right? So John Damascus says the root of all errors and heresy is to confuse nature and person. So no, to collapse the Father into the divine essence is precisely what Roman Catholicism does.
Gotcha. So is there like a further, just deeper principle than the person of the Father that's shared between all three?
Well, what's shared is the divine essence, but it's not deeper than or other than. It's the Father's nature or essence that he communicates to the Son.
Okay.
Just like a human father communicates the human nature to his son.
So in the analogy he gives with the computer program that's self-subsistent, he also, in a footnote, he mentions that the quality of the Father is to beget the Son and to produce the Holy Spirit, but the other persons, they don't do that. Is that by will or by nature?
The Father does not generate the Son by will. That's the Arian argument. The Father generates the Son by nature.
Okay, so by nature, not necessity.
But it's a person who acts through their nature.
So it is an act, but it's not.
Well, Athanasius describes this as a unique descriptor of act, not in the sense of by will, but it's just a natural offspring that is not by will, although it is not against the Father's will.
Okay, so it's an act, but it's not necessarily him willing it to happen.
Well, he's not opposed to it, but it is not by will. And this is when Athanasius has this argument with the Arians over this point, and then Nyssa has the same argument with the Eunomians, because the Eunomians argued that if it's an action, then it's a product of will, and then therefore it must be a creation. And Nyssa's argument against that is the Son possesses all of the same powers and will of the Father, therefore he cannot be the result of the Father's energy because he possesses the Father's energy. So, and then Basil uses that same argument against the Pneumatomachi, who denied the deity and personhood of the Spirit. Basil says if the Holy Spirit possesses the same energies and powers and operations as the Father and the Son, then he possesses the same nature, because energy and operation signify nature.
Okay, so they would, yeah, I understand that. Like, there's no way around that. It would have to have the same nature. And one last question would be, could the persons of the Son and the Holy Spirit also produce others' persons?
No.
How come?
Just because the Father is the source and cause of all production, and the Father has only generated and inspired, and that's it.
Is that, like, unique to the Father's person
Yes.
by nature?
Yes, that's his, well, it's his hypostatic property, but it's the property that he has by his nature.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah. So being cause, being source, being fount is the hypostatic property that picks out the Father, and so that cannot be shared amongst the persons. Ace Man, what's up?
Hey Jay.
Hey.
I have a couple of questions if you don't mind.
Okay, make them quick. Are they on topic?
Yes, so I'm a Muslim, just to clarify.
Okay.
So I've been following you for a while, and I've noticed you have a lot of knowledge in geopolitics, conspiracies, so to call, and all these things.
Uh-huh.
So my question is, where do you put Islam in, let's say, in the puzzle, to put it in those words?
Well, Islam is complex. It has a lot of different manifestations and, regions geopolitically. So I think that, for example, setting aside the religious view, like the Gulf states, the Arab monarchies over there, those are all pretty much tools and puppets of the CIA.
Okay.
ISIS, Al-Qaeda, tools and puppets of Israel and the CIA. Shia Islam, it's a little more complex in the sense of Iran and the Ayatollahs. They were helped into power by the West, British intelligence, to overthrow the Shah. To overthrow Mossadegh, to put the Shah in. They utilized the Ayatollahs. There have been backdoor deals between even Israel and the Ayatollahs to arm Iran. So to what degree Ayatollahs are allowed to be a menace is up for debate. And I think Shia Islam is just kind of a crazy cult in my view. I mean, I don't think Sunni Islam is any more sensible, but I think they're both kind of weird in their own ways. But I think broader Sunni Islam beyond ISIS and Al-Qaeda is probably not totally under the control of the Western powers, though they tried to control it through the British Empire wanting to control Mecca and Medina when the Ottomans collapsed. So the British Empire tried to use Sunni Islam against the Ottomans, or the Wahhabis against the Ottomans again. So, I mean, again, there's a lot of complexities and...
Yes, I agree. Obviously, it's very complex. My questions, yeah, I agree with a lot of things you're saying. What I wanted to ask also is, like, let's say 7th century Islam appears. It has its history. It happened. We live in today's history, today's world. So in a sense of, let's say, the devil is the bad guy and God is the good guy. Just to simplify it. Where does Islam play a role in that? Like, how? Because from what I've seen, it's just I see how the devil is against Islam. He doesn't want to, like, push it upon the people and the values that come from Islam. So why is that? Like why isn't the devil, like, literally pushing Islam? Like, oh yes, everybody be Muslim, everybody go to hell. Like, in that kind of sense, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think the way that you're going to interpret more of a spiritual perspective, setting aside the geopolitical stuff, from a spiritual perspective, you're going to interpret the events and where people are going and converting and what they're doing from your worldview. So if you think Islam is true, then you're going to have your perspective. My perspective, my worldview, no, Islam is an antichrist system. It denies the salvation that comes through Jesus Christ. So anytime it grows or extends, that's the devil making gains. So in other words, the reason that you think that Islam is being opposed by Satan is the very thing that I would say is, like, proof that it is of Satan.
Yeah, I understand. Like,
but that's because we come from different paradigms, so your paradigm is going to condition how you interpret the evidence.
Yeah, but because I reverted to Islam, I was not a Muslim religion, so I had to study a little bit what's happening, you know. That's why I chose, in a sense, Islam over, let's say, Christianity and Judaism. But still, at the end of the day, I know I'm very simplifying it. As you said, it's extremely complex to go into all the details in geopolitics and all these things. But at the end of the day, it just makes no sense. Like, it's not that complex. It's like it's either good or bad, you know.
Well, I think that's a fallacy, right? To appeal to simplicity. I'm trying to think of what fallacy would this be. This is like what Daniel Hakikichu did in our last debate on Fresh and Fit. He's like, look, Islam is simple, arguments are simple, therefore it's true. Father Deacon, what would you say to somebody who tried to argue this way? What's wrong with this fallacy of simplicity?
It's like a species of incredulity.
Okay, yeah.
Like, well, I just can't believe
that it would be this complex.
Yeah, this complex, so it has to. Well, that's obviously not justification. I mean, think about if we applied that to mathematics. Let's say we're studying or law. Think about, like, that's actually a really good one. Suppose you were a DA and you're going over, and there you come across some elaborate conspiracy companies be like, well, obviously that can't be the case because it's just too complicated. Like, and so you constantly say, well, the true answer must be like literally the most simple. And again, the term simplicity and all that's kind of relative too.
Yeah, what one person thinks is simple might not therefore just be simple, right?
Yeah, and it just brings the question of like, well, how do we know that anyways?
Yeah. David, what's up? But I appreciate the questions.
And by the way, remember, I think it was the second to last paper I wrote where I quoted myself. And I said, the hardest problem, the most difficult problem is convincing people the problem's not difficult at all, but really simple. So I would say it's simple. It's just, that doesn't take into account, well, as you'd said, paradigms and kind of conditionings that kind of program the way people think. And it's like, well, yeah, sometimes simple answers are really difficult, but that's not because the thing itself is difficult, but because you've made it overly difficult because you have all these erroneous presuppositions.
Yeah. Like a version of Occam's razor or something, maybe? Well, how do we know that we're always supposed to choose the simpler, and what exactly is the simpler? Nick Guh, $1. Do you know about John Doyle? I think he's a trad cat. I messaged him one time, I think maybe 2 years ago. We talked about having some kind of a debate or discussion, and he didn't seem interested. But if you know him or you want to reach out to him, if he does want to do it, I'm open to it. Chungus, $505. What's the best point when debating a Buddhist? We had one Buddhist call in, and it turned into a pretty good discussion. So just look up J. Dyer Buddhist debate, and then you'll get that like 17-minute clip of that guy. Boomer Tard, $5. I have a Reformed Calvinist friend. He says, if you depict Jesus, do you depict him in both natures? And he says it's just a picture, so it's only his human nature. You're splitting the persons. Yeah, this is a dumb argument of the iconoclasts at the time of Nicaea II. And if you read St. Theodore the Studite, he points out that icons are not picking out either the essence nor the humanity. It's picking out the divine hypostasis. So this is a mistake. Calvinists think that the hypostatic union is just two natures, and that's Jesus. No, Jesus is a divine person with a divine nature, taking on a human nature. The divine person is the hypostasis. Icons are picking out the hypostasis of the Son in the human nature. And if he has a problem with that, then say, oh, okay, what are the created letters Logos in John 1 picking out? Oops. So he turned this on his head and applied the biblical word itself in John 1, Logos. That's a created symbol on pages, picking out what? Oh, the second hypostasis of the Godhead. So they don't know the distinction between nature and person. They don't know that icons are not images of the divine essence. They're just not understanding this position. Squirrel and Oz. No, we already did that. MKG, $5. I finished a pilgrimage in Greece. It surpassed my expectations. You and your apologetics deserve credit for me going there at all. You and all the community are in my prayers. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that, MKG. I'm glad you had a good pilgrimage. We had a very excellent overall experience when I did my pilgrimage to Orthodox Italy with Father Vladimir. Unfortunately, I was extremely sick for 11 of the 16, 17 days, so it wasn't ideal. It was definitely a struggle, but I did overall enjoy it. Ortho Bro, $3. Jay, I heard a Dawagandist called Orthodox Muslims say that in Matthew 23, Jesus says, follow the Pharisees. Pharisees didn't believe that he was God, so we shouldn't either. This is Roman Catholic level argumentation. Jesus says, follow the Pharisees in all the things that are correct, but he says, do as they say, but not as they do. But obviously he's not talking about all of their theology, because he says that they are wicked and he says that they don't know God. But you have to keep in mind too, not everything that's in the Gospels is necessarily appropriate to all the history of the church. Same with the book of Acts. Not everything that's happening in the book of Acts is necessarily going to be and describe the entire history of the church. For example, early on in Acts, there's still a temple. And Paul circumcises Timothy so that he can take him to the temple. Okay, well, circumcising and going to temples, Jewish temples, are not what happens in Christianity today because the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. So part of redemptive history includes the 70 AD destruction. And that ends up being the completion of the Old Covenant period. So between the Old Covenant and the arrival of Jesus and the apostles in the book of Acts and the New Covenant, there is a period of overlap. This is the book of Acts up to 70 AD. Okay? Not everything in this period is normative for all of the history of the church. We only do what's appropriate to that period in redemptive history. And the period of Jesus being born until 70 AD is a unique period. Some things will carry over. Some things will not. For example, Jewish rites in a Jewish temple do not carry over. How do we know? How do we know? Guess what? We have apostolic succession and the church's tradition that tell us and inform us as to what carries over. So thankfully, we actually know and have an answer to this. And that's where we get the church's tradition. So what things carry over? Well, the church's liturgy helps to tell us what carries over, like vestments and incense and altar, etc. Those things carry over. Animal sacrifices don't carry over. Fulfilled. Not necessary. Done. Book of Hebrews. See? I've already forgotten what the question was. So, no, Jesus is not saying you literally follow the Pharisees in all of their beliefs. That's really stupid. I mean, the Pharisees say to stone Jesus. So should we stone Jesus because the Pharisees said? That's how stupid that is. That's unreal. I mean, what do we expect from? I mean, Muslims and Roman Catholics might as well team up, right? I mean, they're saying they worship the same God. They might as well just have Chrislam now, and it can be all of them together because you got to be this stupid to buy into this. Aristotle $5. No, we already read that. Chris Echo $10. How do we make sense of Adam and Eve reproducing? Well, it would have been, God would have allowed it and made it possible at that time that it would not be incestuous and it would not have produced bad offspring, right? So the closer that we are to Eden and to Genesis, the longer people live, for example, right? So the closer that you were to Eden, the closer things were to being very different, metaphysically speaking, than the way things are now. For example, the Orthodox view of the fall, all of reality, even metaphysics itself, is like out of whack, right? Adam was a steward and would have been a child of God and high priest and exercised dominion over the entire cosmos. This is why when Adam fell, it didn't just affect his own body or his own spirit, it affected the entire universe. Entropy, decay, death in the natural and animal world, all comes from Adam's sin. So you have to understand that's a very different view of the fall than what you get in like standard sort of Protestant stuff. So that means
also, I've
yeah,
heard
go
some
ahead.
things too that we don't know all the offspring of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, I was going to mention that next. Yeah,
and that, like you said, because of long periods of times, there is some speculation that offspring had formed different communities over longer periods of time, such that in quote unquote incestuous relations would be very, very different. Not to, and then add into the world was closer to the Edenic state, was very metaphysically different as well.
Yeah, this is why you get.
So it's not like, in other words, it's very possible it's not what we think that, like, kids living in the same house,
right?
Having relations with each other.
Yeah, so it's like Is this an actual Dawa dude in the chat? Or is this, I can't tell if it's a joke profile. Yeah, so this chat isn't for you to just spam with your nonsense. So you can either call in or you can move on. So here's the link to call in, Mr. Dawa, right there. Yeah, so like Methuselah lives to be, you know, hundreds of years old because he's very close to the Edenic state in terms of time. But I thought of something else that was a good example of things being very different, and I forgot what it was. But anyway, yeah, or as Father Deacon said, there's other theories about, like, there could have been other offspring that are just not really mentioned, and Genesis just sort of focuses on, you know, Cain and Abel. Let's see. Let's talk God $10. In Homily 3 on 1 John, St. Augustine says, "Let no man say, I do not worship Christ, but I worship the Father." Why do Roman Catholics disagree with him? And why would they say, don't go to the fathers, bro? Well, a Roman Catholic's just going to say that Augustine doesn't get everything right and no church father is infallible, but Augustine's correct there, right? I mean, Augustine would totally agree with our position on this. He would not agree that a Muslim or an Arian, he wouldn't agree. Look, Muslims are Arians. Let's make it very simple. None of the church fathers are going to agree with Cappadocians or any of them. Look at the way Basil talks about the Eunomians. You think Basil thinks that Eunomius has the same deity as him? Of course not. But they don't know that. They're ignorant. Cybernaut, $10. Did you see Denis Villeneuve will do the next Bond film? I did. I'm a little nervous and disappointed, though, because I also heard that they're going to start changing fundamental ideas about Bond. I don't care if people make a spy movie with a black dude, but James Bond is not a black dude. So I just don't really, I mean, and why not, and if we can do that, well, then why not make him trans? Why not have trans Bond, right? 000. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, and obviously it's all political. But I heard that James Bond will be a brother man, but I don't know if that was a rumor. It says it's possible. I know they've been talking about Idris Elba for a long time. And then they were trying to also float the idea that they would make James Bond into Jane Bond, and it's going to be a woman. And then if you remember in the last one, it was like they brought in like this black chick. Like she is also a 007. And I'm like, dude, I mean, this is just so retarded. Like, we're at the point where everything has to be, you know, some kind of like, now we're going to get this Asian dude. Okay. He should be playing Tiger Tanaka. Okay. I mean, that's the Asian character in James Bond, is Tiger Tanaka. Why are we going to put a damn Chinese dude in as the famous Scottish spy? Sorry, James Bond is a Scottish dude. By the way, can we change all the black characters? Can I play Eddie Murphy? And if you have a problem...
Oh, he's going to be disabled too. That's next.
See, I can do Eddie Murphy's laugh. So can I play Eddie Murphy? Can I play Will Smith? With the men in black, Jay is a man in black. Get it? Because I'm literally playing Will Smith, who's black. I'm a man in black. And Will Smith sang, "And the men in black." Remember that? Oh, come on now. This is funny. By the way, I watched the banned episodes of It's Always Sunny. And guess what all the banned episodes are? They're actually really funny. It's their episodes where they're making fun of Lethal Weapon. They make Lethal Weapon 5 and 6. And they have Dennis and Mac playing Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, and they keep switching the characters. It's really funny. Oh, but it has to be banned because it's racist. I mean, it's just... We're going crazy with this. It's this crazy cult that has to be against reality. So here's, what is this website? Some garbage pop culture website. Here are the possible James Bonds. Some dude I've never heard of. Another dude I've never heard of. Okay, Idris Elba. Jacob Elordi. Never heard of him. British guy. Ugh. Can you imagine that dude playing James? He looks like Alfred E. Newman. So we're going to get the guy from Mad Magazine to play James Bond? Give me a break, dude. Who's this brother? Aaron Pierre. Don't know. Black actor. So another black James Bond. Then we get this Asian dude. Henry Golding. But he's actually Asian. Oh, he's the crazy rich Asian dude. No wonder. Another black dude. Where's the black girl? And then another ugly dude. Callum Turner, British actor. No, ugly as hell. What'd I tell you? Black girl James Bond. Told you right there. Letitia. Who that James Bond is? Letitia James Bond? What? Girl, you must be crazy. Ugh. How come all these dudes got smushed faces? They're all beat up. Charles Melton. Oh, he's a bad boy. Probably gay. Okay, at least this guy's looking a little more James Bondy. Jonathan Bailey. Singer, dancer. Okay. Okay, yeah. Riz Ahmed. Yeah, right. Arab James Bond. Exactly. Now, this dude looks like a James Bond. He's Robb Stark in Game of Thrones. Yeah, this guy could pull it off. He looks like James Bond. Ugh. No, weird, creepy face. No. That guy, no, he's not James Bond. Another black dude, no, I'm sorry, James Bond's not that guy, no. This guy, he might could pull it off. Aaron Taylor Johnson, don't know who he is. Yeah, I've always thought Henry Cavill could possibly be, but isn't he American? But see, here's the thing, like, the tradition used to be, if you're going to play James Bond, you have to be British or Scottish. Maybe Henry Cavill is, I don't know. I think he could work. He is a British actor, so I guess he's the best bet if you're going to keep it British. But if you remember, at the end of Dr. No, or No, what was the last one with Daniel Craig? No Time to Die or something? They did this whole, I commented on it at the time, they did this whole kind of symbolic sequence where they brought in the black 007 girl, and then Daniel Craig, they kept making jokes about him being old and outdated, and the white guy, and he gets nuked. Remember that? Oh, so you see they're saying, oh, if you're an old legacy white intelligence operative man, it's time for you to go sit down and listen as a BIPOC person speaks. Okay? When a black person speaks, you're listening. And you, James Bond, just got nuked. And we will replace you with, what was her name? Letitia, or whatever her name was. LaQuisha 007. Succo, $5. South Park got Roman Catholicism right. Oh, I didn't even know this. I didn't know they did a Roman Catholic episode. They unified Judaism and Christianity under Van Helsing. That sounds really funny, actually. I gotta watch that. Joseph Minor, $5. I started attending a Greek Orthodox church. Is it appropriate for me to ask about Ecumenism Bartholomew? I mean, it's appropriate, and I would go ahead and do it, because you probably want to start planning to make a move. C. Conley, 743. Let me back in. C. Conley. I don't see you on here. Ortho Bro, no, we did that one. Dark Sickle. To the guy that said he had a Seventh-day Adventist girlfriend, go watch Answering Adventism on YouTube. I grew up SDA. It's a good channel. Okay, appreciate that. Doug Bailey, $24, $5. Jay, Father Deacon. Give me your opinion on Bishop Aftimos, who succeeded Raphael of Brooklyn. I don't know anything about that. Do you? Father Deacon?
I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is an hour ago. G26, there's a timestamp. This is for we got to write this down. Timestamp of 2 hours and 8 minutes in with 50 seconds is where he said that David didn't worship Jesus.
Hold on, where is it? Let me write it down.
He says it's 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 50 seconds in to their video.
2 hours.
8 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh, 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
No, 50 seconds.
50. Sorry.
2:08:50. Yep.
Got it.
Yeah.
3 hours, 42 minutes.
3 years, 14 days. Yeah. 28 days later is where he mentions it. 28 years later when the zombies show up. Let's see. Bosniak, $3. Did Marcion also worship the one true God? Ooh. I started thinking, this is another mistake they made. Actually, FDA now we're talking about this because the Garrity paper mentions this early on. Like, well, wait a minute. What is the what's the lowest? What's the LCD monotheism? We don't actually know what that is without being arbitrary and begging a bunch of questions. And the more I thought about it, there's not just one Abrahamic monotheism. There is perennialism, or the Shuon style traditionalist school. There is Sikhism. Sikhs are monotheists. Some people argue Zoroaster is, whether it's dualism or monotheism. I guess that's up for some debate. One could be a theistic Satanist and believe that Set is the one God. And then there's also Marcionism.
Odinism.
Well, what about all forms of henotheism, right? Like the Greek pantheon, is that what? Why is henotheism excluded from monotheism? Like, says who? You know what I mean? Are you there?
Yeah, I just don't want to talk about it because I don't want to give away all the...
No, I know we're not going to. I'm just saying, like, that those are good questions to ask. And, yeah, I mean, absolutely. You could theoretically list... well, shit, let's just ask the dang oracle. Let's ask the oracle of AI Delphi here. List all the monotheistic religions.
It's actually fun working with Grok, isn't it?
Well, that's interesting. They include Baha'i. And why would we not include Baha'i is the question, right? Let's see. Oh, here's some I've never even heard of. The Druze, interesting. I didn't. Yeah, I guess they could be. I mean, they're not necessarily any of the other Abrahamic faiths, but the Druze are monotheistic, I guess. Shakti? I don't even know what that is. What's Shakti? Oh, it does include forms of Zoroastrian here in this list.
Yeah, I was going to say Zoroastrian is monotheistic.
Swedenborgianism, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be a version of the Abrahamic, though? Maybe.
Yeah. Do they have Shaka Khanism?
Well, I mean, Shaktism is close. I don't know even know what that is. Let's see what Shaktism is. Oh, this is like a division of like Hindu. Oh, so there's Hindu monotheists. That's right. So that would be the Shaktis. Okay. But go ahead.
And the thing is, what Garby and I were talking about too, with paganism, why not consider throw that in monotheism too? Because pagan, because there's demiurges.
That's what I'm saying about henotheism could technically be in that's what we're saying, right? So there's one god, but there's other many gods that are kind of subordinate. But there's like one, chief god, like Zeus or something, or whatever. Here's another one. Chaldaism? What is that? Oh, this is that version of Buddhism that the Phoenix program utilized their all-seeing eye when they were doing their terrorism. I forgot about this cult. Have you heard of the Cow Dye?
No, that's a first.
Yeah,
one.
look, their symbol is an all-seeing eye. Isn't that crazy? And the in the Phoenix program, because the indigenous Vietnamese people are kind of superstitious, they would put this symbol on the bodies that they mutilated, the Green Beret that were in the Phoenix program, and it terrorized the Viet Cong. They thought it was like a satanic, demonic symbol when they would do this.
Wow,
isn't that crazy? But
there's Wakandism too. Did they put that up there?
There's what?
Wakandism.
The religion of Wakanda. Interesting. Somebody said Black Hebrew Israelites, but I mean that would kind of fit under Abrahamic, supposedly. Baha'i, yeah, I guess Baha'i isn't really Abrahamic, so I don't see why it wouldn't fit. Rastafari, I guess that's a derivative of Abrahamic. Yeah. Hey, I told you guys right here, Temple of Set, right? If I'm a theistic Satanist, and I believe that Set is the one God, how am I not a monotheist? Oh, but you don't believe that he's the creator and the sustainer. Oh, well, what if I do? What if I think Set is the creator and sustainer? Ooh, interesting. What now? Steven, what's up? Are you there? Steven, you got to unmute.
Sorry, yeah, actually, I was asking for the same topic.
Can't hear you. What? Speak up.
Oh, can you hear me?
Barely.
Sorry, let me change my microphone here. Give me 10 seconds. Hello, you hear me better?
Barely. What's up?
All right. Yeah, just the same deal. I feel like a big topic in the Christian circles is, fullness of truth. This person has more, this one has less. I think that when it comes to the monotheism debate about, who is actually following God, I feel like that's all it really is. I mean, it just seems pretty simple to me. I've tried thinking about it, but it seems to come down to that.
To what?
Most of the fullness of truth, right?
Well, how do you have that without divine revelation?
Well, I mean, then we could go to that classic topic. How about the people, uncontacted tribes in Brazil or whichever?
No, I'm talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the scriptures tell us what the monotheism is, and it's the Father, the Son, the Spirit. That's the true monotheism according to the Bible.
Okay, I see what you mean. So you have a specific image of what monotheism is, and unless it fits
Correct.
into that, then it's not even an attempt at monotheism.
Well, yeah, because it has to be consistent with the previous revelation. So if Abraham is a father of, quote, monotheism, it has to be the same monotheism that Abraham had, but Abraham believed in Jesus.
Right. I see. Okay, so like, what do you think about people who claim they're monotheists? Are they just following a demon or whatever? Or are they following like something? Like, what is that? How about yeah, what's your opinion on that?
Right, well, we have multiple examples of this where in John 8, the Pharisees come to Jesus and say, we are the true monotheists, we follow the teaching of Moses, and Jesus says, you don't follow Moses because Moses wrote about me. He says the same thing about Abraham to the Pharisees in John 8. He says, you don't follow Abraham because Abraham wrote about me. So that's how we know that Judaism is not a actual monotheistic religion. Also, the word monotheism is a 1600s era term. It doesn't even exist in the ancient world or the medieval world.
1680 is when it first comes to use by Henry Moore. And it actually comes, the theory is that it comes into the vernacular primarily at Ecumenism moves after the 30-Year War, which was obviously between Roman Catholics and Protestants, so a lot of bloodshed. Europeans, it divided up Europe, and they became kind of really concerned about, well, we got to have peace between different religious groups. So they started using monotheism. See, we're all the same, right? So you can trace some of these moves all the way back to probably further than that, but like that was obviously when the term actually first came into use in history is 1680.
So I guess back to that topic, and yeah, thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Didn't know that. So let's say somebody is like trying to seek God, and they don't yet believe in Father, Son, Holy Spirit. They're just 100% wrong. It doesn't matter what they believe. They're just 100%
Well,
wrong.
you're speaking about two different issues. So this is why the Roman Catholics often equivocate. St. Paul says all men know that God exists, right? From the things that are visibly created. Well, what does that mean, though? Obviously, it doesn't mean... If it means all men, right, such that are all without excuse... That means 3-year-olds, too. It doesn't mean those who read Thomas Aquinas and did a deductive argument opposed to your argument to conclude. This means all know. So that's not an intellectual discursive. That's in the heart. Now, it says, but men suppress that. Well, how do you suppress that? You come up with a religion and system that's contrary to reality. And so... Now how God will judge a person's heart and what they're given, where we don't know that. That's up to God. All that we have publicly accessible, since I can't see into people's heart and what they know of God, is what they put into public discourse in terms of language and a system. So I can judge the language, and I can say that doesn't have a referent. There's no such thing, right? A rabbinical, Talmudic Jewish conception of God or a Muslim doesn't refer to anything any more than, as Bertrand Russell's The Present King of France is Bald. It's a non-referential statement. If anything, it refers back onto some mental concept that they have in their head. So it's kind of self-referential, but it doesn't... But that's all we have access to. Do you see what I'm saying? Is the public kind of words of a religion or of a person to judge. But their heart, I have no idea.
So that was really useful. Wasn't sure if it was you or the other guy who clarified that the word monotheism comes as a result of like an ecumenist movement in the 1600s.
No, I didn't say anything about ecumenism. That's not what I said. I said it's a word that began to be used in the 1600s. I didn't say anything about ecumenism in the 1600s.
Right. Well, I thought it was like a war thing. I must have misheard.
Anyway, the thing is, you saw an ecumenist element going on, and there's theories that word might have been used for political reasons, that like, hey, let's have peace, between all religions. And so the use became popularized after Henry Moore in 1680 and the 30-Year War, which was a few decades before that, for that reason. So I'm giving possible explanations of why that got popularized.
I see. So that
I'm not saying there was an ecumenist movement that, like, let's create this word and stuff like that. I'm just saying there's elements of that in the history.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, this might be like a different topic, but what do you believe about the people who,
all right.
Again,
one question at a time. I appreciate that. We've addressed that question many times, but we're going to move on to because I want this Muslim guy to call in if he's able to. I'll unblock him. What's ST's profile? So he's saying that you worship the same. Christians and Muslims do, in some sense, worship the same God because it's the God of Abraham and the Creator. No, it is not. You do not worship the same God because it is Jesus that is the Creator for us. That's the argument of Hebrews 1. It's Jesus that created the world in John 1. It's Jesus that is the Word of the Father in John 1 that produces the world that comes to be. It is Jesus who meets with Abraham as he appears. Yahweh appears in time and space to Abraham by the terebinth tree of Mamre. And they invite Jesus in to have a meal. Notice, does the Roman Catholic absolute divine simplicity Unitarian deity that they think is the God of the Old Testament, like Marcionites, does he come down and eat with you? Here he is eating and appearing. Yahweh appears at the terebinth tree. You know, the Orthodox icon has that tree there. Did you know that? It's showing you that it's Jesus. I know it's 3 angels. One of those angels is the Lord, as the next chapter of Genesis says. The Lord is there, and then the 2 angels with him leave. Oh, did you notice that? Genesis 19:1 identifies the other 2 visitors as angels, but one of them is the Lord. So it's the Lord and 2 angels. That's a symbol of the Trinity. It's not literally the Father and the Holy Spirit appearing as angels. It's 2 angels, as Genesis 19:1 says, and Jesus appearing in chapter 18 and eating a meal with Abraham. Just like in Exodus, there's a meal that's eaten. Did you know that? In Exodus 24. So, no, Muslims, this is not your God. Your God does not come down in time and space and eat a meal. And no, he's not eating a meal because he needs to feed. He's doing it as a symbol, as a sign, as a signifier of the meal that he will institute called the Eucharist, the marriage feast of the Lamb. But, and I don't mean this to be mean, but because Muslims don't know anything about biblical theology, they don't know what that means. They don't know what that is. On the mountain with God, Moses went up with Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and the 70 elders, and they saw the God of Israel. Wait a minute. I thought you can't see God. You can't see Yahweh. In John 5, Jesus says, no one sees the Father. Who did they see? Imagine the Roman Catholics not knowing this. Biblical Theology 101 if you're a Christian. And they saw underneath his feet. How does the God of Israel have feet? By the way, I think this is actually where Islam got the idea that Allah has uncreated feet. I'm being serious. I'm being 100% serious. I think that ignorant Muslims and Salafi early generation Sunni people like Ibn Taymiyyah, that when Muhammad heard this stuff, he didn't really get it. And so you get this idea that Allah has feet and a throne. This is kind of what this sounds like, doesn't it? But it's not God the Father, who has no form. Remember, what does it say in Exodus? Remember, you saw no form, but you heard his voice. Who's the voice? The voice is the one that is face to face with Moses. The same text says Moses ate with God and saw God face to face. They ate and drank with the Lord, just like Abraham ate and drank with the Lord. It's not God the Father. Nobody's eating and drinking with God the Father. They're eating and drinking with who? The angel messenger. And who does Jesus in John 5 and John 8 say was with Moses and was with Abraham? Himself. If you just know the Bible, this stuff is very clear. And I don't mean that in some Protestant sense, because the church fathers say what I say. Justin Martyr has a whole book arguing against Trypho the Jew, making these arguments. Did you know that? It's like Roman Catholics haven't even read against Trypho. And it's like they don't even care that most of the arguments are about Theophanies and making this point. They'll just find some quote where it sounds like he's talking about natural theology to try to prove some stupid natural theology. Missing the forest for the trees, which is, of course, what they do. So, let's talk God, $10. I posted in the X chat Sam Shamoon saying, hold on, I refresh the page because it gets overheated. Who's the Muslim guy? Has he put his name in? I have to know what his handle is to unblock him. Let's talk God, $10. I posted under the X room Sam Shamoon saying, if I worship a pink elephant and he has a unicorn horn and I call him the God of Abraham, then it's the same. I mean, I can't tell if it's him joking or you're saying he actually believes that now, but who knows? I think Sam Shamoon has gone insane, unfortunately. John, what's up? But I mean, that's what papacy does, right? The papacy makes you go nuts, and you start defending just total craziness. Cybernaut, $10. Yep, we read that. What's up, man? All right. John can't connect. Joed Lopez.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, man, I really like your stuff, and I'm actually meeting with a father at a local church to become officially a catechumen. So it kind of like bums me out when I hear you say that you don't like it, that Idris Elba can't be a 007. So I want to have a mini debate with you about that.
Are you trolling?
Not really. Let me just pitch it to you. So, what's the issue with Idris Elba if he was to be casted as like a 007 character in a movie?
I mean, the character is a Scottish orphan.
Okay, so being that it's not real and it's art, and art can change and evolve and have different takes, what's the problem?
Yeah, but it really doesn't make sense for art to, quote, change when it's a denial of the history and identity of the character that the artist created. So you're actually denying the whole point and principle of art, that artists create their vision and their idea using their creativity for characters that reflect and relate to them, to then completely change the identity of those characters. It's no longer that artist's art anymore.
Who has the creative rights to 007? And don't they control who they can?
No, that's what Jay's trying to tell you, is that I control the... By the way, art is mimesis, imitation of nature, I think is what Jay's hitting at, too. So art doesn't mean I can do whatever I want just because I own the medium of... So we could make an argument, well, now it's no longer art.
Well, the problem is that you're confusing art with propaganda. The motivations to change the character aren't actually about art. It has to do with, social engineering and, changing all of the Western Caucasian people's traditions and art. So, for example, Lord of the Rings, you start changing the hobbits, making them all black, making them Asian. That's not what the characters are. It makes no sense. So the fact that it's, quote, art has nothing to do with whether or not it's denying the artist's own vision and the heritage and tradition of Western peoples. I mean, can I go in and start changing all of the African art to white people? Is that okay?
Well, it kind of happened a little bit, not so much with African art to white art, but like, Jesus was dark-skinned. He was an African.
No, he wasn't. What are you talking about? Where do you get this?
Wasn't at the time of Jesus' time he was dark.
Where do you get this?
That's false.
I mean, have you not seen Orthodox icons? That's what Jesus looks like.
I thought that time period in that region,
no,
it was olive or dark skin, not so much black.
Jesus looks like he looks like in Orthodox icons. So it's a Roman Catholic idea that you can make Chinese Jesus and black Jesus. We don't do that. Jesus is not a black dude. He's not a Chinese dude. So it's, in other words, it's ahistorical. It's and do you not think that all this is happening for social engineering reasons?
No. So I guess I'm parsing that part. Yeah, if the sole reason is to do it some type of agenda, like everyone gets a turn to be 007. You can be 007. That's kind of like dumb.
Where do you get this? I mean, I've read and studied Ian Fleming himself, his life, his characters. I did my grad work on that. Why would you think that it makes sense to take a Scottish orphan and turn him into a black dude or a lesbian or a black woman, or could we make him a trans person too?
Well, if someone wants to make a movie out of that, they can technically, and that's my point. Is that it's freedom of expression of art, and
but that's not art. That's social. That's not art. That's social engineering and degeneracy. So where did you get your ideas of art?
So creative expression is art.
Says who? So where do you get that from? So, but it does. So, but it's not the creative expression of the actual artist. So you can.
Correct. It's
that makes absolutely no sense.
It's a reinterpretation. I mean, people have fictional. They do spin-offs. Some are legitimate spin-offs. Some are multiverse. I mean, Marvel has
series. Yeah, I would say Marvel isn't social engineering.
My point is that Marvel has a what if series, meaning they take twists and turns and reimagination.
I said, do you not think Marvel is obviously social engineering?
So, sure, partly. I can't say every single thing, every single script, every single line.
Dude, you just offended. You just offended trans James Bond. So, like, all right, we're done, man. Get out of here. Yeah, go have your trans characters. Richard, what's up? Richard, unmute. I'm not even going to waste my time debating a guy who thinks that it's fine to have trans James Bond. Unreal.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah. So, what is the necessary
I can't hear you, man.
What is necessary for law?
It's not your phone doesn't even work. Anthony, what's up? I never would have thought we'd be getting a guy defending the Marvel soy universe. Wow, that was totally unexpected. JB Peltier, $2. That guy's worldview is literally comic books. Exactly. JB Peltier, fiction has no basis in reality fallacy. Judy Stroyer, $2. What prayer book would you recommend? The blue one from Holy Transfiguration Monastery. Anthony, unmute.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hey, good afternoon, Father. I just want to make a quick comment on the source, and it's for just tie the knot on the Shia Twelver tradition of Muhammad and Mary. So you could find it in El-Kafi, Volume 8, Chapter 27, narrated by Muhammad ibn Yaqub. Just want to add that for people that want to look into it.
Compton CW.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
I have two questions. Two for Jay, and one for Jay and Father Ananias.
Okay.
My first question to you guys is, would you guys ever consider making a video about the top 10 or the top 15 most important philosophy books?
Maybe.
Okay.
He would probably be better for that than me, but go ahead.
The energies of God just into a thought instead of an ongoing dynamic relationship between human and God.
I'm sorry, say it again. Would what be doing what?
When Protestants say that, like, for example, the Eucharist or or baptism is symbolic.
Yes.
Would that be making the energies of God, like, would that be just turning the energies of God into a thought?
Yeah.
Instead of an ongoing dynamic relationship?
It's all of Protestantism makes everything conceptual, and it removes it from, like, a real dynamic, like you're saying. Absolutely.
Okay. That was pretty much it. I just wanted to clarify that because I have been reading the Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church by Vladimir Losky.
Oh, good.
And I've been watching you for a long time, and I just started watching Father Ananias.
Okay.
So,
awesome. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, great questions. You're absolutely getting what Losky's talking about. Absolutely. William Bishop, what's up, man? Oh, my neck's popping. Oh, what's up, man?
Jay Dyer. Sorry, I got a phone call.
So I just wanted to ask you a question. I just stopped attending a non-denominational church, but I don't know where to go on the spectrum of degeneracy. So I don't know if you can give me some guidance there. And also,
the what? Spectrum of degeneracy? What do you mean?
Well, it seems like every Protestant church has some level of
Uh-huh.
And I think non-denom is like on the far end, just before gay pastors.
Yeah.
And then also, like, I'm genuinely confused. Like I'm retarded. I'm like, there's this one passage in Galatians chapter 2, and just stop me if like some other crayon eater brought this up. But it's where he's talking about like 15 to the end. Galatians chapter 2, verses 15.
You got cartoon characters running around in the background. What's going on?
Yeah, I got cats.
Okay, I was like, what? Got Tweety Bird running around back there. We who are Jews by nature and not sinners amongst the Gentiles, knowing that a man is not justified by the works of the law, but faith in Christ, even as we believed in Christ, we might be justified by faith in Christ, and not by the works of the law. For the works of the law, no flesh should be justified. So he's basically saying that the Jewish ceremonial law will not heal you and regenerate you and deify you. It's limited in its pedagogical and typological uses, and it doesn't have the power to actually transform you. But faith in Christ, baptism, Eucharist, the Christian life has the power to actually transform you.
Gotcha. And one more little thing. So at some point, I guess there's a council that decided that going to be, icon. I know this is probably, you've heard this a million times, but like the iconography and venerating saints and all that. Was there a period of time between like Christ until they made that decision where there was no iconography? And
No, not at all. Now, there have been periods where areas of the Christian church and the Roman Empire disagreed and thought icons were bad. There have been times where there were these disputes, and there was even a regional council trying to get rid of them. But no, icons and imagery were always there from the earliest days of the churches. That's why if you go to Rome, you can go in the catacombs. I've been there. We went November of 2023, and you'll see altars and you'll see images in the catacombs, because the churches in the catacombs had icons when they were being persecuted. So no, they were there from the beginning. But the easiest way to see this is to watch the documentary that my friend Lewis made on the channel Orthodox Shahada, where he shows that Christian liturgical worship is really just a continuity with the temple and synagogue worship of the Jews.
Specific
so
clerical vestments.
All of these elements, even to the point of this is what people miss. They think of this iconographic issue as if it's only icons. No. All of the elements of the worship are in ways iconographic. So the bishop or the priest wearing vestments is iconographic. The structure and layout of the church itself is iconographic, and that goes back to the 2nd and 3rd century, even according to Protestant scholars like Hugh Wybrew. So it's not just an image. It's not just a question of like, can there be an image? It's like all of this stuff, like the placement and structure of a synagogue, plays into the placement and structure of the church's worship from the earliest days. Once you understand that, this whole it's like Protestants are just totally ignorant of how the church actually worked and where the liturgy actually came from in the first several centuries. And they just think about it like it's either good or bad, and there was this council that happened that said it's good and images are bad. And it's like, do you understand how divorced this is from history and just basic things like the liturgical practice of the Jews in the Dura Europos synagogue, where Jews have icons? They don't even understand that Jews have icons all over the synagogue wall.
Yeah. So and for me, like the reason I'm partially interested is because like I've been in a church where they had a council that decided that all of a sudden we can have gay pastors. And
well, that's no church, dog.
That's what like
that ain't a church, bro. That ain't a church.
Well, yeah. So is it possible? Can we even think that it might be possible that there was some whenever that council met, that perhaps they voted on something and made a decision that was outside of, I mean, it probably sounds like heresy to even ask, but like,
we don't believe that the ecumenical councils are heretical. It's a fair question. We believe that the Spirit of Christ guides the church historically, and it never leaves the church. So, Jesus says, I will send the Holy Spirit. He will lead you and guide you in all truth. So there's no point at which the Holy Spirit just leaves and kind of, do good luck, fend for yourself, DIY. The church is always there in some universal governed capacity by the Holy Spirit. And really the only two churches that can even attempt to claim that are Rome and Orthodoxy, right? And that's a separate question as to whether the papal church is the true church versus the Orthodox church. I think if you look at the first 1,000 years of Christianity and the councils, you'll see that it's not Protestant and it's not papal. Pretty much just leaves us. So, but also it's not the case that ecumenical councils like just vote on a thing and we got 51% of the bishops voted on it, so therefore that's our position. No, in fact, sometimes the true position might be in the minority, but they might still win out. Jose, what's up? Did that Muslim dude ever say what his profile was? Somebody's saying that Cosmic Skeptic came out as gay, but I can never tell if people are joking or being serious. So I don't even know if that's. It wouldn't surprise me because a lot of times we find out, with Matt Dillahunty, people's atheism really is for other reasons. Like I want to pretend that I am with a woman when it's a dude, so now I'm atheist. And I think we begin to see that a lot of people's reasons for things like atheism are not always ideological, but they might actually be moral and spiritual. So I'm trying to figure out if this is true.
Christianity is back with Christianity is back with.
Oh, that's a joke. So people are asking him if he's gay, but that might just be a joke. Are you guys joking or being serious? I mean, what do we call it on? What did I call it on Piers Morgan? Gaytheism. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Swegan in the chat. It's like, what did I call it on Piers Morgan? Gaytheism. Let's see. Does he say that he's gay on here somewhere? Let's see. Has he not tweeted anything for months? That's kind of weird. So he hasn't tweeted for 2 months? Maybe he just doesn't use Twitter or something? I don't know. I guess the verdict is still out on that one. Okay, so we're looking for people who disagree. Elon, what's up? Not Elon Musk, I don't think. G26 says for $5, Bobby Lee should be the next James Bond, and then we'll have a trans John Wick. I like what you're. I smell what you're stinking up. I smell what you're laying down. I like what you're saying here. I feel it. Let's do with that. Bobby Lee as James Bond. What's up, man? I'm mute. All right, we lost him. Jason. A lot of people dropping off today. I don't know what's going on. Gainerzilla, $5. Protestants love admitting icons and imagery were instituted by God in the first temple. Do they? I don't usually get them to admit that. I like this passage right here, but I think it's actually different in the Septuagint. But I like to use the Masoretic text because they think that's the be all end all, right? It's like we only follow the Jewish text. Joshua tore his clothes and he fell down prostrate before the ark and all the elders of Israel. Uh-oh. They're committing idolatry. They're bowing down before images of angels on the ark. Uh-oh. Jason, are you going to unmute? What's up?
Oh, my bad.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
what's up, Jake?
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, man. Thank God. So I'm an Orthodox catechumen. I just want to ask, one question, because I asked my priest, but I think it's, too early in the catechism. But I just want to get an idea, because in my mind, I have an idea of, Jesus, but I don't know what's heresy or not. But it's basically, the essence-energy distinction, right? What Palamas teaches. In regards to Christ, is he essence and energy? What exactly is Jesus, the incarnated word?
He's the person, the second person of the Godhead. So John 1 says he is the Logos. The Logos is the second person of the Godhead. Father, Son, and Spirit. 3 hypostases. No, he's not an energy, because energies or attributes or operations are common to the entire Godhead. So all 3 persons have the same operations or energies because they're the same in essence or nature.
So when I think about Jesus, he's just essence?
No, he's the second person who shares the same essence as the Father and the Spirit.
Okay.
Person or hypostasis is the same thing. That means subject or agent. So Jesus is a different subject than the Father. 2 different subjects. That's why Jesus prays to his Father. And the Holy Spirit is a third subject or agent or person.
Okay. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, no, great questions. Yeah, I would say get the Pomazanski book and then begin your Trinitarian theology there. I'm being serious. Heidegger, Stan. Here we go. St. Luther, $5. When are you going to acknowledge that Luther was right about Rome? I said multiple times since November 2023 that I could imagine being Martin Luther and going to Rome and realizing a lot of superstition and error. And ever since becoming Orthodox, I've admitted that Luther got some things right about Rome. What does that have to do with whether Orthodoxy is true or false? When are you going to debate an actual Lutheran? Can you see the link to call in? There's nobody stopping you from calling in, Mr. Luther. Right here. By the way, I've read Martin Luther himself extensively. I've read about 6 or 7 of Luther's own books, commentaries, theological essays. So I'm happy to debate any Lutheran that would like to come on. I tried to debate Jordan Cooper, and he wouldn't do it. And the other lunatic going around is absolutely insane, so I'm not going to waste my time with that guy, even though I tried to debate him 2 years ago, and he just acted like a loon, because I actually think he's insane. He's psychotic. So if there's another person that's not Soy Cooper or the psycho guy, please call in. Here's the link right here. Now,
Cooper, it's good that you're on the stream.
I like that. Nice David Lynch joke there. Way to go, Coop.
It's been a long time since you've been on the X stream, Coop.
Heidegger stand unmute, man. What's up? All right. Moving on. Peter, what's up? Peter, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I wanted to discuss some positions from the atheist, or some questions from the atheist position, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Father Deacon is here. He's probably better than me at that.
Okay, perfect. I was going to actually ask the both of you to chime in on this. So, in regards to, tag, when in the discussion, when you get to, your worldview needs a sense of consistency, how do you then justify the Orthodox position from there? So, our theology is very heavily reliant on the Theophanies. So how do you know that
how do you know that the most consistent theology is going to be the theology that's true?
Father Deacon?
Well, first of all, I think that's kind of packed into your question is something that Tag wants to reverse. There's no standard. The whole point of the argument is there's no standard outside of revealed revelation by which you judge. So when you're like, well, how do you know the consistency? Well, that's what's revealed. So it's, for example, if you start with kind of the data, right? Then you're seeking a justification and explanation for that too. What accounts for data? So even on people's other terms as well. So that's the way I like to approach it, is that everybody's position wants a consistency. Now, we can't answer from our own finite position without begging the question why that, or justify that. However, there is an explanation for that. And that's revealed in who and what God is and how he's revealed. And so either it's that or it's nothing. So that's where you're kind of left at, is like that, but that is the explanation, is what's contained in the story of divine revelation. And that's not just some system. This is the other problem that people seem to have. It's like, I was just talking with a guy on Twitter, these arguments. It's like, well, how do I know that this? And why can't somebody do this? And it's like they're missing the whole point. That's all part of autonomous epistemology. You don't just go, well, I'm going to take this and I'm just going to add up these different logical points that I copy and paste from another system, and then that's how I make it work. So I'm trying to get people to really see, like, is orthodoxy true? Because it's here. It's a kind of it's present and given in history. And then what I show is that, well, every other possibility on somebody else's own terms is self-defeating.
It's also not just abstract conceptual consistency. It's also that it matches up to the real world. It's a historic religion. It gives an account for history.
To be a revelatory theism isn't just somebody like, well, I'm just claiming my position is revelatory theism. It's verifiable in history. That you can look and actually be like, well, obviously that's not it. Mormonism doesn't match. Islam does not match that. So, it's not just some, I think people are just really flipped around. They're so stuck into like a logical, autonomous kind of position. Be like, well, how do I know this works? And how do we prove the Trinity? And why is the Trinity? It's like, you're missing the whole point. It isn't just some logical, consistent game that we make up and get all the pieces to match together. It's something that's imminent. It's revealed in history. It's holistic. It's not simply abstract. And I think it's really important to see that.
All right. Thank you for that.
Himself, and he allowed us to confirm that's true. And that's really what we want to know, right? It's not like who's got the better logical proof. It's, is orthodoxy true or not? Isn't it that simple?
Thank you for that question. And just a bit of a little side note here. You'll notice that it is Yahweh, right, in Genesis 18:1. I wanted to be sure and be clear. And it says, and Yahweh or Yehovah appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the door of the tent in the heat. Oh no, excuse me. It's Abraham that's sitting. The Lord appears. Yahweh Yehovah appears. And then let's see what the Hebrew says in 2. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood. One of those men is Yehovah. How does Yehovah appear as a man and stand at the gate of the tent, the door of the tent? So Muslims, you understand? This is your Allah doesn't do this. This is not Allah. I'm sorry, Heidegger man. Do you want to try again?
Yeah, sorry, I got
It's okay.
caught lacking last time. I was
It's all good.
Dustin.
It's all good.
Just a quick one. I got confirmed in the Orthodox Church about 4 years ago. No small part thanks to you. So just want to
Awesome.
thank you for that.
Awesome. Many years.
But yeah, so my big issue, my big gripe tends to be around like tag, and the specific argumentation around it. So like, I kind of come from like a Kantian background in where I tend to view like noumenal objects as like negative and problematic, and that I don't think we have real knowledge of them. So I think, so aside from like deified saints, of course, I think that they can access like real knowledge of noumenal objects, but aside from that type of situation, I worry that that type of argumentation could eventually lead to like nihilism.
Well, the Transitional argument for God is not Kantianism, so.
No, I know it's not Kantianism. I just think that the Kantian critique could probably like it could leave someone unprepared. It leaves everyone unprepared, I think.
Why? Kantianism is self-refuting.
How's it self-refuting?
Well, because if Kantianism is true, Kant can't know that other minds operate the way that, because other minds would be part of the noumenal realm. So he can't know that that's actually true of other minds.
Yeah, he like I said, I think that that's true in the sense of like saints who undergo theosis, like they absolutely have like minds that don't operate.
Did you not hear what I said?
Yeah.
Well, could you repeat my argument if you heard what I said?
That the reason it's self-refuting is essentially because he can't make that claim about other minds, only his own subjective perspective.
Yeah. So if Kant's system then can't be true if the phenomenal noumenal distinction is true.
Well, I think it can be true because, like, for instance, if you're reading, like, the ending of Being in Time, Heidegger's only claim to truth on it is first, like, you need to go through the entire method yourself and see if it holds up to your own perspective. And then...
in the question, though.
How does that answer the question?
They're just positing stuff, and there's a level of consistency, but none of those people are presuppositionalists, right? The whole reason why Kant says what he says is because he believes in some sense manifold that David Hume told him about, because they mechanized it's all just a bunch of unjustified assertions. So none of it there's no way that we can confirm any of that to be true. And that's what the whole problem, that's what's the power of tag. It's like, because it's all autonomous epistemology. None of those people can justify anything they're saying. Well, it's true if this is true, but I can't justify by presuppositions about nature and noumenal and phenomenal distinctions.
Exactly.
I can if, like, there are no actual essences out there and it's a sense manifold, but I can't justify that, like, it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Exactly.
So I would push back on it being nonsense. So going through like the specifics of how he actually argues for it, I think he specifically around the realm of the noumenal, he does kind of, I think, present a more robust argument than you're presenting, and that I think
I know, but I studied on one of the world's leading both Heideggerian scholars and Kantian scholars. My advisor is I know Kant inside and out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to work through the audience with it, but I'm trying to reduce, like, he's brilliant. I'm not saying that, like, you know, there's a level that I really do love Kant and what these guys do, but it's all unjustified. because it's premised on further presuppositions that are unjustified, that they can't. That's only true if what they presuppose is true.
It's only as true as the basic assumptions that David Hume argues.
So I'm not saying they're not brilliant or something like that. I'm saying that's the whole problem with the history of philosophy and autonomous epistemology, is that none of those people can actually justify that's true. It ends up falling into an Agrippa's trilemma. Oh, either it's vicious, well, it's true if it's true. Well, how do I confirm that? Well, if it's true, then that's how I confirm that it's true.
Also, by the way, it's not the Orthodox position that only deified saints see the essences of created things. That's not the Orthodox position.
I'm just saying, like, so more like the doctrine of the broken noose. So I'm more or less, when I was reading Kant, I was also reading St. Gregory of Palamas, and, this probably influenced how I was interpreting Kant, which is that I was essentially seeing like a type of essence-energy distinction between, the being or the thing itself and the thing as it appears for the other.
That's not the essence-energy distinction. And by the way, no, it's not. It's totally different.
No. I know it's first off, Kant's a Protestant, so I don't think he would ever get it right, even if he was trying to get it.
Well, they're not even analogous in terms of, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just saying, like, what the essence-energy distinction is in terms of God's actions and the distinction between that and his essence is not the same thing as distinguishing Ding an sich versus, the phenomena that we experience. Did you read the Prolegomena?
Yeah, I've read the Prolegomena,
Okay.
but
Okay, so that's him saying that basically my whole system is going to be built on the basics of Hume.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Hume's wrong, then the whole project's wrong.
But it's also not, it's also kind of a refutation of Hume, in a way.
Right, but but what I was arguing is that it doesn't refute Hume, because if you don't know other people's minds, then you can't say that there's a phenomenal numinal distinction. How do you know the phenomenal numinal distinction is true?
You can experience the phenomenal numinal distinction yourself through practicing it, meaning existing in a world that maintains order and has all those things, and then when you engage with mathematics, you run into like Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
None of that is a justification for the proposition that there is a basic metaphysical distinction between the phenomenal and the numinal. That's the assumption that you cannot prove by empirical sense data. So how do you know that that's true?
So I'm in this operation, I'm not operating off of like correspondence theory of truth. I'm operating off of more of Heidegger's aletheia, the experience of truth.
How do you know that Heidegger's conception of a direct experience of truth is true?
I don't know it's true. I do know that
correspondence then the arguments are not justified.
Yeah. I do. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, do you not think that Kantianism is built on some of the basic assumptions? That's what Father Deacon was saying, was like, these are just guys asserting things. And that's what autonomous epistemology is guys asserting things. Well, so, how do we know that that theory of truth is right, or that assertion is where we begin our philosophy? Maybe it is, but what's the principle by which we know that? And what does that have to do with correspondence theory?
So how that has something to do with correspondence theory. Let me break that down. 2 seconds. Haven't defended my opinion since, university.
Well, justification is different from a correspondence theory of truth. So we're just asking, like, what's the justification for these, starting point assumptions of these systems?
So the justification for them would be the transcendental logic. In Kant's theory, it's like we have an understanding of the three-dimensional space, therefore we have to come to the world with an understanding of three-dimensional space.
Yeah, but every time you say we, it's begging the question about the problem that I raised, which is that there's no way to know that that's a universal feature of human minds to operate that way. All Kant can know, basically it reduces to solipsism, is what I'm saying.
I can see how it would do that, but that's only if you restrict cognition to your own mind space. I think if you
So make
How do you not if the phenomenal numeral distinction is true?
Because before you can even engage in like the thought process, you have to have like a linguistic mode that is, you know, encultured by the people around you, specifically your parents and the environment. So you have to already exist in the world to have like the cognitive capacity.
That's not the numeral phenomenal distinction.
Yeah, that's me going to phenomenology of perception. Sorry. I leaped ahead of Kant.
So we have no way to confirm the numeral and phenomenal distinction. And first of all, it's totally incompatible with orthodoxy. Okay. It's premised on the rejection and abolition of essences, and that we're just in a sense manifold, right? That you don't have direct contact with actual essences in the world. But orthodoxy maintains that. So you can't be like, well, I'm going to make a Kantian phenomenal law and then move it into a phenomenological, description of those systems are incompatible. Because again, they're all premised on things about real essentialism that modernity,
yes,
whether it's Descartes, Kant,
Hume,
Husserl, Hume, Heidegger, they all reject. Like, they're all responding to something that's fundamentally anti-orthodox. And that's real essentialism.
Yep. I'll always submit to the direction of the church, honestly, on whatever opinion I have.
It makes sense. Like, I was talking to my students. I don't want to say it's just dumb, because, again, I do appreciate where they're at and what they're trying to work with. They're doing the best with what they got,
the attempt to bring German idealism into orthodoxy is what you get in what's the universalist guy that got excommunicated by the Russian church? It's Bulgakov, right? And Losky has a great critique of Bulgakov because Bulgakov thought, I got to bring Hegelianism and Fichte, and I got to bring German idealism and all this. This is the real system of orthodoxy, and it's just like, what does this have to do? This has nothing to do with orthodoxy. We have the orthodox phronema. It's patristic. We don't need that. Adamite. What is an orthodox Adamite? And also, I mean, the anthropology and the metaphysics that you read in John of Damascus, which is in many ways Aristotelian, as Father Deacon said, that's the orthodox perspective. It is a form of essentialism. It borrows very heavily from Aristotle. It's not German idealism and phenomenology. Adamite, you want to unmute? Adam Rothballer, what's up? Unmute. Nobody wants to unmute. Adam Rothballer, unmute.
There we go. Hey, can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm sorry. My phone's kind of retarded. I'm sorry, that's not PC either. So how you guys doing? I know, it's kind of like the same thing, like, the Roman Catholic Church tries to pull that shit all the time, man. Like, they'll be like, so we're getting persecuted, so that means we're the true church because they're persecuting us, and, like, the Muslims keep coming after us, the liberals keep coming after us, so we're the true church because we're getting persecuted. And, like, if you read the scriptures, Jesus said, as long as you believe in me, like, in the end, they're going to try to pull fake churches on us all the time. It's like, stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you for those comments, Adam. Appreciate that. We don't mind people being retarded. Rex, what's up? I'm retarded all the time. Rex, what's on your mind? Rex, unmute. All right. A lot of people having a hard time connecting today. Philip? Guys, I want to remind you this show sponsor is chalk.com, CHOQ.com. The best in supplementation. If you head on over to chalk.com, you can use the promo code JAY44Life. That's J44Life to get 44% off all those great chalk products. Use the promo code J44Life, and you will not pay $174. You're going to pay 44% off of that. If you just want to check it out and not use the recurring subscription promo, you can use J40. That's JY40 to get 40% off all these great products. I recommend the Chalk Daily and the Tonkat Elite. I do take them on the regular, and I'm a big fan. Philip, what's up on you?
Hello, Jay.
Hey.
I have a simple question. Also, English is not my mother language. So,
okay.
I heard that in the Bible from someone that God before created us, he knows how tall would we be in there.
I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be rude. I just can't understand anything that you're saying. Adam, you want to try again? I want to remind you guys, too, we got a super chat here. You said that Max Giro, $5, that cinema is social engineering. What is the general motivation and why is this emphasized? Whose interest is it in? Well, it's in the interest of the establishment. And I wrote 3 books on the subject of pop culture, movie, social engineering. Esoteric Hollywood 1, 2, and 3. And you can get copies of those right there at the website in the shop. Esoteric Hollywood 3 will be out hopefully in the next couple weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And there is the link if you want to get signed copies. It's a pre-order, so remember, if you order right now and if you stack on the other books, anybody who orders Esoteric Hollywood 3, even if it's the other books as well, they will only come when Esoteric Hollywood 3 is released, which I expect to be in a couple weeks. It might be 3. It's a little bit slower than I expected. We thought it would be a little bit, but it's still, we're basically in July. I don't know exactly when in July. It might be mid to late July. So you can get your pre-orders right there. All the copies of the website are signed. You don't have to request it. You don't have to ask it. The whole purpose of getting signed copies from the shop, the website, is that they're signed. If you get it on Amazon, I don't make any money, and you don't get a signed copy, and you're just basically giving money to Jeff Bezos, who is sending me his old Mac computer. It'll be here in a couple days, directly from his Amazon basement. So get signed copies there, but there are 3 installments. This is the completion of the trilogy here. Esoteric Hollywood 1 came out 9 years ago. So we've had a fun run here. Kind of a classic in terms of social engineering. So this book will tell you all manner of answers about who and why and what's the purpose. So what's up, man? Adamite, you want to unmute? Did you not turn your mic on?
Sorry, I was on my computer.
That's okay.
And my mic wasn't working.
It's all good.
Okay, so when you debate a non-theist, you usually use the coherency theory of truth to prove them wrong, whether they have an internal contradiction in their system or
No, I don't do that. I use the transcendental argument, and I talk about coherence as an aspect.
Sorry, not non-theist. Sorry, not non-theist. Theist. My apologies. Say, ask the question again. Yeah, okay, so when you debate a theist, you use the coherency theory of truth to prove them wrong, whether it's an internal contradiction. Who told you that? That when I usually want you, I mean, I could be wrong.
Because we might use coherence doesn't mean we're using the coherence theory of truth. You know that words can have multiple meanings, right?
Yes, of course.
So if I say God is our foundation, does that make me a foundationalist?
No.
Yeah, so we've never said I use coherence theory of truth. Coherence theory of truth has, and coherentism and epistemology has just as many problems as foundationalism.
Right. So basically, secular coherence theory is just another form of foundationalism where all the beliefs are equally foundational.
No, I'm talking about your form of coherency theory, not a secular form.
We don't have a...
That's what I'm saying to you, is that coherency theory of truth is a secular epistemic theory about truth values and propositions and etc. And I'm saying that the Orthodox Christian worldview has an element where we do critique whether a position is coherent or not. That is not equivalent to that truth theory.
Well, this came up the other day in Discord, and it revealed something. I think the Western philosophic project, when I mean Westernism, I mean that, the philosophical project, is an attempt to systematize, algorithmize, rationalize everything into a system. And so I've noticed people say, well, what's the Orthodox theory of truth? Is it correspondence theory, or what's its epistemology? Is it coherence theory or foundationalism? Reveals the Western mindset that they have to reduce orthodoxy to a system and be like, well, which one did the, like, so their mindset and the question's entirely wrong. And I don't know if that's in your question itself, but it's,
I mean, it might be.
Logical theory.
From what it seems like, I might have a misinterpretation of it. Basically, the whole point was that someone gave me the question that how can Jesus be 100% human and 100% man if that contradicts the law of logic, one of the laws of logic?
It doesn't contradict the law of logic because it's not an either or, it's a both and.
Can you explain further?
I mean, if I have a coat on and I'm a human being, I'm 100% human being and also possess something that's 100% coat. Both of those things are true at the same time. So Jesus' human nature is a fully human nature, and it's a divine person taking on a human nature. So the church fathers often use that coat analogy to describe it.
And furthermore, the question also reveals their inability to distinguish nature from person. So it's a person that can have things. So there's no that's why Jay's mentioning the coat. Me having two distinct things that are not the same doesn't mean I'm a contradiction.
Yes.
Correct? So it's only a contradiction if you can't distinguish, or it appears to be a contradiction to these people because they can't distinguish between nature and person. Person is the subject that has natures and properties, etc.
Well, it's also a both and not an either or. In other words, it's not God becoming or turning into man. It's God assuming the nature of a man and both retaining at the same time both properties. Just like if I'm a person who wears a coat, it's a fully human person and a fully coat at the same time. So 100% coat, 100% man at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. The other one I had was the eternal generations of the persons.
Mm-hmm.
How can something be generated for eternity if it's a beginningless beginning? Because generation assumes an origin.
Right, but the Father is the origin. So the Father is the eternal origin of the Son.
And when you say beginning too, so the Greek word arche, it means origin, beginning, principle. But if you go back, this is why it's helpful to go back to like Greek and philosophy. None of the philosophers understood that is therefore in time. That's why you can say, in a sense, a beginning in the sense of principle, but not in order of time. Does that make sense?
Yeah. In other words, the Father is the eternal cause, and the analogy to begetting is just an analogy to a father and a son. So the question is, can there be an eternal cause? And why not? Why could there not be something that's eternally causing?
Here's the example that I give, and this is what's helpful about the ancients understood this. It's moderns that have a difficult problem with this. So I do this to my students. I say, I hold up a bunch of markers in my hand,
And I'm like, why are these markers like 3 feet above the ground? And they say, because you're holding it. And I'm like, so I could be eternally holding these, right? Like, they didn't appeal to any notion of time in that explanation. Yet, I'm the cause of their being in the particular place and height that they're at. And the Greeks have this kind of, notion of like, of cause as well, is that cause doesn't necessarily imply a temporality, but it's dependence or origin in the sense of, not being in time. I could go through a whole lecture on the meaning of cause and stuff like that, but you get the idea.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Adamite. Good questions. Let's see. Colin wanted to restate something about earlier about women.
No.
Hey, thanks for bringing me back on.
Yeah.
I had a question about epistemology this time, and I wanted to say I agree with what you guys were saying earlier, and what you said about me. I agree. But I had a question about how you guys get out of the peripatetic axiom, because I know you say it's like grounded in God ultimately, but could you walk me through like how you get there?
No, I would. I mean, the peripatetic axiom is that all things that are in the intellect are first in sense data. So I would just simply reject the premise to begin with. I wouldn't say it's grounded in God.
No. I know you don't believe in the peripatetic axiom, but I don't understand how you get around, like how you know things not first in the conscious. Or
Okay, is God in your sense data?
I mean,
Are the laws of logic in your sense data?
I guess not.
Right, universals, they're not in your sense data.
Okay, so are you saying like because those things exist, it has to be outside of
Abstract
your
abstract objects and laws are not directly in sense data. Meaning is inferred from words and concepts. It's not in the sense data per se.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it doesn't make sense to say that everything that's in the intellect is first in sense data. It's an empiricist assumption, and the point is that the proposition itself is also not in sense data.
Okay, that makes sense. I've been struggling to understand that for a while, but that makes sense. And at the beginning of the stream, what you said, like after I left, you said that like the only reason a woman would need to be in power is if the men failed, and that cleared a lot of things up for me. That helped.
Yeah, this is one of the points of the book of Judges, is that the men had failed, and it says there was no king in Israel in that day. And then, slay queens had to step up. John Marcos, what's up?
Oh, I wanted to say real quick, too, it's also in my transcendental induction for the effeminacy of men.
So you notice this is here in Aquinas. Nothing is in the intellect that was not first in the senses. But they didn't think about things in a non-foundationalist way back then. So it didn't occur to Aquinas to think, well, is the peripatetic axiom itself in the senses? No. So the proposition isn't true. What's up?
Hi, so I had a question about Actus Purus that I wanted to talk to you about. I didn't get in earlier because I was in like a class, and then I think I got banned from the spaces because I tried too many times because I was trying to do it in between lectures. So that's my bad.
You got banned from X spaces?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
on just the spaces, I think. I couldn't join it, but I could join it on this account.
Okay.
That was my fault game. But so I wanted to ask you about about Pino's book, because you said that you think that there's a there's like a real potential within God, and I wanted to kind of talk to you about that. By the way, I am Orthodox, but I figured it would be okay because this is kind of conceived as like a Roman Catholic topic, if you don't mind.
This is conceived of as a Roman Catholic topic? What do you mean?
Well, because I'm trying to defend the idea that there isn't like potency within God.
I mean, have you read the book by on power and God? Are you there? Are you there?
Hello? Hello?
And now that somebody's trolling us, what's up? Is this you, Father Deacon? Who is this?
Yeah, this is me. I'm trying to get the guy to come back on.
What's the name of that book? I'm going blank on it. Barnes. No, Power of God and Dunamis and Gregory of Nyssa by
exactly.
Barnes.
So again, why should we think that Thomistic or Scholastic or Latin is the correct way to understand these things? That's what I don't understand.
Well, all these guys are obsessed with this. All they want to do is call in and defend and try to rescue Tomism, or where you at, man? He says he gets booted from Spaces. Nobody booted him. He's just sitting right here as a listener. Where you at? Let's talk about Dunamis right here, the Barnes book.
I'm trying to pull it up. I think I have a PDF version of it.
Go ahead, unmute. Did you read the Barnes book?
So I haven't gotten to that one yet. So
wait. Why do you want to debate it? You haven't gotten to it yet. When it's about Dunamis.
I wanted to ask you about Pino's book. I wasn't saying that I really wanted to debate. I wanted to ask your opinion.
Oh yeah, sure.
But I'm not trying to troll, by the way.
Yeah, You guys do the same shit every time. So.
What did I do? I'm just. I'm a convert from Unionism.
Oh
so
yeah, sure.
I'm trying to figure this. Dude, I just want to ask you about the Pino book.
Okay, so Pino book 62, 63. Does it talk about the Barnes Dunamis idea?
To my knowledge, what he's talking about there is that which part of it, by the way? Which passage?
62, 63 that I specifically just told you.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, yeah, it talks about it, but I'm trying to get what you're
talking
about.
What am I talking about? It's the exact same thing as Michael Barnes that he cites on page 63.
Right, I know, and I'm asking if you think that the well, I'm not trying to like.
I don't believe you.
I'm trying to like.
I don't believe you because every time when you guys call in like this, what does footnote 140 say on page 79?
On page 79, I'll go back to it. The distinction between power and energy. That footnote.
Read footnote 140 on page 79.
Yeah, I was asking if I had the right
Read
one.
it.
The distinction between power and energy is taken up in the next chapter, although dynamis and energia are essential and generally interchangeable. Palamas does admit a kind of subdivision of power into manifested and unmanifested, that is, as first and second actuality.
Thank you. What did I just talk about?
So, you mean earlier, like when you were talking about first and second actuality? Or
yeah, first and second actuality.
And do you mean just now or like an hour ago?
An hour ago.
So I wasn't here for the whole part of it. I just heard that you.
What does that say? What did you just read? What's page 62 and 63 about?
Yeah, the concept of first and second.
Thank you. Okay, and does he cite Michael Barnes right there? Page 63?
Yeah, so as Michael Barnes has shown, the language of dynamis itself is not reductively Aristotelian, but goes back beyond the paradigm of actualization and change to such sources as the medieval language of the Hippocratic school. In this context, power is not simply the opposite of motion and actuality, but the inherent capacity that marks and defines the nature.
Correct. So God has the power to create, but he doesn't necessarily create every possibility that he could do, right? Is that true?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I just think that there's the point that Pino picks up at the in chapter 3 is he's talking about how that's on the level of manifestation and not on the level of the energy itself.
Well, the reason that doesn't work is that you have logi that God could have created, but he didn't, but he chose not to, right? Does a God have ideas that he didn't actualize?
Right, but that's ad extra. That's the point that I'm making, because he picks up the, he talks about, on page 96, actualization ad intra, the eternal act is of God. There's an actualization of inner motion of being, which is, the eternal activity within God. And then he talks about energia as first actuality, divine power as actus purus on page 98. Because what he talks about is the powers and faculties that characterize an essence, therefore, are not mere potencies. They're not another. I know you don't believe in passive potency within God. And by the way, I'm not like a uni at LARPer. I'm actually trying to this is kind of like a learning.
Okay, what's first actuality?
First actuality is the ability. So the analogy that Aristotle uses for it is the ability for an eye to see, and then the second actuality is going to be the eye actually performing the act of seeing.
Right, and Bradshaw has a discussion where he talks about the power to do a thing versus the actuality of doing a thing. Do you disagree with that?
I think Pino kind of talks about it in the introduction. Is that what you're referring to? Where
He does talk about that, yeah.
And he says, I can't remember exactly what page it's on, but yeah, among the more controversial corollaries of this interpretation is Bradshaw's idea that while some of the divine energies are eternal, others are temporal. This interpretation logically leads Bradshaw to believe that just as some of the divine energies are even unnecessary, contingent, and mutable, and then he quotes him talking about how they could be different or could not be, which would seem to kind of imply that they're accidental.
No, they're not accidents. So when God manifests in time and space, that's a manifestation, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is that you can say that it's only referring to God ad extra in terms of manifestation or God ad intra. But the problem is that not everything that God can do necessarily is manifested ad extra. So, for example, God has logi that he didn't actualize, hence why they're called thought wills, correct? Did God actualize every thought that he has?
So they're eternally active, but they're not manifested to the creature. It's a motion from
thought. I'm talking about the created order. So the logi that God didn't act to create on. This is why Maximus uses the term thought will, because not every thought is willed to be created. So I'm obviously talking about the created order, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did God forever exercise or actualize a divine providence?
Is he currently doing that, or
Don't change the subject.
Providence?
Did God eternally actualize providence? This is the distinction that Palamas makes between the attributes that are in the inter-Trinitarian life, true from all eternity, versus the actions that apply only in the economia.
Yeah, so from what I understand, that the way that he kind of gets at it here is that because they're expressions.
I'm asking what's
will.
true. I don't. So aside from Pino's thoughts on this and that, because Pino can be wrong. So, and I'm familiar with the specific attempt that Pino has to try to say that he'll answer the question that Bradshaw brings up by just talking about what's manifested and what's not. I'm aware of this. I'm asking the specific question that I, by the way, sent to Pino and he never replied, that I think is the root of this problem, that it doesn't answer, which is, I get the distinction between what's manifested versus what's intra-Trinitarian or whatever, but it's not answering the problem of, well, now wait a minute, is divine providence always actual?
Yeah, well, he does say that. I mean, I think he himself says that foreknowledge and providence are eternal, but they're not always.
Do you understand this is the whole purpose behind the first and second actuality point? The power to be providential versus exercising providence. Guess what? You need a world to do that. That's why there's a distinction between the energies that Palamas himself makes. It's not just Bradshaw. Hello?
And those are not ad extra distinctions.
Are you there?
He keeps jumping out. Or getting cut off. Or booted or something.
I have very little patience for these people because they obsess over this stuff, and they'll spend years studying this stuff to try to find a way to put a wedge between me and Bradshaw, or between me and Pino, and they always pretend like they're here to be friends and be nice. They're not. It's all an act. Come back. Are you coming back?
And notice this stuff might come up tomorrow too.
He's probably here. Yeah, so he made a profile. It's a fake profile that he created to do this. So he's a previous shithead who's here to cause problems. Because he literally just made this profile because it's somebody we already booted. Where you at, dude? I got all the books out. Let's do it. And then he runs away. Oh, that's why he said he keeps getting booted from spaces, because it's somebody that keeps making profiles. So if you look at triads.
Hello?
Yep. What's up?
Yeah. So I one because like when I was in I can tell you exactly what I was doing. I was at a Taekwondo class earlier. I had to stop training to try to join. And then I think I tried to hit it too many times, which is honestly my bad. I only made this one because it wasn't working on my phone when I was driving home, and I thought it might be a problem with my phone.
Okay, so is providence eternally actualized?
As in like affected upon the creature? No, but
okay, so then there has to be a
problem.
Then what?
Well, I mean, isn't that a question of being ad extra?
So no. So wait a minute. You tell me. Does he have the power of providence from all eternity?
Yes.
Does he exercise providence from all eternity?
In terms of exercised over a creature, I mean, so
that's like what the word providence means.
Yeah, so I know. I'm saying that.
Then why are you stating what you know? Does he do that from all eternity?
Is he eternally provident? Yes, but not over a creature.
So he has the power that he's not exercising. That's first and second act.
Yeah. So and by the way, this isn't something.
Stop qualifying it. Just answer it.
Well, hang on. I'm telling you that I'm not sure because I want to be.
Oh,
clear.
exactly.
Not,
You're not sure, right? Exactly. Yes, you are, dude. Don't tell. Why do you guys lie so much like this?
Wait, what do you mean, you guys? I'm not.
Yeah. What are you guys? Yeah.
I genuinely don't.
No, I don't buy this, dude. Don't you think you guys are scumbags, man? I do this all the time. I know when you guys are coming here pretending to be friendly. You make a fake profile that you just created. You guys do this. You obsess over this shit for years, and you look for any way to put a wedge between me or some other Orthodox person. But Bradshaw, but Pino disagrees with Bradshaw, and he's calling you out, and blah 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 blah. You haven't read the Barnes book.
I don't think he's calling you out. I'm
he's not calling me out. No, of course he's not.
No, I don't think he's calling you out. I'm not saying you're heterodox or anything. This isn't something I've studied for years. This is something I want to learn about more.
Sure. You just said you don't know and you haven't read the Barnes book.
No. Yeah, I know. I'm admitting that I don't know it. I'm gonna get to reading it. I just wanted to ask you about Peter's book because I wanted your thoughts on it. I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I'm not like I don't know. I genuinely don't know who you guys are. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, sure.
I genuinely don't know.
My other and so you're a uniate. You're a uniate who's supposedly
I'm not a uniate.
Who supposedly is now Orthodox, and you're studying this stuff, and you don't know who the uniate. You don't know who any of this is.
Mm-hmm. I can send you my baptism at an Orthodox church. I can send you the video.
Dude, whatever.
I'm in the Antiochian Orthodox.
I don't care, man. Look, so does he eternally actualize providence?
Does he eternally actualize providence? Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, you don't know.
I'm not.
Goodbye. I don't. Come on, I deal with these pieces of crap all the time. What's up, soap drinker? And if you're looking for triads where he discusses this, and it's a difficult section, but he does talk about dunamis. It is the third triad, second discourse. And he starts talking about power in God, first and second act. And then he goes on to, in section 6, he talks about natural energies that are proper to God from all time versus things like divine providence, which are distinct, different types of energies. Some that are eternal in God, natural to the person, such as eternal love and eternal glory. And then other actions, which God eternally has the power of providence, but aren't exercised until there's a world to be provident over, obviously. God is not eternally exercising the power of creating. Duh. Because he would be an eternal creator, and we would have eternal creation, and we would be Aristotelian dualists. Section 7, he talks about the logi and creation. And then he gets into some energies of God have a beginning and an end, as all the saints affirm. Now, you have a problem with that. People have a problem with that. Then you have a problem with Palamos. How would we believe that there's energies that come and go? There's theophanies. God steps into time and space and he leaves. That theophany is not forever. I don't know how God does that. It's not my job to scholastically define perfectly what's possible and not possible for God to do in time and space. He is the creator of time and space. He can do what he wants. And as I tell these people all the time, it's no different than the second person willfully limiting himself, as Philippians 2 says in the kenosis passage, to step into time and space, to be in some sense in Jerusalem, in some sense in which he's not in Capernaum, in a unique mode of being in his human body in Capernaum or in Jerusalem, and not in at Galilee. Okay. Yes, he's present still everywhere according to his omniscience, but he's present in a special, unique sense in his mode of being incarnate over in wherever, being baptized in the Jordan. So he willfully limited himself, Philippians 2. Now, according to these people, God just can't do that stuff in time and space. God doesn't do a specific action that comes and goes. It's not possible for God to do, because it means he's imperfect and he's subject to change and all this. What does Palama say right there about some of the energies of God, some of the acts of God? Now, their answer is, but you see, it is the manifestation and not the energy. I'm well aware that you're saying it's the manifestation. But all that does is beg the question, because the manifestation is still divine. The theophany that's manifesting is still God. So calling it manifestation is not solving what you think is a problem. It's just moving the problem back a step. Is the manifestation still fully divine in time and space? Now, guess what a lot of these people do? The people that are specifically, supposedly uniates, that are converts, I don't believe that. And I don't go, I'm going to send you my baptismal certificate. Don't worry about it, dude. We won't interact. I'm not interested. Because they've been at this for so long. And this is what, there's this weird sect of these people that pretend that they say, oh, I'm Orthodox, but I used to be uniate. Remember the guy that called in? The uniate guy that lied, that called in about... So you guys think I'm being mean, and it's these people do this. Let me show you one of these guys that did this. I bet you they're friends. I bet you in the same Discord. I bet you money. Remember when on my Clips channel I put it up. Remember the Thomas guy being a super dick when he called in. Total douchebag. So arrogant, had this gotcha. Oh, I'm going to get you. It's the same stuff. Oh, let's go to Ticon Pino. I'm going to show you up here. Let's see what Pino says. As if Pino is like an infallible authority. Like, I like the book. I promote the book. Is Pino's thesis only infallible? Like, I can't disagree with a section of it. I still think Bradshaw's positions are correct. And maybe Bradshaw says, well, I defer to Pino because, well, maybe he's just being nice. Because Palamas clearly says, like, there's different types of energies. And one of the key arguments he makes about creating is that the power, an action of creating, which is a divine action, is one that ceased. Well, but it's just the manifestation ad extra. You calling it manifestation doesn't solve the Theophanies issue. Well, the Theophanies are just manifestations. Okay, are they divine manifestations? Are they worshipped? So it's still uncreated. So the thing that you think you're answering with, well, but they're uncreated manifestations. Yeah, exactly. If it's an uncreated manifestation being worshipped, and God comes and goes in time, like we just read with all these theophany passages, then it's not answering the dilemma by just calling it the word manifestation. And where was this guy when he called him? Remember this? Here it goes. Here's it. Uniate. Remember the uniate snake that calls in with this exact same thing? He does the exact same thing as this guy. This is what they do. Well, I'm just here honestly trying to answer questions. I'm so sincere.
Position, like I say.
Okay, so let's make it really clear then. In Leviticus 9, we have the manifestation of the glory of God in time and space, and the Israelites bow down. Oh, did you hear that? Does this argument sound familiar? It's just God's manifestation. It's not first and second act, even though Pino literally cited first and second act in the footnote, making the point that I made in that chapter, citing the Barnes book. Okay, well, let's look at Leviticus. And you know what? What some of the so-called Uniate Orthodox converts are, what I hear them saying now. They say, in order to resolve this supposed dilemma, I think that this is a created effect. They're literally now calling some of these idiots that are like literally just new converts, like they converted like a year or two ago. They've solved all the issues. They know all about it. All they want to do is get a clip of me messing up to clip me to grow their channels or whatever. Just, we got Dyer, we got him. They've been doing this for like 7 years, man. Now, what does it say right here? Aaron lifted up his hands towards the people, blessed them, and came down from an offering of sin, burnt offering, and peace offering. Moses and Aaron stood in the tabernacle and blessed the people. Then the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people, and fire came out from before the Lord and consumed the burnt offering. That's the glory of God in time and space. Yeah, but it's just the manifestation. I'll just use the word manifestation. Okay, is it an uncreated divine manifestation? And then some of them are now saying, it's a creature. I know, we'll say that it's a created effect. Now you're at the Roman Catholic Jewish Muslim position. It's a created thing. What did we just read? In Maimonides. It's a created light. The Jewish position. You idiot Roman Catholic and Uniate people who want the Jewish position. Good. Why don't you go be a Jew? Did you not? We just looked at this, right? Shekinah, Jewish Encyclopedia. What does Maimonides say the light of glory is in these passages? Regarding this glory, Maimonides says, perhaps it is a created light between God and the world, just like Roman Catholics say about Matthew 17 and the light on the Mount of Transfiguration. They call it a created light. What is it in Leviticus 9, Roman Catholics? I guess it's a created glory. God's glory is created. You're a polytheist. You think that there's created God. Good job. That's exactly Palamas' argument against Barlaam. Why? All because you want to admit the essence energy distinction and the entire argumentation of the triads and the debate with the Barlaamite to simply admit that God can come into time and space and he can leave time and space in a special mode of being. Why not? The whole incarnation is premised on God being able to do that. To enter into time and space in a unique mode of being, one hypostasis, not the entire triad. So the real issue is people think that scholasticism has all this value and we have to make this work in terms of the dictionary of scholastic metaphysics. And if we don't have the dictionary of scholastic metaphysics, it won't work and the system won't be foolproof and we'll believe in something crazy. The world already thinks you believe in something crazy. You don't have to make this work for a bunch of so-called academics. Once you kind of see through all of this, like Father Deacon was saying earlier, academia is worthless. What does Paul say about academia in 2 Corinthians? He says, we tear down the strongholds of the foolishness of this world and its worldly wisdom.
I've been pleading with you guys. I'm stuck in it. Help.
What?
I've been stuck in academia. Help me get out.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought academia is the thing that will give us respect and the world will love us and they will see how smart we are and we'll prove to them.
And by the way, I know this because I've been fighting in the trench. I mean, how long have I been a professor? Since 2013? Actually, it was before that because I got a job teaching with a master's in 2006. So I've been in academia for quite some time.
Yeah, let's just put this to rest right away. All of the idiots that want to go with this nonsense, they want to get into all this abstract, first and second actuality can't work in God. Okay, forget it. So fine, none of it works. Then what is happening in Genesis 18 when it says Yahweh Yehovah stood there next to a tree? How does Yahweh stand next to a tree and look like a man in the next verse? And Abraham sees a man. How does that happen? Numbers 12, what does it say? God's going to come down. Listen to this. This one's great. Suddenly, the Lord's...
accent, by the way, you got to do that. God's going to come down.
Suddenly the Lord said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, "Come out, ye three, to the tabernacle of meeting." And so they came out. The Lord came down in a pillar of cloud, and he stood in the door of the tabernacle. Wait a minute. Yahweh stood in the door? How does Yahweh stand in the doorway? It's just the manifestation. It's not actual. Oh, wait a minute, but it's a divine manifestation that you worship? Then it's uncreated. Oh, if it's an uncreated manifestation, then guess what? The very thing that manifestation was supposed to solve is still there as a problem. And by the way, why didn't Pino... I sent one paragraph question to Pino, this very thing, and he never replied. And I'm sure Pino thinks that I'm too evil and too mean, and he's far better than... He's too good to talk to me. Whatever, I don't care. I don't have any personal disagreement or anything wrong with Pino on a personal level. I don't see why I can't ask this question, though, or like why it's bad if I ask this question. And it's just annoying to me that all of these people who are Uniates and Roman Catholics try to seize on this as a way to drive a wedge and say, Dyer doesn't agree with Pino. I'm sorry, am I infallible? No. Is Pino infallible? No. Is Bradshaw infallible? No. So what is that even supposed to prove? So what? But look, the Lord came down in the pillar of cloud and stood in the doorway of the tabernacle. Do you understand how many things like this there are in the Torah? There's so many things like this, and even in the historical writings and in the prophets. In Judges, it said Yahweh turned his face to Gideon. And it's blowing my mind that all of these Roman Catholics and these Uniates and these people, when the Theophanies are the kill shot, all of these people want to run to the Jewish explanation that it's created angels and created light and created intermediaries. You want the Maimonides position. And by the way, who does Aquinas cite when he's trying to prove absolute divine simplicity? Oh, Maimonides, exactly.
Yeah.
And what did this Uniate snake do? I'm Orthodox. No, he's not. It turns out he's Uniate.
And worship it.
When he did the same thing.
Sure, we would say that's the energy.
Okay. So it's not the essence, right?
Sure, but if you read the Synod of 1351, it has to be contemplated with it.
What has to be contemplated with it?
The essence always has to be contemplated with it. With any
I didn't say that it's not contemplated with it, but you're not participating in it.
Yeah, sure. I'm simply saying that you need to clarify. You're not.
Okay, but
you're not participating in the identity of the essence now.
Right. I never said that. So notice how bad faith this guy was when he called in, trying to make me say some nonsense like I separate the energies from the essence. Nobody ever said that.
So you're participating in the energy, and that's why the fourth of the Palamite synods condemns the Thomistic position of Prochorus.
Right, but you wouldn't say that Barlam himself was a Thomist.
No, I think he was a Greek monk or monastic, or I forget exactly what his... He might have been an abbot or something, but no, he's not one-to-one a Thomist, but he...
Yeah, right. Scalor says he's anomalous, right? He upholds William of Bachman's position, that there's only a simply logical distinction between them.
Right. No, I agree with Bradshaw's argument that, for example, katapanoia, it can be only a conceptual distinction or a conceptual distinction that's also in the object or in the thing. So it can be both. It could be either one.
Right. Okay. So you would think that, generally speaking, a real distinction is simply improper terminology.
Again, I said at the very beginning, like Bradshaw says, it's confusing.
And by the way, all of this real distinction stuff that they were trying to make a big stink about like a year ago or 8 months ago, when somebody translated a bunch of Scholarius's works Guess what term he uses all throughout his works? Real distinction. So all of this nonsense that they tried to find all fell away. But let's get to the end of this, and you'll see this where this guy went crazy. Watch this.
Pino said.
Yeah. So there's a distinction.
So Pino, here we go.
Not
Pino.
eternally end.
Agreed, but he's not.
Same argument this guy
mean,
called in to make, right? It might have been the same guy. This guy sounds a little more Hispanic, right?
That does not
In
mean.
relation to actualization, it's in first act.
What?
In relation to it being actually actualized, it's in first act.
So you're saying God has always actualized creation?
Not outwardly, no, but it's simply an inward manifestation of his being.
So inward.
You know how silly that is? The power of creating is inwardly manifested in God's being. What? Not even the case. So I don't think this guy understood the difference between first and second act, right? It's just the difference between the power to do a thing and doing the thing. It's that simple, right? So Bradshaw's example is like, I can ride a bike, speak Spanish, and play guitar. And so if I'm riding the bike, I might not necessarily be speaking Spanish and playing the guitar, but I have the power to do that. Very simple. It's not that complicated. And for some reason, they think that if you say that about God, even though it's in the freaking Pino book, like that's detracting from God and it doesn't make God pure act. Okay, God is not identical to pure act in his essence. Okay, when John Damascus calls God pure act, it is in contrast to creatures. And Nazianzus says the exact same thing and Maximus says there's two ways we name God, and we don't identify the naming. Okay, it's the first 5 pages of the 200 chapters that Maximus does on love, right? The first 5 pages says we name God in 2 ways. There's the intra-Trinitarian life, and there's naming God in contrast to creatures. 2 different ways. If you confuse the two, you'll get filioque and other such mistakes. For example, is God first cause? Yes. In contrast to creatures, God is the first cause of the created order. Yes. In the intra-Trinitarian life, is God reducible to first cause? No. That would deny that the Father is the unique cause in the triad. The essence of God is also not the cause. It's the Father in the triad that is cause. That is distinct from naming God in contrast to creation as the whole triad is the first cause of the created order. So you can't confuse naming God via economia with naming God in the intra-Trinitarian life. That's a number 1 key distinction that Nazianzus makes, that Maximus makes, that Palamos makes.
So God is always created within his being?
Yeah, sure, as an inward expression of his being.
God has always created in his inward being as an inner expression of his being. Boom, right there. That just told you this guy had no idea what it's... No, God is not always internally creating in his being. That's crazy. Crazy talk. This is what leads people to Origenism. Because they're not just admitting that the whole point of the first and second act is precisely to avoid this problem of modal collapse and the Origenist problem.
Created within his being.
Sure, just as a priest does not need to be serving divine liturgy to be a priest.
Total false analogy, and he's missing the whole point of first and second act. I mean, this is actually funny, right? So remember, this guy calls in saying he's Orthodox. Turns out he's not, he's a Uniate. And that's why I don't believe this guy. And it's the same arguments.
So that's a power that's not yet actualized. That's the point. Did he rest from creating?
Sure, right, but just because it's not outwardly expressed doesn't mean he's not eternally active.
Agreed, but he's not
eternally active in that action.
Active in the power of creating.
Sure, because the power of creating is external, and that's active.
Exactly.
Power.
So did he rest from creating?
He just said the power of God is external to create. But a minute ago he said that God was ever creating in his being. It's complete stupidity here.
Sure, as in the manifestation.
Is the manifestation itself eternal?
I wouldn't say so. No, it begins and ends.
Exactly. Thank you.
Pino said.
So here we go. Now the problem is moved back a step by saying that it's just the manifestation, bro. Oh, but wait a minute. Are the Theophanies? Now listen to where I get this guy on the Theophany. Watch this.
Yeah. So there's a distinction between eternal glory and the action of creating.
Sure, we can say there's a virtual distinction between the...
No, it's a real distinction. That's what I understand. There has to be a real distinction. If it's virtual, then we don't actually know the difference between God creating and generating the Son or the eternal glory. This is so silly. And by the way, Palamas has a whole reductio, 98 to 103, addressing this. Distinction, it's not virtual, because if it's only virtual,
No,
then...
between the energies themselves, we can say there's a virtual distinction.
So the action of divine knowledge is equated to eternal glory.
Sure, you can say that they're virtually distinct. In reality, sure, you can equate them together.
Well, the Palamite... So, modal collapse problem returns. Let's say they're different realities.
Reality is the improper term, right? When
How
they
could-
talk about realities,
It's
they're
the
referring,
terminology
right,
that they use. It's the term that's used, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. How could
something that has a basis in the thing.
how could there be an equating between, say, divine providence and eternal glory?
Well, there's not an equating here because
Well, you said they're only
No,
conceptually. You said
formal
they're only
identity.
conceptually distinct.
Right, conceptually distinct destroys formal identity. So when you're saying equating here, you're misinterpreting that because equating here refers to formal identity. They're different formal identities, but we can say they're the same material reality.
So it doesn't get us anywhere because it's the same thing.
Sure, in reality, it's the same thing. Would you say you have?
So I mean, you just again, this guy has no clue.
Numerous different realities.
In Leviticus 9, is that an eternal manifestation?
Leviticus 9, which
Watch all these people collapse right away on Theophanies. Just watch.
just read the entire verse for me here.
Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle at the meeting, and they came out and blessed the people. The glory of the Lord appeared to all the people, and fire came down from before the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. Does this theophany come and go?
Sure, we could say theophanies come and go.
Now remember, the supposed solution to this question is just calling them manifestations. Watch this. Was the manifestation of that theophany itself God himself?
Sure, we can say that.
So it was an energy in space and time?
Sure, because it's manifested, right? But the energy and power itself does not begin and
Okay.
end.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem in Pino's. Here's the problem in Pino's point here, which is that it kicks the can down the road and moves the problem back and stuff. Is the manifestation itself fully God?
Oh, sure, yes.
So did God come and go in time and space?
No, right? Because the manifestation itself
The
has nothing to do
you
with
just said the
first act.
manifestation itself is divine. Did you catch that? So this is where they mess up.
Yes, because it's related to God.
Oh, it's because it's related to God. It is God. What are you talking about? Related to God. Is it really fully God?
Sure.
Did it come and go in time and space?
No, because it's the
So it didn't come. He just contradicted himself. Come and go. So yeah, exactly. So here's the problem.
the appearance that came in time.
But the appearance is God, as you just said.
Not really, no.
It's not. Not really. No. See, this is what these people are so dishonest, man. These Thomists are just the trash, man. They're just trash. I can't stand Thomists. This is the games they play, man. It's so dishonest. God. So the glory of God. So the glory of God appeared, but it's not really God.
Manifested is fully God, but the appearance of that energy.
The appearance is the energy. It's the theophany. It's the theophany.
Proper, right? So you would say.
It's a theophany, isn't it?
Yeah, but would you see the energy physically?
Yes, Palamas has a specific section saying that even with the visible eye, you can see the divine energies. Not in every case necessarily, but he says even the saints have seen with their eyes God himself. I mean, it says right here, Yahweh stood in the tabernacle doorway. Yeah, they saw him with their eye. I'm sorry you have a problem with that. It's you that has a problem with divine revelation. It's not me. You guys want to look at me as the problem, but you guys have a system that you worship, and your system tries to conform revelation to the system, and it's idolatry. Does it say in the text that I just read to you, all of Israel saw the glory of the Lord and they fell down?
Sure, right, but I can simply say that's the created manifestation of the...
There is no created manifestation. You see, he messed up there. Because he's been arguing that the theophany is the uncreated God, and now he's calling it a created manifestation. So now he's moving into the Roman Catholic Thomistic position, which is the Jewish position, that it's a created light that's a mediary between us and God. There's no created glory, you idiots. God's glory is not a creature, it's uncreated. Manifestation of the Theophanies.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. Theophanies are not creatures. Theophanies are not creatures. You just got exposed. Theophanies are not creatures.
And then some others aren't.
No, they're not. This is the glory cloud. It's not a creature.
You can say the glory cloud isn't a creature, but you need to justify that off patristics, right? Because
God's glory is not a creature. It's worshipped. It's called Yahweh. You hear this guy? Listen, Thomists now resorting to Jehovah's Witness and Muslim arguments and Jewish arguments about what the theophanies are. This is a repeat of Justin Martyr versus Trypho. So good job, Talmudic Thomists. Good job. You're all Talmudic scumbags. It's called the glory of God.
Right.
Is the glory of God a creature? So now you're a Muslim.
No, right, but I can simply say that the appearance or
the manifestation you already said is God. You just contradicted yourself.
Right,
the appearance is the manifestation. You just contradicted
appearance of the
yourself.
I can say the appearance of the energy is a created effect.
No. God's energy is appearing as created effects. So the idols of these Thomist idiots is what blinds their mind to what's quite clearly really an energy in time and space. Imagine thinking that in Matthew 17, the light of glory. Paul says in 1 Timothy, I think it's chapter 6, God dwells in unapproachable light. Oh, is that created? When Jesus is blasting the divine glory out of his human nature in Matthew 17, these people think it's a creature. This is how silly this is. It's not. It's a theophany. Now you're a Roman Catholic.
You can say no, it's not.
No, everybody knows it is. That's the so you're not actually Orthodox, are you? Well, see how we noticed it? So he lied, came on, said he was Orthodox. Turns out he's Uniate. So he's not Orthodox. See that? So this is what Roman Catholics do. They mine the Orthodox stuff to come and try to argue Scotism. And then when we go to the actual passages, you heard him melt down. Look at all that. So that was all a bunch of sophistry. Just like with the Thomists earlier. Here's a bunch of fancy citations. What about the formal distinctions? What did he just say about the theophany there? See this? This is why I have no patience for these people. And it's all like 25-year-old guys that all they care about is just this. Dude, get a life, man. Go find a girlfriend. Put down the scholastic metaphysics. And no one even cares about scholastic metaphysics. Literally nobody. The Roman Catholic Church doesn't care about Tomism anymore. Go LARP and play in the park with your foam swords, dude. Julian, $5. Accept my request. I'm not an F-head. Julian, an F-head. What's up, Chase? I might have waited too long ranting there. I don't see Julian. What's up, Chase? Chase, you want to unmute?
Who are you talking? Who's Chase?
You can go ahead. Chase is in here. You go ahead. What's up?
I think I may have forgotten a few of my questions.
Sorry, I rambled too much.
No, I mean, I understand. There's some dude nagging about some stupid stuff. It's just, yeah. Hold on. What was the question again? Oh, yeah. Wait, freak. Oh, yeah, I have a question about, like, do you think Hollywood is actually gonna, like, continue, like, eventually, like, fall, like, in popularity so bad, like, to the point where it just, like, becomes irrelevant?
Yeah, I think it already kind of is, and even people in Hollywood, like Jamie Kennedy, will say that. I'm sure it'll still be kind of around for a little bit, but I think it's just going to transition into, like, video games, online gaming, and then, you know, we already have, like, Amazon and Netflix studios and Apple studios. Those are taking over. I think Amazon just bought MGM. So if you rent an MGM movie, it's like Amazon MGM now. So the tech companies are just buying up the studios. What's up, Julian?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for answering. I had a couple of questions. I recently converted to the Orthodox Church. I just became a catechumen, and I'm trying to convince some of my friends. I was in a really nested community. I'm trying to convince them of a lot of the Orthodox points, and the only thing that they've put forward so far that kind of threw me for a loop was like, it didn't throw me for a loop, but it was just like I stacked up a bunch of offensive points. Like I was really hitting him hard with the Milesian schism and all these different points. And then the one I didn't prepare any like defense, if that makes sense. And when they hit me with the Philip the Legate, how it explicitly said forever, and it was teaching theology instead of just like a nicety in an ecumenical council, I wasn't exactly sure how to respond to that, and I like froze up and I was like, oh dang. So it was kind of embarrassing. I wasn't sure if there was like some like really good resources.
You're cutting out. Philip the Legate doing what now?
I wasn't sure if there's any good. I haven't found any good resources to get around the Philip the Legate problem in the Council of Ephesus.
Ubi's addressed this. Have you watched Ubi's explanations?
Yeah, I actually got a hold of him. Me and him had a couple good conversations, but I think I was like overloading him with too many questions, and I wasn't able to find a video where he addressed Philip the Legate in particular.
I think I'm going from memory, but I think from memory on his blog, he's also covered Ephesus. Because it was one of the early things that Ibarra brought up. Okay, so there's a 3-part response to Ibarra on Ephesus. Do you hear me?
Okay.
So if you go to Ubi Petrus and you type into his site, what did I type in? I typed in Ubi Petrus Ephesus, and if you click the first thing that comes up, you'll get 3 parts replying to Ibarra, and I'm assuming, I'm going from memory because he wrote, this is 6 years ago. So this is, I'm assuming, where Ubi talks about that.
Great. And then would I be able to ask one more quick question? I saw in that Tim debate that you did on, I'm forgetting the name of the channel that you guys were on. Tim Pool, that's what it was. So I wasn't sure what was going on with him. He quoted something from Constantinople 4 that I was not able to find, but he also was mixing up Nicaea 1 and Constantinople 1. So and nobody called him out on it. I saw him do it in another interview.
Yeah.
It was kind of embarrassing for him.
Wait. So hold on. You're going faster. What was the first statement?
I wasn't able to find that Constantinople 4 quote that he was using, but I know somebody's gonna.
I think he's just citing from Ibarra. So whatever he's getting, he's just repeating from Ibarra's book. And then, so what was the other quote? He was mixing up. You said Nicaea and what?
He was mixing up Nicaea 1 and Constantinople 1. He didn't even know that the 4 marks of the church came from Constantinople 1.
Yeah, that's funny.
But so when he was quoting from Constantinople 4, you said that was from the papacy?
No, I'm saying that all of Tim's arguments about papacy are just from Ibarra's book. Because I've talked to Tim and he's like, I just go with Ibarra, so.
Wow, okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense of what was going on. When I saw he was mixing up Nicaea 1 and Constantinople 1, I realized something was up, and then
yeah, it's, by the way, it's
Constantinople 4 quote.
I just noticed, yeah, I don't know where he's getting that either, because I don't have Ibarra's book, but Ubi deals with Philip the Legate extensively in part 2. I found it. It's Did Rome have universal, ordinary, immediate jurisdiction at Ephesus? Part 2, rebuttal to Eric Ibarra, and he deals with Philip the Legate pretty extensively here.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jay.
Thank you. Yeah, good questions. And let me know if you figure out what exactly or where exactly Tim is getting that quote. But he may be misquoting, but I think he's just pulling from Ibarra's book. What's up, Chase?
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I tried. You brought me up earlier, and then my thing glitched out. But just kind of going back to... I know it moved on, but going back to the people that try to syncretize Tomism with orthodoxy, you know this, but some listeners won't. These people will have been going at this for years, like Jay said, and try to just confuse catechumens.
It's all just to confuse catechumens. That's what's so annoying about it.
Yep. It's all, and just there's a couple marks that we've talked about before that they always have. One, it's always they are a brand new convert with no blessing to teach, and they have a savior mentality that they're gonna save orthodoxy and syncretize orthodoxy and Tomism and use this language from a completely different system, which adopting terms can be fine, but when you just force them in and then try to force different metaphysical distinctions from a different system, that's just retarded. It doesn't work. And the interesting thing too is that a simple thing that we started doing, just like mods and stuff on the Discord server, is just asking people, hey, what do the pre-communion prayers say? What do the Orthodox pre-communion prayers say? Oh Lord, burn me not as I partake.
And what's your social security number and your mother's maiden name?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Once we get the mother's maiden name, it's all game.
No, Chase, go ahead.
It's another boat.
Chase, make this point. I want to hear your point about the prayers. Go ahead.
The pre-communion prayers, right? In the pre-communion prayers, it says over and over and over again, tremble, O man, as you behold the divine blood. It is a burning coal that sears the unworthy. The body of God both deifies and nourishes me. It deifies the spirit, wondrously nourishes the mind. Later on, it just keeps calling it the divine blood. I believe that this is truly your precious body.
Yeah.
Yep. And that this is truly your precious blood. Behold, as I approach for divine communion, O Maker, burn me not as I partake. You are fire consuming the unworthy. So again, even the fire consuming the unworthy, going back to what do we believe the eschaton is? When we go into the eschaton and
the river of fire is the river of life.
Yes. And what is that? Is that the essence?
No. It's the created effects.
It's the created, exactly.
I'm joking.
I know you're joking, yeah. But even that someone could say, oh no, that's a reach. I don't think that is a reach. But just, I approach for divine communion and saying that, tremble, O man, as you behold the divine blood. This is not a...
Yeah, the easiest way to refute the easiest way to refute the attempt to make Scotism and Palamos work together is to just go directly into, okay, what are we participating in? Because it's not an uncreated energy in Scotus. So what good is it to say, well, but Scotus is admitting that it's a pretty hard distinction between the attributes. Okay, so what? What does that have to do with what I'm participating in? Am I participating in a formal distinction, or am I participating in the uncreated energies of God? It's not a conceptual abstract system. We're talking about, as Chase is saying, whether you're actually participating in the uncreated energies of God in the Eucharist. So the Eucharist, the grace, the participation question is the easiest way to destroy all of these idiots that want to make Palomism and Thomism and Scotism somehow all work together. Now, I wrote an essay, is the essence-energy distinction merely a conceptual distinction, precisely to refute all these goobers. And what is the fourth Palamite Synod about? Oh, the 1368 Tomos Synod condemns the position of Prochoros Kydones, a Thomistic monastic, who sought to make the essence-energy distinction something merely conceptual and not in reality. Oh, and he's condemned. He also uses the notion of God being reduced to pure act, and yet it's condemned. So, none of these people will admit that the final Palamite Synod is what actually condemns the very thing that they're trying to rescue or to save. Go ahead.
Well, and I was going to say I agree with everything you just said, and I'm still finishing up taking my notes on the book that people should get, the Gregory Palamas, the Hesychast controversy, and the debate with Islam, that has
This is the Norman Russell book, that I'm citing.
Okay, gotcha. Well, so even still, this one is phenomenal. Going through all the letters and stuff between Palamas and. But so I was going to say though, any of these people, go and ask your priest. And I'm not saying your priest is infallible. Ask every single Orthodox priest at your local parish before you go in your community. Before you go and you receive, go ask him. This is just a created effect, right? And see if you can see what your priest says and see if you can receive.
Yeah, these are all just Latinizers who have, like Chase said, some weird arrogant obsession with thinking that they're going to save Orthodoxy and fix Western rights. It's all idiotic pre-lust. Gen Z, $3. They say that ancient Greek Olympic Games would make athletes look like jokes. Better running, jumping, and fighting. It's true that our bodies are degrading throughout these generations. Or is that a New Age thing? I don't know. I would imagine that as we approach the eschaton, probably our bodies degrade. I don't know. Sylvanus, $5. When you look at the biblical canon, what do you think about Paul? How do you reconcile Paul's statement, Romans 3:2, that Jews were entrusted with the oracles of God? We just had a whole guy that we debated this idiotic position with. First of all, it doesn't prove that it's the Masoretic text. Paul might entirely mean the deuterocanonical Septuagint text, because Paul most often cites the Septuagint, which includes the Deuterocanon, which is a strike against the silly Protestant view. Furthermore, it doesn't say anything about, it's not talking about the New Testament canon, it's talking about the Old Testament canon. Jesus says that the first and last prophets are Abel and Zechariah. That has nothing to do with the canon. So I don't know where Protestants think that this is proving a Protestant canon. Let's Talk God, $10. We read that earlier. About Sam Shamoon. We read that. Iconomat, here's $1 for a twerk. Well, go over to my OnlyFans and click yogurt pants, and you'll see me twerking. Dark Sickle, $2. I know you're tired of it. I'd like to see you debate Gavin Ortland. Gavin Ortland's not going to debate me. I've always wanted Gavin Ortland to prove his position. He's always grasping at straws. He's not going to debate. David Niall Connor, $5.97. Jay, thank you. I attend a Russian Orthodox church now in Ireland. Do you have any arguments or videos on Russian Orthodoxy versus old calendarists? Well, most of the Russian church is, as far as I'm aware, it's almost all old calendar. So I'm not, if you mean schismatics, that's like literally like a few hundred people on the internet. So it doesn't even exist in reality. And it's funny because they called me out on some video like a month ago saying that I was lying because I said that the true Orthodox schismatics don't have a synod. If you go and look up on the website, their synod is like 3 pictures that are like 10 or 15-year-old pictures of people, one of whom is dead. So their synod is like a couple people, like I said. But they're like, Jay Dyer lied because he says we don't have a synod. And there's like, here's the synod. And it's like 2 old dudes in old 90s photos that like one of whom is dead. It's like, yeah, okay, so your synod is literally just a couple people, one of whom's dead. JB Peltier, Jay, did you do a goober summer ritual to Yakub? The chat is going nuts. Yes. What is the math? What's the matter? $2. It's just Neoplatonism. Pray for the catechumens. Some things are Neoplatonism. I mean, the thing with the Roman Catholic stuff and the Thomist stuff is like, on the one hand, they want to go in a Neoplatonic direction at times with simplicity and this kind of stuff. And then at other times, they want to literally just have this unknowable monad turned in on itself like Aristotle's God. And the metaphysics necessitates and precludes him entering into time and space. And I'm like, do you not understand that undermines the incarnation? I mean, they're so silly with these obsessions that they're missing the forest for the trees, not realizing that what they're arguing would again just mean the incarnation isn't possible. And then they think the incarnation, it's just so stupid. They think the incarnation is a created effect. It's like, It's not a created effect. It's the second person really in time and space. And why do you want to be Orthodox? If you believe with the Roman Catholic crap, go be a Roman Catholic. Like, please stop trying to get into Orthodox churches and make it Thomistic. We don't need that. We don't want it. I left Rome to get away from that. I didn't go to this place to make it Roman Catholicism light or become a missionary for Thomism, the Thomistica Protectariat, the Missioniva Protectiva, whatever it is in Dune, where it's like, those witch women are the missionaries or whatever to spread Thomism. Go spread your witch Thomism elsewhere. We don't want it. But what does Paul say in Philippians 2? Christ, who being the form of God, did not consider it robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, taking on the form of servant, coming in the likeness of men, and humbling himself. So he willfully limited the powers that he could do. Okay, well, if God is absolutely identical to Actus Purus, that's not possible, Roman Catholics. Don't you see this? So, good job undermining the incarnation with your stupid system. Zalmoxis, 5 months membership. What book were you talking about? It sounds like Pino. I'm talking about Dr. Tikhon Pino's book, Essence and Energy, Being and Naming in God, St. Gregory Palamas. And again, do you want me to read you let me see if I still have the email I sent to Tikhon that he didn't reply to. So, here it is, right? Just a simple question. Dr. Pino, greetings. Thank you for your excellent works. I've learned a lot from your book. I was wondering about a specific section. Do you think that St. Gregory Palamas takes the theophanic manifestations themselves to be divine? If so, one theophany is really different from another theophany, correct? For example, the appearance of God's fire and glory in Leviticus 9 is a different manifestation from the appearance of the Lord wrestling Jacob in Genesis 32, correct? And Tikhon never replied. So, I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't like me. Maybe he thinks I'm mean. Maybe he's too spiritual for me. Maybe he thinks I'm stupid. I don't know. But just saying manifestation, I'm sorry, how is that answering the problem of, well, I'll get around God coming and going in time and uncreated energies coming and going and the problem of God changing by just saying it's a manifestation. Okay, is the manifestation fully divine? There are over 1 million true Orthodox. Where are you getting these numbers? 1 million? 1 million. Give me a break. Get this guy out of here. Will you debate William Albrecht? Okay, so no, this is not a serious person. This is a... I don't debate leather daddies. Go back to your leather daddy. The dude is gay as hell. And it's obvious. And, there's 1 million genuine true Orthodox. Dude, are you serious? Like,
no.
The biggest true Orthodox channel has like a couple thousand subscribers. Like, what are you talking about? Their synod is like 2 people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. 2 FBI feds.
2 feds. It's like, yeah. All right, I'm trying to get through the super chats here. Rage Magic ARP, $20. I had to save fiat money for a down payment on a house loan, but I'm closing on the sale. I can start stacking Bitcoin. Question, what service should I use? I use Swan Bitcoin. It's a Bitcoin only company, so I would recommend if you do want to get started with Bitcoin, you can use the link to Swan Bitcoin. And remember, tomorrow night, guys, I will be with Father Deacon. We will be debating Dr. Trent Doherty and Christopher Tama, whatever his name is. Tama Swing Swung.
We have a debate?
Yes. Sorry, you'll have to start working on your... you're just going to... All you got to do is just tell ChatGPT how to refute Catholicism and then print it out, and then you're good.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. That's hilarious.
Yeah, just literally. It would be funny to actually go on there and pretend like all we did was just read out a ChatGPT thing like that. Like, oh, we got it, dude.
I think it would be funny.
What?
Is if I pre-recorded everything, where I just had it played and I just stared at them and I didn't talk, and I just like queued up my responses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be kind of. Wouldn't that throw you?
It would be funny.
Somebody? Yeah.
We are on Cameron Bertuzzi's thing. Where is it?
Yeah, drink for sharing.
Yeah. Upcoming live streams tomorrow night, 8:30 Eastern, right here. Furcus became a member. What's up, man? By the way, Swan Bitcoin is what I recommend. You can get started with Swan right here. It's a Bitcoin-only company. It's not an exchange. They basically just facilitate you buying Bitcoin and then moving it off to your cold wallet, your cold storage wallet. I'd recommend like a Blockstream Jade wallet, which is a Bitcoin-only one. Okay, we got all those super chats. Let's go over here. Jay, thank you for having me on. I respect you. I turned 18. I'm not 30. I went to a Baptist church as a kid. I got into Christianity. I don't know much. That's okay. No worries. Cody, $3. If Muslims worship the same God as Christians, how come their worship looks like running into a church and blowing themselves up? It is funny that Muslims don't believe the ecumenist perspective, at least the true Muslims. Christian perspective, $3. Back to your point about the energies. Maximus makes this argument about the works that God rested from. Yeah, that's in Palamos too. Like when he's arguing with Barlam, he says, "Did God rest from the work of creating?" Okay, well then there you go. There are works that have actualization from all eternity, and works have a beginning, middle, and an end. I mean, Palamos argues this. I don't know why people have it, but it's not my fault that people have a hard time with it. Well, Emmanuel, $5. Thank you for the extra time. No problem. JB Peltier, $5. Jay, did you summon the goobers today? This is nuts. All right, thank you guys so much. Be sure and follow. Somebody said, what is Father Deacon Ananias' channel? I will pull it up. It is Patristic Faith. You can follow him as well. Head on over to Patristic Faith right here. And be sure and give Father Deacon Ananias a follow right there. He's almost to 14,000, so let's get him up to 20. If you guys are looking for pretty consistent daily prayers, he does daily Q&A discussions. He does a lot of interviews and podcasts as well. And you also do a lot of philosophy courses and lectures as well, correct?
Yes. And I'll kick some of those back up again, I've just been busy with the conference and
right
stuff, but I like that too, and I may even take suggestions for people when we do a stream on a particular philosophy.
Now,
topic.
also, a lot of people are looking for catechesis online because they don't have access to it, or they're,
Yes, the catechesis will start. We decided. Well, obviously, we're not doing it this Friday because of the debate, and then people are going to be away for 4th of July. So catechesis will start back up July 11th.
Okay, and that's if you guys are looking, if you go over here to his channel, you go to live streams, the ones that have the face of Christ, that's the Pomazanski book. That's what Father Deacon is using for catechesis. So there's all of these here.
And there's a playlist too.
There is? Oh, okay.
Yeah, for catechesis, and all of those are placed in there, so you can find.
Oh, here it is, right here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize okay. So the playlist, you got philosophy over here, catechesis, transcendental arguments, and then his morning prayers. So if you guys are looking for that, there's that. And otherwise, I'm gonna go see a zombie movie. Banana Teen Emperor, $3. Did you check out modern sports being an addiction that's rampant amongst sports betting? Yeah, actually, in fact, we will be getting into that in the Sam Hyde episode, because Sam Hyde hates sports betting. Like, he cannot stand it. And so he wants to really rant on that for the upcoming episode. Not the next episode. It'll be a couple episodes away. But we did, Pat and Ryan and I got a bunch written for the new one, which they just finished filming. So that'll be coming out pretty soon, I think. I don't know the exact dates, but the next Sam Hyde show, which will be episode 6. And then I think we got 6, 7, and 8 kind of in the works. So 6 is done, 7 is almost fully written. But sports and sports betting will be a huge topic of ranting. And I'm glad that you mentioned that Bananatine Emperor because, yeah, I didn't realize this until you told me that, Bananatine Emperor, when we were on a call a while back when you called in. Father Deacon, I don't know if you've heard this, but apparently a lot of the younger 30 and unders, they're getting really into sports betting, and this is becoming like an epidemic. And Bananatine Emperor mentioned it, and then I forgot about it, and then Sam Hyde was talking about how bad it is. So if Sam Hyde noticed it, then it's obviously out there in the, you know. What do you think of that? Any words on? Because this is just weird to me. I mean, I've never done sports betting.
I didn't even know that was going on. So, obviously, it's a terrible vice. A parishioner had asked me. By the way, I'm going to qualify that. That's different than like, can laity, because clergy aren't allowed to do this, but can laity, can you go and play the slot machine or something like that? Or buy a lottery ticket? Like, that's fine. But if it becomes... Do you see the difference between, like...
Well, it seems like it's, for a lot of people, it's like, it's like having a drink versus becoming a regular drinker, like alcoholic or, any other addiction, right?
And, again, it's like there seems to be something problematic with... Look, if you go out and you play the slots or something, blackjack, once in a blue moon, and you're not risking that much, it's a sin itself to be like, if you're constantly engaged in that behavior, it's a misuse and risk of, like, your life and finances. Like, that's definitely a sin. Beyond just, like, being, perhaps actually addicted or held captive by something. So clearly looking at this, if you're engaged, and that's why, I criticize anime, video games and stuff like that. Like, it's not wrong to, like, occasionally maybe, watch, something or play video games once in a while. You have to ask yourself, anything in life, am I being held captive? And it's about time management. And so, like, yeah, those can become serious sins that you don't. And what's worse is they're very dangerous when they're socially accepted by your peers and society. That's what makes it, I'd say, even more dangerous than, let's say, illicit drugs or something like that, because it's like, well, that's bad. But what happens when all of society in a group is like, oh, this is what we do, this is...
Yeah, there's people in the chat are saying that it's like really being pushed on younger people, like heavily in pop culture and ads everywhere. And
yeah.
So, all right.
That's too bad. All right,
well, thank you, Father Deacon, and thank you guys in the chat. Be sure and follow everybody and all of that. And by the way, I went pretty heavy against dispensationalism, Christian Zionism on the last Lord Voldemort. If you guys missed it, that's a pretty heavy Zionist evangelical audience. I mean, not